Marxism's Retreat from Africa. Edited by Arnold Hughes. Contents. Introduction. Arnold Hughes. The Appeal of Marxism to Africans. Arnold Hughes. Moscow's Retreat from Africa. Margot Light. One-party state, no-party state, multi-party state. 35 years of democracy, authoritarianism, and development in Ghana. Left Haynes. Goodbye to all that, the short and sad story of socialism in Benin. Chris Allen. The democratic rectification in Burkina Faso. René Oduk. The socialist experience in Ethiopia and its demise. Christopher Clapham. Angola, Continuity and Change. Mark Webber. The South African Communist Party and the Collapse of the Soviet Union. Stephen Ellis. Index. Introduction. The collapse of Marxism in much of the Third World as well as Europe has been so sudden and spectacular that it is hard to believe that in the space of 7 years the Journal of Communist Studies could bring out special issues both on the creation of military Marxist regimes in Africa 1, and on their demise and the wider collapse of Marxist governments on the continent. The present special issue derives from a roundtable on the theme of the retreat from Moscow, African and Eastern European experiences of disengagement from Marxism, held at the University of Birmingham on 24 to 25 September 1991. Organized jointly by the university's Center for Russian and East European Studies and Center of West African Studies, the small gathering of area specialists from these two regions was funded by grants from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the Nuffield and Ford Foundations, whose generosity is acknowledged here. The conference examined the recent experiences of African and East European countries in transition from Marxism or Marxist-influenced ideologies towards an uncertain future based on a market economy and a plural political system, and attempted to link these initiatives with the changing situation in what was still at that time the USSR. As the greater number of papers presented to the conference focused on the experiences of sub-Saharan African states, and recent events in these countries are neither as familiar nor as well documented as those in Eastern Europe, it was decided to publish these only, together with additional case studies from two other scholars unable to attend, prefaced by a background survey of the appeals of Marxism to Africans and a very necessary paper on the Soviet Union's own retreat from Africa in recent years. It has not proved possible to include contributions on every African country which professed to be guided by Marxist thought during the past 2 decades, not that there is any complete agreement among scholars about which countries to include in such a classification or on the latter's degree of commitment to scientific socialism. Here we have followed the conventional academic distinction between self-designated Marxist-Leninist regimes or Afro-communist, which openly claim to be pursuing scientific socialist objectives under vanguard Marxist single-party rule, and other socialist-orientated African governments, which reject specific Marxist labeling or the centrality of class struggle. Point 2. Choice of case studies also depended on the availability of paper givers, and a regrettable omission is Mozambique, particularly given its inclusion in all studies of African Marxist regimes. Instead, Angola is discussed as the other accepted example of a Lusophone African Marxist-Leninist country. Neither was it possible to find specialists to cover some of the self-designated military Marxist regimes, Congo, Madagascar, and Somalia, but 4 examples are included, the more orthodox and important example of Ethiopia, and the less clear-cut cases of Benin, Burkina Faso, and Ghana, where the attachment to Marxism-Leninism was either more questionable or less explicitly expressed. Finally, there is a study of the South African Communist Party, which, though focused on an opposition political party rather than a regime, merits inclusion given that it has probably been the most orthodox expression of Marxism-Leninism in the subcontinent. These studies show that while the retreat from Marxism has progressed rapidly in sub-Saharan Africa, though at uneven rates, the transition to pluralist democracy and to viable market economies remains less certain. Regardless of political regime, the underlying social and economic problems remain as daunting as ever, and the fragile and untried nature of successor governments, particularly given the absence or failures in the past of parliamentary rule in these countries, must inevitably raise doubts about their ability to cope with these difficulties and to retain popular support. Additionally, public expectations of improvements in their living conditions aroused by the collapse of authoritarian Marxist regimes come up increasingly against the harsh realities and uncertain benefits of externally prescribed conditionalities for economic recovery programs. Unlike Eastern Europe, African states, including Marxist ones, have extensive experience of the realities of a market economy and are all too familiar with its imperfections. Indeed, one of the attractions of Marxist policies in the past was their claim to shield the public from the worst features of international and domestic capitalism. While there is little immediate prospect of return to scientific socialism in these African countries, other forms of authoritarian rule, personalist or corporatist, may yet linger on, mounting a rearguard action against political change, or resurface if multi-party rule fails to provide stable and effective government and tangible evidence of economic improvement. Just as the future of democracy in Eastern Europe depends in part on the willingness of the West to provide practical support as well as moral encouragement, so too in Africa the second wind of change will need to be sustained by external backing as well as by domestic democratic forces. One well-publicized danger is that Western aid will be diverted increasingly from Africa to Eastern Europe. Another danger, which Oduk reminds us of, is that diplomatic pressure to sustain democratic initiatives may flag after a while so that cynicism or a sense of hopelessness will gradually re-establish themselves. In that case the cycle of reform reaction may not be broken and the peoples of Africa will find themselves no better off. On the contrary, their disillusionment with the democratic process may increase and new versions of populist statist ideologies gain favor, which, while avoiding the vocabulary of Afro-Marxism, may, in practice share many of its characteristics. Arnold Hughes. Notes. 1 Volume 1, NOS 3 and 4, September/December 1985. 2 For a discussion of the characteristics of African socialist regimes, see in particular Crawford Young, Ideology and Development in Africa, ch1, E.J. Keller and D. Rothschild, Afro-Marxist Regimes, Ideology and Public Policy, ch1, C.G. Rosberg and T.M. Kawlaki, Socialism in Sub-Saharan Africa, Introduction, and K. Jowett, Scientific Socialist Regimes in Africa, Political Differentiation, Avoidance, and Unawareness, pages 133, 73, and Marina and David Ottaway, Afro-Communism, ch. 2. The Appeal of Marxism to Africans. Arnold Hughes. The recent retreat from Marxism on the part of individuals and governments in Africa should not blind us to the fact that communism in the past did prove attractive to a considerable number of Africans. 1 While it is true that, with few exceptions, no large-scale Marxist political movement emerged on the continent, yet radical elements among the colonial and post-independence intelligentsia and labor movement, supplemented in the latter case by dissident groups within the armed forces of the new states, did find in Marxist values and theories blueprints for a new moral and political order and the supposed means to the rapid economic transformation of their societies. The appeal of Marxism has always lain in a mixture of idealism and instrumentalism. While a small number of political visionaries and idealists genuinely saw in Marxism-Leninism a morally superior social order and more efficient economic system, free of the taints of economic exploitation and racialism associated with Western capitalist societies, a much greater number of Africans turned to Marxism for more practical reasons to do with gaining political independence or consolidating their political power and economic self-interest in the post-colonial era. This often inconsistent blend of self-interest and moral exhortation is a recurring theme in the relationship between the international communist movement and radical elements in Africa from the early 1920s to the late 1980s. What follows is an attempt to explore these different attractions of Marxism to politically discontented or ambitious Africans across this time period. 2. Marxism and the Pursuit of Independence. It is unlikely that we shall ever know the identity of the first African to declare for Marxism, but we do know that not long after the Russian Revolution in 1917, black Africans from as far apart as Senegal and South Africa expressed great enthusiasm for the ideals of proletarian internationalism advanced by the government of the newly formed USSR. Even those among them who did not share the social and economic goals of the new Soviet leadership and the communist parties in the colonial metropoles saw these as allies in the struggle for their own political freedom and found in Lenin's theory of imperialism a powerful intellectual weapon with which to attack colonial rule. Others saw the heroic experiments in social engineering and economic transformation in the first socialist state as an inspiring example for their own backward colonized societies. Indeed, if the admittedly exaggerated accounts of the colonial authorities are accepted, there was a recurring expectation of political insurrection on the part of dissident Africans fired by the call to world revolution and aided secretly by the newly established Soviet Union. 3. Like its African admirers, the new Soviet Union combined idealism with self-interest, in this instance, the survival of the infant USSR, in its championing of the oppressed masses of the colonial world. It saw in anti-colonial movements, principally in Asia rather than Africa at first, useful allies in its struggle to defend itself from intervention by the principal colonial powers and their allies in the years immediately after the revolution. The espousal of proletarian internationalism, as Wilson has demonstrated, was always subordinated to the needs of the USSR itself. This explains the gyrations and inconsistencies in Soviet policies towards the independence struggle in Africa and elsewhere. Apart from the changing international situation in which the USSR found itself, Soviet leaders faced difficulties in identifying reliable political allies in the colonial world. Thus, for much of the 1920s, and in the absence of significant proletarian or peasant organization, the anti-colonial movements set up by the national bourgeoisie, despite their ideological ambivalence, rather than the creation of local communist parties, were seen as the most realistic means for the advance of Soviet objectives in Africa. Events in China in 1928, the brutal suppression of communist uprisings by the nationalist government, led for a time to a greater emphasis on a united front from below based on radical trade unions, but the need to adopt a common stance with the imperial powers against the menace of fascism in the mid-1930s led to a playing down of support for anti-colonial groups of any kind, and, excluding the brief return to attacking imperialism during the Nazi-Soviet Pact period, this cautious policy was adhered to until the end of the Second World War. The Cold War saw a return to Soviet and Western European communist parties championing anti-imperialist struggles led by the national bourgeoisie, but again not on an unqualified basis. For example, the USSR's support for the Vietnamese and Algerian liberation struggles had to be balanced against the possible loss of support for the powerful and pro-Soviet French Communist Party. The latter organization faced a similar difficulty with the French electorate, which it sought to resolve by promoting the goal of a fraternal Franco-African community under a communist-led France, and by seeking to assert its own authority over Marxist and other radical dissident groups in the colonies. This hesitancy and manipulativeness on the part of Western communists and the blatant mixture of cynical self-interest and proletarian internationalism on the part of the USSR helps explain the ambivalence of Africans towards communism. Additionally, the extent of communist assistance was limited in scale and impact before the attainment of independence. African radicals, during both the colonial and independence periods, tended to adopt a cautious as well as a calculating attitude towards the communist powers. Essentially, they were out to win power for themselves rather than to place their movements and countries under external communist domination. African nationalist priorities, as much as economic or political orientations towards the Western world, account for the tension in the relationship with world communism, notwithstanding the latter's much-stated identification with the oppressed peoples of the colonial and later Third World. The ambiguous relationship between African nationalist and international communism is clearly revealed in the case of specific independence struggles. In the French colonies, officials and the French right-wing press tended to view all radical African critics of French colonialism as little more than stooges of Moscow, but in reality the situation was less straightforward. It is true that there existed an admiration among such nationalists for the USSR's general support for the independence of colonial peoples and its perceived absence of racialism, and praise for the PCF for various forms of practical assistance to the emerging anti-colonial organizations. But, because this assistance was known to have strings attached, the relationship was often strained and ended in separation rather than conversion to Marxist political aims. In the interwar years these tensions and divergencies are seen in the political careers of the two lending Paris-based radical African nationalists, Lamine Senghor and Garan Chimaho Kui. 8.5 Between 1923 and 1931 they supported international communism while at the same time advocating pan-Negro solidarity, free of any external direction. The reason for their tactical collaboration with international communism is set out clearly in a newspaper editorial of this period. It would be unjust not to grant our sympathy to the only political party which is disposed to assist Negroes in their struggle for justice, liberty, and liberation. 6 The two men joined the PCF, accepted its money and spoke and wrote in support of communism, but they insisted, as did their organizations, the CDRN, LDRN, and UTN, on placing the cause of black African liberation, expressed as much culturally as politically, at least on a par with that of proletarian internationalism. This dualism is reflected in the different obituary notices for Senghor in the French communist newspaper, El Humanite, and the LDRN journal, La Race Negra. Whereas the former lauded him as a hero of the working classes and a valiant comrade, the latter remembered him as a soldier of his race. 7 Kuwait was less fortunate, he was expelled from the PCF in 1933, largely because of his independent-mindedness and his placing of race above class objectives. During his somewhat longer political career, he never lost sight of his overall objective, the cause of his African motherland, even when he accepted money from French communists and was wooed by the Soviet Union with an extended visit to Russia in 1930. Communist attempts to infiltrate and control the policies of African anti-colonial organizations did not cease with the German occupation of France. During the Second World War, French communists working as teachers and administrators in Africa helped set up GECs in several of the larger towns of French West Africa, providing a new generation of radical anti-colonialists with instruction in Marxist analysis and organization. Lev Gold-8 asserts that a notable list of African leaders acquired an important part of their formative political training in GECs, among them Modibo Keita, Sékou Touré, Idrissa Diarra, Mamadou Konaté, and Diallo Sefole. Touré received further organizational training in Eastern Europe after the war. The PCF and the French Communist Trade Union Central, CGT, also provided useful assistance to post-war African political movements and trade unions. From 1946 to 1950, the major African political party in the French National Assembly, the interterritorial RDA, benefited from the practical assistance of French communist deputies, as well as receiving support in the Chamber for Colonial Reforms. The PCF was the only French party to be represented at the RDA's founding Congress in Bamako in 1946. Yet despite this parliamentary accord and practical assistance, and its heroic wartime resistance record, the PCF failed to win many converts to Marxism, and faced accusations of paternalism in its dealings with Africans. In 1950, Félix Houphouët-Boigny of the Ivory Coast terminated the RDA's pact with the French Communists, when this no longer served his party's interests. In 1955 even the radical Sékou Touré also broke with the CGT, setting up instead an African regional trade union organization, in a bid to retain indigenous control over the expanding labor movement. According to Mortimer, Houphouët-Boigny and Touré saw Marxism as essentially a French ideology, not directly relevant to them. 9. It is also questionable how far the uprising in the 1950s in Cameroon organized by the radical UPC was Marxist-led and inspired. Mortimer 10 states that the UPC leader, Ruben Erniob, was exposed to Marxism through a radical trade union affiliated to the French CGT and that another of its leaders, Félix Roland Mimi, was the rigidist support of communism among Cameroon radicals, but this view is challenged by Joseph Hu, while conceding that some UPC militants might have been Marxists and the party's pronouncements on imperialism influenced by Leninism, asserts that the UPC as a whole was a broad-based radical nationalist movement rather than a class-based Marxist organization. 11 In any event, both leaders were killed and the UPC, receiving no external assistance from international communism, was suppressed by the French and their local allies. Elsewhere in French Black Africa, small political organizations, such as the PI of Senegal, formed in 1957, professed to be scientific socialist in their ideology, but it was not the policy of the PCF to encourage separate communist organizations in the colonies, and the political influence of such movements, when not banned outright, was limited to sections of the urban populace, such as trade unionists and intellectuals. Lovegold asserts that despite these local and international links with communism, the number of Africans influenced directly through such contacts always remained insignificant. 12. The same ambivalence towards Marxism may be seen in the attitude of radicals in several of the British African colonies. Both Edward Francis Small in the Gambia and Lta Wallace Johnson of Sierra Leone were branded as agitators with communist leanings by British colonial officials, although both men accepted invitations to Communist Front Organization conferences in Europe and were praised by the Comintern. First and foremost, they were African nationalists. 13 The same could be said of the Kenyan nationalist, Jomo Kenyatta, who also made use of links with the USSR in these years, only to end up later president of a vigorously capitalist independent Kenya. The first identifiable English-speaking African to study in the USSR, Bankole Awuna 14 from the Gold Coast, does seem to have been a devoted communist, writing a book entitled The West African Soviet Union in 1946, but his more famous compatriot, Kwame Nkrumah, shifted ideologically several times during his career, sufficient for the Russians to question his allegiance to Marxism subsequently. During his wartime stay in London, Nkrumah came under the influence of British communists and, more importantly, George Padmore, who, after breaking with the Comintern in 1934, remained a Marxist, though combining this increasingly with Pan-Africanism. Nkrumah formed a communist study group called the Cell, and advocated the formation of a union of West African Socialist Republics. But on being invited home to spearhead the post-war nationalist movement, he followed a more conventional bourgeois nationalist approach and ended up suppressing his party's left wing in order to work with the British towards Ghanaian independence. He subsequently went on to espouse his own idiosyncratic and eclectic socialist ideology known as consciencism, until, after his overthrow in 1966, he reverted to a more orthodox Marxist ideological position. Marxism enjoyed a following among elements of the nationalist community in the Portuguese African colonies as well, encouraged in this instance by the common struggle of Portuguese communists and African nationalists against the Salazarist neo-fascist state and by the military assistance received from the communist bloc. Yet it was only in the two largest colonies, Angola and Mozambique, that the broad-based anti-colonial nationalist movements, the MPLA and Frelimo, eventually adopted Marxism-Leninism, and then only a considerable number of years after their founding. Even so, as Weber demonstrates in his discussion of Angola, and other writers have shown for Mozambique, the acceptance of Marxism as a national ideology and a framework for political and economic management was less than complete and hedged with contradictions, eclecticism, and compromises. 15. The evidence suggests that Marxism had only a limited appeal to Africans during the colonial period, and while some intellectuals and trade unionists were attracted to it, the more general responses were either ignorance or hostility, and in those instances where links were forged, the Africans involved strove to maintain their political autonomy, interpreting Marxism in terms of their own personal needs and political goals. A similar instrumental stress and pragmatic approach was evident on the part of the leaders of independent African states. To Marxism and Independent Africa. From African Socialism to Afro-Marxism. 16. Two stages or waves are conventionally identified in the shift to socialism in post-colonial Africa. During the late 1950s and early 1960s, countries such as Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Tanzania, and Zambia, claimed to have adapted socialism to their own national circumstances, producing territorial variants of what was vaguely described as African socialism, or populist socialism to use Crawford Young's taxonomy. While claiming to be motivated by socialist principles and emphasizing greater state direction of the economy, they generally discounted the necessity for class struggle and favored the continuation of the broad-based hegemonistic mass movements of the anti-colonial struggle to more ideologically pure and disciplined vanguardist parties with explicit Marxist programs. However, egalitarian social policies and a command economy with a high degree of state intervention and nationalization of foreign-owned business enterprises proved difficult to achieve given the high degree of opportunism among leadership groups, the low level of popular attachment to socialist ideas, the weakness of state institutions and the continued need for Western economic assistance. Their foreign policies were similarly hampered, strident denunciation of Western imperialism and neocolonialism, the establishment of diplomatic relations with the communist world, and the advocacy of a non-alignment policy which looked favorably on the Soviet bloc, produced no major switch in trade or a cornucopia of economic assistance from Moscow or Peking, although some of the first-wave socialist African countries, notably Guinea, did better than others in this respect. As a result, by the late 1960s these first-wave socialist regimes were in deep trouble. Anti-socialist military coups swept away several of the most prominent ones, Ahmed Ben Bella in Algeria, Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana and Modibo Keïta in Mali, while those remaining retreated into a paranoid isolationism, as in Guinea, or generally faced spiraling economic decline and increasing political alienation. Yet the retreat from socialism as a result of these experiences was by no means total. Instead, the problems of these first-wave states were attributed in part to the failure to pursue proper socialist policies. Keller reminds us that as the currency of populist socialism has declined, the stock of scientific socialism, based on the principles of Marx and Lenin, has risen. 17 Scientific socialism came to be seen in some quarters as the answer to the failures of the late 1960s. Two parallel routes to what was asserted to be a more orthodox Marxism in Africa emerged by the mid-1970s, but in their origins they both differed significantly from the classical Marxist path to power. Significantly, these were subsequently described as Afro-Marxist or Afro-communism, reflecting scholarly uncertainty about their ideological orthodoxy. The first initiative took place among disaffected radical soldiers, with the Congo Republic being the first African country to declare itself a People's Republic in September 1968, following a military takeover by Major Marine Ngouabi. Another year would pass before a vanguardist Marxist-Leninist party, the Congolese Workers' Party, would be formed by the revolutionary military junta. Somalia, under the military command of Siad Barre, also came out for scientific socialism in October 1970, when it pronounced itself a socialist state. Yet it would not be until June 1976 that a socialist party was created there. Dahomey adopted Marxism-Leninism as an authentic Dahomean doctrine in 1974, and in May 1976 the Benin People's Revolutionary Party was formed. The Fundamental Law of 1977 reinforced the formal shift to socialism. Ethiopia and Madagascar followed the Marxist-Leninist path soon after. The Radical Military Council, which seized power in Ethiopia in September 1974, moved ideologically leftwards under Light Col. Mengistu Haile Mariam, and in 1976 the regime formally accepted Marxism-Leninism. Again, there was a noticeable delay before a vanguardist Workers' Party of Ethiopia was established in September 1984. Earlier revolutionary parties of the late 1960s had fallen victim to vicious state repression. The shift to the left in Madagascar came in 1976, not long after Light Com. Didier Ratsirika, head of the Supreme Revolutionary Council, assumed political power as guardian of the Malagasy Revolution. A vanguard of the Malagasy Revolution was formed to join the National Front for the Defense of the Revolution created earlier by the radical military junta. It would be the early 1980s before the military drive to socialism reached its apogee. On December 31, 1981, a Provisional National Defense Council, under the chairmanship of FLLT. Jerry Rawlings took over the Ghanaian state, again on a platform of radical revolutionary policies, while in this instance no formal vanguardist party or formation of a People's Republic was declared. Individual Marxists were prominent in the new regime. Events in Ghana contributed to a similar radical coup in neighboring Upper Volta in August 1983 when Captain Thomas Sankara announced a People's Democratic Revolution under a National Council of the Revolution and with the initial enthusiastic backing of civilian Marxist organizations. As in the earlier case of Dahomey, the new regime decreed a new name for the country, Burkina Faso, in 1984. This was to be the shortest of Africa's Marxist military regimes as Sankara was killed in a coup on October 15, 1987, ousted by his revolutionary ally of 1983, Captain Blaise Compaoré. The other initiative towards Marxism-Leninism arose from anti-colonial guerrilla movements in Lusophone Africa and what would become Zimbabwe. The lesser former Portuguese colonies of Cape Verde Republic, Guinea-Bissau and São Tomé, while espousing revolutionary rhetoric with Marxist undertones, have been classified by most analysts as populist socialist. The one which has come closest to being listed among the Afro-Marxist states, Guinea-Bissau, formally denied it was a Marxist-Leninist state. This was not the case with the two largest Portuguese dependencies. Both Mozambique and Angola gradually moved leftwards in the decade after their independence. As indicated earlier, neither ruling party, Frelimo in Mozambique and the MPLA in Angola, started out as revolutionary organizations, being essentially anti-colonial coalition movements dedicated to the overthrow of Portuguese colonialism. By 1972 Alpers felt that Frelimo was transforming itself into a socialist vanguard party with distinctly Marxist-Leninist underpinnings. But it was only in early 1977 that it turned itself into a Marxist-Leninist party of the working class for the construction of socialism in Mozambique. In December of the same year the MPLA decided to turn itself into a socialist party, along Marxist-Leninist lines, 21 years after its founding. 19 Thirdly, though so far inconclusively, the major liberation movement in Zimbabwe, and the present governing party, ZANU-PF, at the behest of the country's president, Robert Mugabe, has also sought to move the country in the direction of Marxist socialism since independence in 1980. Thus, depending on the authenticity of their revolutionary credentials, during the 1980s about a fifth of the countries of Africa appeared to have turned to Marxism as the perceived answer to their daunting problems. It is worth repeating what other writers have said about the indigenous nature of African Marxist regimes. Though openly borrowing the political language and institutional practices of the Soviet Union, in none of these instances did the USSR actually impose its form of government upon them. Indeed, the homegrown nature of these transitions to Marxism has led to much argument among scholars over the extent to which these derivative regimes were truly Marxist-Leninist. The appeals of Marxism. Marxism as a superior ideology, as suggested above, one of the attractions of Marxism in the 1970s was as an alternative both to Western bourgeois capitalism, seen then as the cause of Africa's problems, and to the discredited African socialism of the previous decade. Marxist socialism was considered to be intellectually more rigorous and respectable than earlier expositions of socialism in Africa and identified its practitioners with the modern and progressive socialist world. At the same time, Marxism was promoted as a more simplified and more certain ideology for new states to steer their future by. One is reminded here of Nkrumah's claim that capitalism was too complicated for Africa, but scientific socialism with its social laws and confident prescriptions reduced the uncertainties and confusions of managing new states. Jowett notes how Marxism imbues new ruling groups with a sense of security and confidence by providing an ideological idiom that allows it to at least formally identify and map its problems, a set of policies and strategies that appear to address these problems, and perhaps material resources to implement these policies and strategies. 20. Marxism as a political amulet, Jowett 21 and Zalberg 22 take this last point further, considering Marxism to be more than a rational and scientific blueprint for recreating post-colonial society. They claim that it has the properties of a political amulet, a quasi-magical charm for warding off such political diseases as neocolonialism and underdevelopment. The more hopeless the situation, the greater the attraction of an ideology which was seen to have miraculously transformed the equally hopeless Tsarist Empire into the powerful and modern USSR. Belief in the plan, Zollberg and others have argued, in most of Africa assumed almost mystical dimensions, a mechanical and clock-like contraption which can be manipulated by relatively educated and intelligent men, thus enabling them to control the future. Plans are intended not only as instruments, but also as reassuring and tangible symbols of rationality, control, and order. Political ideology becomes an incantation which genuinely transforms reality, even if nothing else happens, by changing men's view of it. 23. Marxism and the acquisition of power. The attraction of Marxism was more than the inducement of a comforting sense of self-delusion, though, on the contrary, Jowett notes the widespread belief that Leninist regimes have specific techniques, experiences, and resources relevant to their problems. 24. In the same vein, Keller argues that the leaders of Afro-Marxist states are attracted to the promise of governmental efficiency, authority, and social discipline in the Soviet model. 25. Marxism. Leninism permits the new ruling elite to define the normative order, and it approves of the domination of a ruling oligarchy. The stress on unity, discipline, and order of one-party states and military rule explains the appeal of Marxism to many of Africa's military rulers in the 1970s. Marxicus 26 observes that the usurpation of power requires legitimation through a credible alternative to the overthrown regimes. The only credible alternative in Africa is socialism. In situations of acute material deprivation, political oppression and social conflict, its appeal rested on the promise of rapid development, social justice, and popular sovereignty. The radical soldiers shared the illusion that socialism could be attained speedily and by decree. Few of the army personnel who seized power knew much about Marxism before assuming control of the state, and the recourse to it Decalogue considers to be primarily instrumental, or at best the product of a more general weariness with previous development formulas or of atadist nationalism. 27. The army's radicalism is consequently parochial and superficial, concealing personal and sectional interests. Ngwabi's coup against the leftist government of Masamba in Congo is a case in point. Although he overthrew his predecessor in the name of socialist rectitude, he could hardly have been described as a genuine true believer at the time. Similarly, the Dahomean coup of 1972 was not specifically radical, let alone Marxist. The Ethiopian Derg started off as radical rather than Marxist, while the coup leaders in Somalia and Madagascar stumbled upon Marxism. Citing Young, Decalogue asserts that in Somalia scientific socialism was a lexical weapon in the struggle for hegemony between the army and police. 28. As for the Madagascar coup leader, Ratsirika, he was a bourgeois technocrat with no previous ideological convictions, and his regime has been far too pragmatic and nationalistic to gain Soviet imprimatur. 29. Marxism may also be used by political dissidents to challenge the legitimacy of established Marxist rulers. This is seen in the clashes between ultra-leftist youth elements in Benin, Congo, and Ethiopia, who accused their governments of ideological lapses, or again in the case of Ethiopia, where Clapham shows that secessionist movements in Eritrea and within the Ethiopian state proper justified their armed struggle against central power in Marxist as well as ethnic and regional terms. Haynes also shows how the Rawlings regime in Ghana has had to fend off attempted coups by leftists as a result of its retreat from its more doctrinaire ideological position of the early 1980s. Marxism and the retention of power. In his studies of Benin and Congo, Decalogue has shown how the adoption of Marxism not only helped legitimize military takeovers but was used subsequently by shaky new army rulers to undermine their domestic enemies and allocate responsibility for policy shortcomings to hostile neocolonial forces outside their countries. 30. This was particularly so in these countries where a substantial radical, urban youth element exists. The swing to the left in Brazzaville may have been in order to secure the adherence of the highly volatile and politicist jeunesse, as much as from any genuine belief in Marxism. In Dahomey/Benin, Kirikau used radical ideology to consolidate power among the radical military faction, trade unionists, students and the intelligentsia, where Marxism had become the currently socially accepted lingua franca of a legitimacy-seeking extra-constitutional ruling clique. 31 Ideologically motivated plots were regularly exposed and opponents of the regime denounced for engaging in neocolonialist subversion. Within the secular religion of Marxism, political enemies of the regimes were doubly condemned, for heresy as well as treason. In short, the military use Marxism as a legitimating cloak to bludgeon into line recalcitrant elements of left and right, that deploying similar ideological syllogisms, are directly or indirectly attempting to usurp power from the military. 32. Marxism and self-advancement. Decalo was not alone in observing that for many civilians, party affiliation, membership, and office are not necessarily a function of political conviction. Joining the party is a very pragmatic act, motivated by the new social perquisites and skills now in vogue for professional survival and advancement. 33 It was not only the revolutionary leadership which benefited from the adoption of Marxist collectivist policies. Although ruinous in the long term, a substantial increase in the public sector as a result of ideologically dictated policies of state intervention in the economy and the public domain, and the increased needs of state security, offered a range of employment opportunities for underemployed or unemployed radical youth as well. The Marxist option offered new hope of a better future. It appealed especially to youth, by offering this statistically dominant group a higher purpose in life, indeed a deeply satisfying and meaningful global role, in exchange for their previously subservient and drab status in regimes demanding public quietism and conformity. 34. Marxism and the attainment of economic development. The perceived remarkable achievements of the USSR in the economic sphere always held a particular fascination for African radicals faced with similar needs to transform backward colonial economies into modern industrial states. The successes of the Soviet Union were attributed to centralized planning and state ownership and direction of the means of production under the aegis of a Marxist-Leninist vanguard party. Triumphalist Soviet propaganda glossed over deficiencies, stressing instead the USSR's advances in such areas as space technology, sending its first cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin on extended tours of the Third World. Not only was the USSR's record proof of the superiority of socialist achievement, but the Soviet bloc was increasingly seen as a source of practical economic assistance as well as a model for late modernizing countries to emulate, and the means by which economic dependence on Western capitalist powers would be broken. Some of the first-wave socialist states, particularly Guinea, had received substantial amounts of Soviet assistance, so that the second-wave Marxist-Leninist African states of the 1970s expected to do even better in view of their alleged stricter adherence to socialism. Undoubtedly expectations were raised too high, but even so the USSR, the East European Communist states, Cuba, and China, since the late 1950s, did extend a considerable amount of economic assistance to a great many new African states. 35. At the same time, ideological affinity by no means guaranteed such aid, for it has to be noted that non-communist African states, for strategic or economic reasons, have frequently obtained the lion's share of Soviet bloc aid, and of the self-designated African Marxist states, 3, Angola, Ethiopia, and Mozambique, obtained most of the assistance, mainly in the form of military aid. Accurate information on the scale and actual disbursement of communist state aid is not easy to find, but the information provided by Margot Light lists the extent and distribution of Soviet lending to African countries in late 1989. Some 13 billion rubles was owed by this time. Interestingly, 3 of the 5 largest borrowers were non-Marxist but North African countries. The ACR figures bear out her findings for an earlier period. Afro-Marxist states accounted for nearly half of the credit extended to the African continent. The figure would be a little higher if Guinea's debts to the USSR, incurred earlier at a time when that country was seen as a radical trailblazer in independent Africa, is added. For most radical African states, Soviet bloc economic assistance was insignificant compared to Western aid, but for the 3 most dependent of these countries, Angola, Ethiopia, and Mozambique, the phasing out of Soviet economic aid would contribute to their internal collapse or else force them to reconsider their economic policies. It was not only radical governments that turned to the communist countries for economic aid. An example of radical opposition groups appealing for Eastern Bloc finance took place in Congo, where the powerful youth movement JMNR succeeded in obtaining financial assistance from Soviet bloc embassies. 36 African trade unions have also made effective use of Marxist ideological affiliation to extract financial support from the Soviet bloc. 37 Marxism and the assertion of national sovereignty. Jowett sees in the adoption of Marxism by the governments of former colonies an attempt at political differentiation from colonial capitalist powers. 38 He also argues that Marxism may be resorted to in order to win the diplomatic support of communist countries, where a new state's survival may require assistance against an external threat. A weak country may seek an ally able and willing to counter the direct military and political threat posed by an occupying power or neighboring country. Success depends on a country's ability to be politically visible and intelligible to its potential ally. 39 He contends, admittedly without much evidence, that Angola, Ethiopia, and Mozambique, facing cross-boundary threats, may have asserted their radicalism to gain Soviet backing. While not claiming that the Marxist inclinations of these regimes was anything more than a bid for Soviet support, the intensification of communist military assistance programs encouraged additional Soviet support, and Ethiopia, Angola, and Mozambique were undoubtedly favored for their more orthodox pursuit of Marxist policies. Less convincing is his further claim that Benin did the same because of its proximity to Nigeria. Adopting Marxism in Benin was unlikely to increase its security as it alienated France and could have damaged relations with Nigeria as well. Further, no compensatory Eastern Bloc aid was forthcoming in this instance. Decalo may be on stronger ground when he suggests that Benin's rejection of foreign ideological models in favor of Marxism-Leninism in 1974, was an attempt at an authentic Dahomean doctrine, and an expression of anti-French feelings, particularly given the country's large and radical youth population, with its hostility to neocolonialism. 40 Similar attitudes were to be found among such groups in Congo and Madagascar. He suggests further that symbolical change, strident rhetoric, ideological defiance, and militancy, may be psychologically satisfying immediate actions for elites facing continued dependence on outside economic forces for the foreseeable future. 41 On a slightly different note, for Jowett the adoption of scientific socialism by a number of African elites reminds one of nothing more than the adoption of Aryanism by the Germanic tribes in the 4th and 5th centuries, since it allowed Africans to relate to and separate from some prestigious reference group, in this instance the USSR. 42 Afro-Marxism allows self-designated scientific socialist African elites to avoid the hard identity choice of bloc alignments internationally and exclusive political choice domestically. 43 The eclectic nature of Afro-Marxism allowed adoptive regimes a certain autonomy with regard to Moscow while still being allowed to present themselves as progressive. Conclusion. By the early 1980s it was increasingly evident that Afro-Marxist regimes were running into insurmountable difficulties. Their eclectic ideologies, rather than being a source of strength and adaptability, were creating unresolvable contradictions. The assumed superiority over rival political and economic systems of Marxist ideology and organization became increasingly hard to demonstrate. Even sympathetically inclined scholars were forced to admit the severity and scale of the problems. 44 At the same time the USSR and its European allies were themselves facing mounting difficulties so that their capacity and willingness to prop up visibly failing or ideologically unconvincing Afro-Marxist governments diminished. The situation continued to deteriorate rapidly during the remainder of the decade. The abrupt disintegration of the more orthodox and seemingly stronger established Marxist regimes in Eastern Europe in the late 1980s accelerated existing domestic demands in Africa for political liberalization and economic reforms. With the collapse of mentor regimes, even the most obdurate of Afro-Marxist governments could no longer hold out. Some such as Benin, Angola, and Mozambique initiated reform programs, whereas in Burkina Faso and Ethiopia coup and civil war brought about the collapse of the regime. Western aid donors contributed to the pressure for change. Structural reform of top-heavy aidist administrations and the dismantling of single-party government were demanded as the price for economic support. The demise and attempted reconstruction of some of these countries is the subject of the contributions that follow. Moscow's retreat from Africa. Margot Light. Soviet policymakers knew that the costs of further involvement in Africa were too high long before Gorbachev came to power. Already doubting whether poor African countries could become proper socialist states, by 1985 they understood that their policy in Africa hindered the achievement of higher priority foreign policy goals. But it was perestroika itself that affected policy in Africa most profoundly. Foreign aid and military involvement became a controversial issue and, as the domestic economy deteriorated, the Soviet Union ceased to have the means to pursue an active policy in Africa. What had begun as deliberate retrenchment turned into forced retreat. The coup that took place in the Soviet Union in August 1991 was planned and timed to prevent two things in particular: the breakup of the Union into a far looser confederation, and the further erosion of the political power of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. 1. In fact, the failure of the coup precipitated the very events it was designed to avert. Within a very few days one republic after another had declared its sovereignty and independence and, in a number of cases, the intention of seceding from the Union. Within weeks the CPSU had been dissolved and dispossessed. Whatever relations were to be established with the outside world in the future, they would not be based on a real or imagined ideological affinity stemming from a shared belief in Marxism-Leninism. By the end of the year it was also evident that they would not be Soviet relations. On December 25, 1991 the Soviet Union was replaced by the Commonwealth of Independent States, a curious association that would not, according to its signatories, commit itself to a united foreign policy but which would nonetheless retain a unified military and nuclear force. By the time the August coup occurred the worst had already happened for many countries in Africa with regard to their relations with the Soviet Union. Soviet disengagement was already well underway. The collapse of the coup probably dashed the hopes of leaders of the less developed socialist countries that residual Soviet loyalty would protect the financial subsidies they relied upon. But as far as the socialist-oriented states of Africa were concerned, Moscow's retreat had seemed irreversible well before August 1991. This study argues that there were four sets of reasons for the Soviet withdrawal from Africa. Two of them arose from lessons that were learned before Gorbachev came to power in the Soviet Union. First, early in the process of decolonization there was some ambivalence in Moscow about relations with Africa and African socialism as a result of post-independence coups in countries like Ghana and Mali. As the costs of involvement in Africa rose, so did doubts about a Soviet role in Africa. Second, in the 1970s Soviet scholars and policymakers began to re-evaluate the economic and political prospects of the poorest less developed countries, and their disillusion made them reluctant to offer serious assistance to socialist-oriented states in Africa. Thus Soviet thinking about Africa had already changed before perestroika began to affect Soviet foreign policy. The third reason for disengaging from Africa was the new political thinking. A set of principles elaborated during the early years of perestroika to form the basis of Gorbachev's foreign policy, the new political thinking recognized the cost to other aspects of Soviet international relations of Soviet policy in the Third World. When the new principles were put into practice, therefore, Soviet involvement in Africa began to be scaled down. Finally, perestroika, democratization and glasnost in the Soviet Union itself affected policy in Africa. In the search for more cost-effective relations, for example, the new Soviet leaders attempted to diversify their relations in Africa. But once glasnost was applied to foreign policy, Soviet policy in the Third World, particularly aid and military involvement, began to be questioned. The most important constraint on Soviet policy in Africa and elsewhere, however, was the collapse of the domestic economy under the impact of rapid change. Inevitably this meant the curtailment of foreign involvement, particularly in areas like Africa that were not of primary security interest to the Soviet Union. Africa had been strategically important to the Soviet Union in its Cold War competition with the United States and its ideological conflict with China. By 1990, however, the Cold War had ended and so had the dispute with China. Unless economically beneficial links could be established with richer countries on that continent, there was no useful purpose to be served by remaining in Africa. The retreat from Africa, therefore, began as a purposeful decision to pursue a more economically rational foreign policy. However, domestic events soon overtook rational decisions about foreign policy. As the domestic economic crisis deepened, the Soviet Union ceased to have the means to pursue an active policy in Africa. Thus what began as deliberate retrenchment became a more complete retreat. Before examining the four sets of reasons for Moscow's withdrawal from Africa in more detail, it might be useful to consider briefly how the Soviet Union became involved in the continent in the first place. Socialism and the colonies before decolonization. Although conventional wisdom in the West assumed during the Cold War that the Soviet Union was behind every radical regime change in the world, it was a firm Marxist-Leninist principle that socialist revolutions resulted from indigenous contradictions and could not be exported. Thus, while the Soviet Union frequently took advantage of the strained relations that prevailed between the newly independent countries and the former colonial powers, it was rarely directly responsible for the establishment of radical regimes in the Third World. This is why Soviet policy in Angola, where the MPLA came to power with direct and overt Soviet military aid, seemed such a departure from past practice. In the early years after the October Revolution, Bolshevik interest in colonial independence was motivated more by the hope that it would hasten socialist revolution in the metropolitan countries than by the expectation that the colonial countries themselves would become socialist. At the Second Congress of the Third Communist International in 1920, the question arose of whether the international movement should sponsor socialist parties in the colonies or whether they should instead support nationalist movements which aimed at securing independence. The argument was resolved in favor of bourgeois nationalists, on the grounds that they were more likely to be successful in the national liberation struggle. Point 2. This remained Soviet policy even where local communist parties existed. When Marxist parties attempted to take power in various parts of the world in the 1930s, for example, they received little more than verbal support from Moscow even when they were acting in conformity with the prevailing Comintern line. Point 3. Whatever verbal commitment the Comintern and the Soviet government gave to the idea of colonial independence in the 1920s, after 1933 the most important foreign policy concern became the establishment of a collective security system in Europe. The Comintern, at its seventh and last Congress in 1935, adopted a policy of encouraging the formation of broad popular fronts, or alliances, against fascism in an effort to widen support for collective security. European communists were instructed to cooperate with any political group or party that opposed fascism. In the colonies, according to Comintern instructions, the popular fronts were to take the form of anti-imperialist united fronts. But this immediately illustrated the inherent conflict between the interests of colonial revolution on the one hand, and Soviet state interests on the other. The imperialists against whom the nationalist forces in the colonies were to unite were, for the most part, the same Western powers with which Stalin hoped to cooperate against Hitler. A choice had to be made and it was made against the colonial movements. Point 4. The Popular Front policy was abandoned when the Nazi-Soviet Pact was signed in 1939, but it was resumed when Germany attacked the Soviet Union in 1941. But even then socialists everywhere were told to fight against fascism and in support of democracy, rather than for socialism. In 1943 the Comintern was dissolved to reassure the Allies on this point. The conflict between Soviet state interests and colonial revolution did not disappear after the war. Soviet attitudes towards the Viet Minh, for example, were tempered by concern that the electoral chances of the French Communist Party would be adversely affected by direct Soviet aid to the Indochinese revolutionaries. Elsewhere sympathetic verbal support for the national liberation struggle was resumed, but communist leadership of the independence movements was rare and there was little encouragement of armed struggle. Until the early 1950s, a holding pattern prevailed in policy towards the colonies, while Soviet efforts concentrated on economic recovery and consolidating control over Eastern Europe. 5 China, North Vietnam, and North Korea were accepted as socialist countries, but the Soviet leadership appeared unaware of the significance of decolonization. Although Soviet policy began to change in the last year of Stalin's life, it was really only after his death that an active Third World policy was launched. It was under Khrushchev, therefore, that Soviet relations were established with African countries. The costs of Soviet-African relations. Khrushchev's foreign policy aimed, above all, to end the isolation that characterized Stalin's post-war policy, and he was extremely successful in this endeavor. As far as the West was concerned, he promoted peaceful coexistence and a shift from armed confrontation to ideological and economic competition. Decolonization appeared to provide an ideal arena for this competition. The leaders of the newly independent countries were naturally anti-imperialist. In much the same way that the West believed that this made them pro-Soviet, Khrushchev assumed that because they shared an enemy, the socialist states and the ex-colonies were natural allies. He established diplomatic and economic relations with a number of newly independent countries, aiming, in part, to leapfrog over the ring of Western alliances around the Soviet Union. His first deal in Africa, therefore, was with Egypt, where an arms agreement was signed between Czechoslovakia and Egypt in July 1955. Like his predecessors, Khrushchev took it for granted that it was politically expedient to support independence movements in Africa whether or not local communist parties existed. When the nationalist movements formed governments after the colonies became independent, they retained Soviet support. It was this that brought about the first lesson concerning the unexpected costs of Soviet relations with Africa. Nationalist governments were not necessarily tolerant of indigenous communist parties. Nasser's dependence on Soviet arms and aid, for example, did not deter him from repressing the Egyptian Communist Party. Soviet state interests thus provoked a loss of prestige in the international communist movement when Nasser ignored Soviet pleas to release Egyptian communists. Once the Sino-Soviet dispute began, and the Soviet leadership found that in addition to its competition with the West it also had to vie with China for influence in the Third World and for leadership of the international communist movement, the loss of prestige became a heavy cost. Egypt offered a second important lesson about Soviet, Third World relations. Becoming committed to countries involved in chronic conflict provided opportunities that rarely outweighed the attendant costs and dangers. Over the years, successive Soviet leaders learned that when a client armed with Soviet weapons was defeated with relative ease in a regional conflict, the reputation of the Soviet Union inevitably suffered. Moreover, it was expensive to resupply that ally and virtually impossible to refuse to do so. In a competitive tripolar world, abandoning a client would leave a vacuum to be filled by either the United States or China. These lessons did not immediately temper Soviet policy, and relations with the Third World expanded. Although Soviet support for Patrice Lumumba in the Congo in 1960 did not meet with the approval of the majority of African leaders, the winds of change, as Macmillan called decolonization in Africa, presented further opportunities to extend Soviet influence in that continent. Many African leaders believed that the USSR offered a political and economic model that could help them cope with the daunting tasks of development and modernization. Although they did not necessarily accept Marxist-Leninist doctrine, they adopted party and state structures and embarked upon economic policies that resembled those of the Soviet Union. Many of them proclaimed that they were establishing an indigenous type of Afro-socialism. Khrushchev and his colleagues distrusted homegrown variations of socialism, and they coined the term national democracy to describe countries that set up one-party states and adopted state-owned and directed economic policies. Relations with Guinea, Mali, Ghana, and Algeria were established in the optimistic expectation that all four countries were firmly pro-Soviet and would eventually grow over to socialism via non-capitalist development. 6. Khrushchev's colleagues were less optimistic than he was about the prospects for socialism in Africa. Moreover, they believed that the aid he bestowed was more lavish than the Soviet economy could sustain. Directed at conspicuous, often unsuitable projects, it gave meager economic and unreliable political returns. His policy in Africa was listed among the many reasons given for deposing him. Their doubts appeared well founded in the next few years. Soviet policy in Africa suffered a severe blow when Ben Bella was replaced as leader of Algeria in 1965, Nkrumah was overthrown in Ghana in 1966 and a military coup removed Keita in Mali in 1968.7. In each case, their successors turned away from the Soviet Union. The lesson this provided for the Soviet leaders was that their natural allies in Africa were unreliable. For all their criticisms, however, Khrushchev's successors found it extremely difficult to learn from his mistakes. For one thing, when a national liberation movement was led by a Marxist party, or when a new regime took power and declared that it had embarked upon a path of socialist orientation, it seemed incumbent upon the Soviet leadership to offer verbal and practical support. After all, although Chinese policy in the Third World had become more moderate, competition with China remained an important aspect of Soviet foreign policy. Secondly, notwithstanding détente, the Soviet leadership still vied with the United States for influence in the Third World. Furthermore, as military aid increasingly displaced economic aid as the main instrument of Soviet policy in Africa, the Soviet Union inevitably became drawn into conflicts from which it could not withdraw without endangering its allies. In the 1970s, therefore, far from withdrawing from Africa, the Brezhnev leadership became more deeply involved in the continent. Moreover, there were two important shifts from past policy in Africa. The movements assisted by the Soviet Union professed to be Marxist rather than nationalist, and the Soviet Union now had the military power and logistic reach to assist them far more directly in their bid for power. When the Portuguese Empire in southern Africa collapsed, for example, Cuban soldiers and Soviet arms and logistic support enabled the popular movement for the liberation of Angola to come to power in 1975. However, when its defeated rivals began to receive aid from South Africa and the United States, the lesson initially learned in the Middle East was reiterated. It became clear that without continued and increasing military assistance the MPLA government would probably lose the civil war. The same thing happened when the United States withdrew aid from Ethiopia in 1977 and the Soviet Union stepped into the breach. Cuban troops and Soviet military assistance were required, first to repel Somalia's territorial claims on the Ogaden, and then to help Mengistu deal with separatist movements in Eritrea and Tigray province. And here too there seemed to be no way of withdrawing support without endangering the Mengistu government. In both cases the Soviet Union became inextricably drawn into intractable local conflicts. The costs to the Soviet Union of involvement in these conflicts in Africa were very high. Apart from the expense of providing arms to governments that could not afford to pay for them, Soviet policy in Africa aroused suspicions in the West that the Soviet Union was using détente to make incursions into areas which had traditionally belonged in the Western sphere of influence. For this and other reasons, East-West relations began to deteriorate. 8 This was a serious blow to Brezhnev, who certainly ranked détente higher in his list of foreign policy priorities than relations with less developed countries in Africa or elsewhere. Moreover, it soon became clear that Soviet and Cuban intervention in these conflicts was counterproductive. It stiffened the resistance of the insurgency movements and exacerbated the conflicts, particularly when President Reagan adopted the policy of giving American support to local counter-revolutionary forces that opposed communist governments. Soviet allies required ever greater military aid, but they were no closer to victory over their opponents. Despite the lessons learned soon after the Soviet Union became involved in Africa, by 1985 the Soviet government was more involved in the continent than under Khrushchev, and its policy was, on balance, less successful than the former leader's policy had been. This was one reason why commitments began to be scaled down even before the Soviet Union disintegrated. Disillusion with African economic prospects. It is ironic that at the same time as the Soviet Union became more deeply entrenched in Africa, Soviet scholars and policy makers began to re-evaluate the economic and political prospects of the poorest LDCs. Although the reassessment was not restricted to Africa, many of the African states that proclaimed themselves socialist-oriented were, in fact, amongst the most impoverished countries in the world. They therefore provided some of the prime examples of the difficulties entailed in making the transition from socialist orientation to socialism. Soviet theorists had always believed that underdevelopment was caused by exploitation, first of the colonies and then of newly independent countries, by the industrialized capitalist states. Moreover, it had always been taken for granted that socialist development was both more efficient and less destructive than capitalist development, since it did not involve the exploitation of one class by another. When decolonization began, therefore, it seemed self-evident that the countries that chose a non-capitalist path of development would develop faster and more successfully than those that became capitalist. They would avoid the disadvantages of belonging to the capitalist international economic system and having to rely on capitalist aid that produced the phenomenon of neocolonialism. Furthermore, on the basis of Lenin's theory of uneven development, it was thought that the disinterested aid offered by socialist states would enable socialist-oriented states to make the transition to socialism without having to go through a capitalist stage of development. 9. By the end of the 1970s, it was clear that Soviet theorists had been far too optimistic. There were many examples of socialist-oriented states that were in a far worse economic predicament than their capitalist neighbors. In Africa, in particular, some of the very poorest states seemed to have adopted a socialist orientation. And even if it was true that socialist aid could enable these states to grow over into socialism, the declining Soviet economy could not afford aid in sufficient quantities. A number of leading academics and senior officials in the CPSU Central Committee apparatus began to examine the problems of economic development in socialist-oriented states. One outcome of this investigation was a new awareness of the difference between socialist orientation and socialism and the difficulty of traversing the distance between them. 10. Contrary to their previous assumptions, theorists now maintain that socialist-oriented states remain tied to the capitalist international economic system. They should therefore pursue pragmatic economic policies, encouraging foreign investment to stimulate domestic development, permitting the establishment of capitalist enterprises and private farms, and reducing the size of the state sector. In effect, policies resembling those of the new economic policy period in the Soviet Union in the 1920s were proposed for the socialist-oriented states. 11 Later, when perestroika began, they were to be proposed for the Soviet Union as well. Soviet theorists also became very critical of the political situation in many socialist-oriented states. They recognized that factors like illiteracy and an undifferentiated class structure made the formation of vanguard parties difficult. But they pointed out that even when they existed, they were really pre-Marxist-Leninist parties, and there was often a gulf between the masses and the ruling groups. Moreover, corruption, tribalism, distortions of power and leftist excesses were not uncommon within the ruling groups. 12 Leaders of vanguard parties were advised to broaden their parties, to eradicate tribalism and religion through educational and ideological work, and to train their cadres properly. One prominent expert, by reputation and previous writing a die-hard conservative, advocated greater political pluralism. 13. The deteriorating Soviet economy goes some way towards explaining the disillusion with the lack of economic development in socialist-oriented LDCs. Impatience with the many obvious political problems was probably caused in part by the seeming impossibility of ending the civil conflicts to which they seemed prone. But the Soviet response to the call for a new international economic order offers a further clue to the new harsh judgments about the Third World. Although Soviet policymakers supported demands for a NIEO in general terms, they resented the assumption of Third World leaders that socialist states should take equal responsibility with capitalist states for compensating for their economic underdevelopment. In other words, although they recognized that their earlier expectations of rapid development towards socialism had been naive, most theorists still believed that capitalist exploitation exacerbated underdevelopment and that properly applied socialist policies would foster economic growth. They still assumed that the Soviet Union had a successful development model to offer the Third World. 14 When Gorbachev became General Secretary, of course, the model itself was called into question. It is clear from the work that was published in the 1970s about socialist orientation that Soviet disillusion with economic and political developments in the socialist-oriented African countries was already well established when the reform of the principles and practice of Soviet foreign policy began in 1985. Let us turn now to the new political thinking about the Third World and the way it affected Soviet policy in Africa. The new political thinking. The new political thinking represented the foreign counterpart to domestic perestroika. It was the name given to the theory which, Gorbachev maintained, would underpin Soviet foreign policy in the future. It took a while to translate the new principles into action, but it was soon obvious that Gorbachev intended a revision of past doctrine that was much more far-reaching than the changes introduced by Khrushchev in 1956. Many aspects of the new political thinking had direct implications for Soviet policy in Africa, but the overriding change that would affect all future policy concerned the definition of security. Absolute security had seemed unattainable to classical Marxist-Leninist theorists, given the inherently conflictual nature of class and international relations. The best that could be achieved before the establishment of international socialism was the precarious temporary security offered by defense preparedness and deterrence. In other words, Soviet theorists and policy makers saw security essentially in military terms. Like most Western strategists, they also had a zero-sum view of security, for one side in an adversarial relationship to enjoy more security, the other had to suffer less. The new political thinkers completely reversed the old ideas about security, insisting that military means alone would not achieve security, because it was a political problem. Therefore it could only be achieved by political means, in particular political cooperation. They pointed out, moreover, that perceiving security in zero-sum terms created insecurity by producing a security dilemma. Attempts by one side to increase its security at the expense of its adversaries produced an equal and opposite response, and the insecurity of both sides therefore automatically increased. In fact, security was indivisible, international, and interdependent, and this meant that more security for one state produced more for all. Indeed, unless there was international security, there could be no national security. Point 15. The new thinking about security meant that Soviet support for the national liberation struggle could no longer be taken for granted. It also implied that Soviet clients should pursue national security not by increasing the military aid they received, but by seeking political solutions to their security problems. Moreover, the Third World would no longer be an area for zero-sum competition between the superpowers. Perhaps the most important foreign policy aim of the Gorbachev leadership was to re-establish good relations with the West. The new political thinking indicated that it was now accepted that Soviet activism in the Third World had been one of the major causes of the deterioration in détente from the mid-1970s. Re-establishing détente, therefore, required a retrenchment of Soviet activity in controversial areas, in other words, in the Third World. The new thinking about regional conflict spelt this out even more clearly. Previously, Soviet theorists had believed that conflict was an inherent feature of the international relations between the two opposing socio-economic systems as well as between LDCs and the imperialist countries. Although they claimed that the Soviet Union never instigated conflict, they saw interstate conflict as potentially beneficial, since it served to weaken the imperialist system and bring international revolution closer. The new political thinkers were far more wary of conflict. They believed that even local conflict was extremely dangerous because of the propensity of conflict to spread geographically from one area to another. Local conflict, therefore, could quite easily escalate into an international confrontation between the two superpowers. Moreover, they pointed out that conflict also tended to escalate from one issue to others. It was essential, therefore, that economic or political conflict was resolved before it could be transformed into military confrontation. They no longer maintained that imperialism was the sole source of conflict but admitted that in the past socialist policies had sometimes caused conflict. They also recognized that a major cause of conflict was misperception. Whatever the cause, however, the cure they offered seemed deceptively simple: local conflicts had to be prevented from spreading or becoming violent, and political settlements had to be found for those that had already erupted into war. The two superpowers, by virtue of their status, had a special responsibility to cooperate in sponsoring and supporting the policies of national reconciliation required to achieve a political settlement to regional conflict. 16. The new political thinking about conflict signaled a determination to extricate the Soviet Union from the regional conflicts in which it was involved. While the theory did not confine itself to Africa, two of the most intractable military conflicts in the Third World were taking place on that continent, and the Soviet Union was involved in both. And it was here that the application of the new political thinking about conflict was most clearly observed. Soviet clients in Angola and Ethiopia were encouraged to seek political settlements to their conflicts, even if these required abandoning some of their political and economic principles. In both cases, Cuba also had to be persuaded of the need to pursue political solutions to the conflicts. Unlike the conflict in Afghanistan, where Soviet participation in the attempt to find an acceptable political solution was direct, the Soviet Union took an indirect part in the negotiations over Angola. In December 1988, an agreement was signed between Angola, Cuba, and South Africa. South Africa would withdraw its troops from southern Angola and allow Namibian independence in return for a phased withdrawal of Cuban troops from Angola beginning in January 1989 and to be completed by July 1991. As far as Ethiopia was concerned, the Soviet Union encouraged Mengistu to cooperate in peace talks but restricted itself to a backroom role. The talks foundered, as much because the Eritrean and Tigrayan leaders were determined to force a military solution as through Mengistu's reluctance to negotiate. On May 21, 1991, Mengistu was forced to flee Ethiopia and the civil war finally ended. By 1990, therefore, the new thinking about conflict had enabled the Soviet Union to extricate itself from its military involvement in Africa, even if the simple solutions to those regional conflicts promised by the theory remained unrealized. As we have seen, disillusion with Third World economic and political development predated Gorbachev's accession to power. But the analysis of the problems of the LDCs continued under the auspices of the new political thinking, and it reached even more pessimistic conclusions about the economic future of the socialist-oriented states. Some theorists abandoned the idea that socialist-oriented states could, with aid from the socialist states, progress directly from feudalism to socialism, avoiding a capitalist stage of development. They pointed out that the historical examples of such a transition had required massive aid from the former colonizers themselves. 17 The implication was that if the People's Republic of the Congo, for example, was to proceed directly to socialism, it could do so only with sufficient aid from France. It was not long before the very concept of socialist orientation began to be called into question, particularly in relation to African countries. One theorist explained that in countries with rudiments of capitalism, such as Angola or Mozambique, the revolutionaries who came to power had no particular difficulty in committing themselves to a socialist orientation and carrying out important changes in the superstructure. But these countries have so far been unable to create a basis, in particular a technological and economic component, adequate to the people's democratic stage of the revolution. As regards the social foundation of the revolution, it is now much weaker due to economic decline than at the very beginning of the revolution. 18. There was, in fact, a pragmatic reason for repudiating the idea that socialist aid could enable Third World countries to make the transition from socialist orientation to socialism. By this time, Soviet policymakers were more concerned with making Soviet foreign policy profitable than with the future development of the countries for which they had previously felt a special responsibility. The further the Soviet Union itself moved from the old command administrative system towards a market economy, the more socialist-orientated states were advised to adopt similar reforms. On the one hand, therefore, Soviet foreign policy was to be de-ideologized and a more even-handed policy was to be adopted in the Third World, in order to seek economically beneficial relations with richer countries. On the other hand, Soviet economists abandoned the idea that there were two separate world economic systems. The problems of economic development and modernization were, they explained, global problems, and they required global and interdependent solutions. In other words, the developed world as a whole should share the responsibility of addressing the third world debt crisis, the increasing gap between North and South, and the problem of poverty and resource depletion. 19. Once the new principles of Soviet foreign policy were put into practice, they could not fail to affect Soviet-African relations. Soviet policy changed in two ways. First, as we have seen above, the Soviet Union withdrew from areas of conflict and scaled down its military and economic aid to socialist-oriented states. 22. The new political thinkers advocated seeking new relations, and the Soviet Union expanded the number and variety of third world countries with which it had diplomatic relations. Soon, however, domestic events began to influence foreign policy more profoundly than the translation of principle into practice. The effects of perestroika, democratization, and glasnost. Perestroika was, at first, little more than an economic reform program aimed at making the Soviet economy more efficient both through domestic restructuring and through attracting Western credits and investments. This required improving East-West relations, and since Soviet Third World policy had in large part been responsible for the deterioration in those relations after 1975, there was a very direct relationship between perestroika and the changes in Soviet policy in Africa. The next phase of the domestic reform process, democratization and glasnost, also affected Soviet foreign policy. For one thing, when glasnost was extended to the realm of foreign policy, questions and criticism began to appear in the press about Soviet policy in the Third World. For another, when a permanent representative legislature with proper legislative power was elected, Soviet deputies began to take an active interest in foreign policy as they tried to make Soviet officials accountable to the USSR Supreme Soviet. They also used Supreme Soviet sessions to criticize the foreign minister, and although in general more attention was paid to what one might call high politics, Soviet policy in Africa was also affected, particularly when Soviet foreign aid became a controversial matter. But the most serious constraint on Soviet foreign policy was caused by domestic economic decline. The more the internal chaos increased, the less energy there was to pursue foreign policy except in relation to those countries from which the Soviet Union itself hoped to get economic assistance. As we have seen, the new concepts about how to deal with regional conflict began almost immediately to affect Soviet policy in Africa, particularly in relation to the civil wars in Angola and Ethiopia. But the new political thinkers also advocated expanding Soviet relations to establish normal commercial links with more prosperous countries. The retreat from some areas, therefore, was accompanied by a simultaneous expansion elsewhere. The most striking demonstration of this dual policy was Eduard Shevardnadzi's tour of 7 African countries in March 1990, the first visit by a Soviet foreign minister to sub-Saharan Africa. The primary purpose of Shevardnadzi's journey was to attend Namibia's independence celebrations. In one sense, therefore, the journey symbolized Moscow's retreat from southern Africa and the end of Soviet involvement in its civil wars. But Shevardnadzi's visit to Windhoek also gave him the opportunity to pursue the other goal advocated by the new political thinking, the expansion of Soviet contacts with richer African countries, and, in taking advantage of the opportunity, he demonstrated that Soviet support for the national liberation struggle had come to an end. The only struggle that had not yet been won was in South Africa. Although Nelson Mandela had been released from jail and the African National Congress, which had always enjoyed Moscow's support, had been legalized, the majority population of South Africa did not yet have the franchise. International economic sanctions against South Africa were still in force, and African leaders in particular believed that South Africa should not be readmitted to a respectable position in the international system before an irreversible improvement in the situation of the black population had been achieved. When Shevardnadze had a private meeting with President de Klerk of South Africa in Windhoek during the independence celebrations, therefore, the event served as a dramatic indication of the change in Soviet foreign policy. Furthermore, it proved that Gorbachev and Shevardnadze were prepared to risk the displeasure of traditional allies in return for the perceived advantages of initiating new contacts. Although Shevardnadze insisted afterwards that there could be no question of diplomatic relations with South Africa before the complete elimination of apartheid, both sides expressed their determination to continue lower-level political contacts. 21 In fact, had it not been for the breakup of the USSR in December 1991, President Gorbachev would have proved Shevardnadze wrong. Although Nelson Mandela, now president of the ANC, had not yet visited the Soviet Union, President de Klerk secured an invitation to Moscow in December 1991 to sign a protocol on the establishment of full diplomatic relations. He cancelled his trip at the last minute when it became obvious that Gorbachev would no longer be president by the time he arrived. 22. In March 1990, Shevardnadze also visited Angola, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Nigeria. In each country his task was to explain why and how Soviet policy had changed and to reassure established partners that de-ideologization did not imply abandoning them, but turning their cooperation from a one-way street into something that actually benefits the Soviet Union as well. Above all, his aim was to persuade the Soviet Union's debtors to repay at least part of their debt to the Soviet Union. 23. Shevardnadze also hoped to expand Soviet foreign trade with some of the capitalist developing countries in Africa, but he had limited success in this endeavor. One problem was that trade with sub-Saharan Africa had been falling throughout the 1980s, and it was very difficult to reverse the trend at a time of great turmoil in the Soviet Union and tremendous economic hardship in most African countries, whether socialist-oriented or capitalist. A more serious difficulty was the basic lack of economic complementarity between most African countries and the USSR, which reduced the scope for exchange. Although some Soviet Africanists proposed ways in which to improve the situation and pointed out that Africa was one of the few places where Soviet manufactures were competitive, their accusation that government officials and new Soviet businessmen preferred to stroll down the Champs-Élysées or Broadway, to take a look at the Emperor's Palace in Japan, and therefore look to the developed industrialized countries for expanding Soviet foreign trade, accurately reflected the preoccupations of most people during Perestroika. 24. It might perhaps have been possible to expand Soviet trade with Africa by offering new credits. But by then aid had become a controversial issue. In March 1990 a list was published of the money owed to the Soviet Union. The total debt came to 85,000 million rubles. The greatest debtors were not, in fact, African countries but Cuba, Mongolia, and Vietnam, classified in the Soviet Union as fully fledged socialist countries. But Ethiopia, Angola, and Mozambique also had huge outstanding debts, while Zambia, Nigeria and Tanzania owed lesser, but substantial, amounts. Africa as a whole was responsible for 15.7% of the total debt. 25 2 years later the amount owed to the Soviet Union by African countries had risen from 13,388.6 to 13,936.6 million rubles. 26. The critical reaction to the publication of these figures meant that foreign trade could not be expanded by extending further credits. Radical critics were particularly concerned by the amount of aid and trade that was devoted to arms. 27 But by now, in any case, the amount of money allocated to aid in the annual budget had been falling steadily, reflecting as much the deterioration in the domestic economy as the new charity begins at home attitudes that were becoming prevalent. In 1989, for example, 12,500 million rubles had been allocated for aid. In 1990 the amount was reduced to 9,300 million rubles, and when the 1991 budget was published, the aid allocation had fallen to 400 million rubles. 28. The Soviet government was criticized not only by reformers for wasteful policies in the Third World, there were equally forceful voices from the conservative end of the political spectrum, objecting that the abandonment of the Third World represented a betrayal of class interests in Soviet foreign policy. Two Soviet analysts detected three schools of thought in the USSR about foreign policy. Conservatives advocated a return to a class approach, Pragmatists wanted the Soviet government to shed burdensome commitments, while Westernizers disapproved of the frequent gaps between the new political thinking and the actual practice of Soviet foreign policy. 29 Much of the debate between these schools of thought appeared in the pages of scholarly journals and serious newspapers. But their arguments became part of the struggle for political power at the end of 1990 and in the first half of 1991. However, whereas the rise in conservative influence sometimes had a direct impact on Soviet policy in Europe, the arguments about Africa and the Third World did not really affect policy. 30. It can be argued that whether there was continuity in Soviet policy towards Africa from the middle of 1990 to the middle of 1991, or whether Soviet policy changed, was a function of the inertia of standard operating procedures rather than the result of the active pursuit of a new foreign policy line. There were two reasons for this. First, the pressing nature of other foreign policy concerns, the question of German reunification, for example, and later the Gulf War, occupied the entire attention of the Soviet leadership. Relations with Africa were a very low priority in comparison with these issues. Second, the deepening economic and political crisis within the Soviet Union acted as a constraint on any new initiatives in Africa or elsewhere. As one analyst pointed out, the economic crisis, the development demands of the country, the necessity of concentrating on the domestic situation and geopolitical changes have seriously reduced the effectiveness of traditional levers and instruments of influence of our state. 31. The result, he said, was a strengthening of the tendency towards neo-isolation which had been developing gradually since the middle of 1990. Although this analyst was primarily concerned with Soviet and Russian policy in Europe, his diagnosis equally reflected Soviet relations with Africa. In the aftermath of the August coup, the domestic economic situation deteriorated even further and attempts to hold the USSR together dominated Soviet politicians. To all intents and purposes, there was no Soviet foreign policy between August and December 1991. When the Union was dissolved on December 25, 1991, Africa receded even further down the foreign policy priorities of the successor states. At the beginning of 1992 it became clear that for the immediate future the foreign policies of the successor states would be preoccupied with the immense problems of turning what had previously been domestic politics, the relationships between the republics, into what were now to be foreign relations among the republics themselves, and deciding what role, if any, the CIS would have in foreign policy. The foreign minister of the Russian Federation, for example, confirmed that the main priority of Russian diplomacy is the formation of the Commonwealth of Independent States. 32 As for relations with the outside world, all the successor states will certainly concentrate first on relations with those countries that can offer them the aid and support they urgently require. Moscow's venture into the African interior will not be resumed in the immediate future by Russia or by the other 14 successor states. Margot Light is a lecturer in the Department of International Relations at the London School of Economics and Political Science. The first version of this paper was presented at a conference on the retreat from Moscow at the University of Birmingham in September 1991. The author is grateful to Arnold Hughes and Michael Waller who encouraged her to rewrite it, and to James Mayall and Jack Spence for their instant responses to questions. One-party state, no-party state, multi-party state, 35 years of democracy, authoritarianism, and development in Ghana. Jeff Haynes. Ghana was the first sub-Saharan African country to attain independence in 1957. The victorious Independence Party, the Convention People's Party led by Kwame Nkrumah, ruled with a Marxist orientation until 1966. Since late 1981 the country has been ruled by the PNDC government of FLTLT. Jerry Rawlings. At the onset of PNDC rule, the dominant ideology appeared to be a variant of Marxism-Leninism. Over the next 10 years, however, the regime presided over a number of policy changes: the adoption of an IMF-supported economic recovery program, political decentralization, multi-party politics. The PNDC government has been applauded for its flexibility and criticized for its authoritarianism, as it performed political somersaults against a background of economic decline and political failure. When FLTLT Jerry Rawlings and his colleagues seized power in Ghana in a military coup on December 31, 1981, many, both within the country and without, expected his regime to be socialist or at least dirigiste in character. This derived both from the initial justificatory reasons for the coup, and from the nature of earlier regimes in Ghana. The first post-independence government, led by Kwame Nkrumah, ruled by means of a socialist-style single party, modeled on the CPSU, until ousted by the military in 1966. During much of the 1970s, a no-party, economic nationalist military regime held power. Rawlings himself had led a short-lived radical populist military junta in 1979 which had expressed a desire to change the economy towards a more socialist orientation. In 1981, he retook power with the aid of socialists and spoke their language, that of anti-imperialism. Initially, it appeared that his regime might repeat the one-party arrangement. Over time, however, its political focus changed. An early socialist orientation gave way to concerns with local-level democracy with a developmentalist focus, coupled with multi-party national politics. The regime introduced a democratic political system in 1988, based initially on district-level bodies, to be supplemented by a national-level assembly in 1993. Ghanaians, who had overwhelmingly welcomed independence from Britain in 1957, had very little, in concrete terms, to show for a quarter-century of freedom at the time of Rawlings's 1981 takeover. This was ironic given Ghana's earlier position, at independence, sub-Saharan Africa's wealthiest, best-educated state. The country had been endowed with an impressive transportation system and a British-trained, professional public service bureaucracy. Successive regimes attempted to realize the country's development potential by interventionist or timidly liberal measures. The results, however, were initially disappointing, then disastrous. Ghana managed to achieve only a decline in GDP per capita of some 0.8% a year between the mid-1960s and early 1980s. The explanation of Ghana's economic decline is partly the history of discredited theories of development, especially the big push and import substitution approaches that were influential in the 1950s and 1960s. In many ways, Ghana was a model for such development strategies, which stipulated that, in order to transcend structural dependency, it was necessary to plan economic activity centrally. Such planning, adopted by the apparently economically successful governments of the Soviet Union and its Eastern European satellites, and thus ipso facto worthy of emulation, encompassed a strong commitment to industrial development, protected by high trade barriers, thus substituting often inefficient domestic production for foreign imports which could have been financed more advantageously by more efficient production for export. The strategy involved extensive state intervention in extractive industries and in the biggest foreign exchange earning sector, in order to facilitate the expropriation of a large part of the value of farmers' output for development purposes. Economic decline quickened from the early 1970s. Under the kleptocratic government of General Akinpung, the export sector shrank and living standards of Ghanaians plummeted. 3 Successor regimes were unable to ameliorate the position. When Rawlings took power again in 1981, he asserted that the main reason for the failure of Ghana's economy was to be found in its position of subservience in the international economic system. Yet, paradoxically, in early 1983, an economic recovery program was launched with the backing of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, which by the end of the decade was lionized by the Western financial institutions as a rare African success story. Predictably enough, such measures aroused the ire of Rawlings's 2 socialist colleagues in the 7-member ruling Provisional National Defense Council, Chris Atim and Daniel Alalga Akitapour. In addition, a neo-Marxist intelligentsia, which had links with some junior army officers and a number of activists in the labor movement, attacked the ERP for ideological reasons. 4 This group was opposed in principle to the idea of dealings with the IMF and World Bank, which they saw as the public face of imperialism. Despite this opposition, however, Rawlings's regime implemented the liberalizing program with a high degree of consistency and determination. The ERP was of the type that became common throughout much of the continent during the 1980s and early 1990s, with measures including currency devaluation, withdrawal of government subsidies on a wide range of goods and services, privatization of certain state enterprises and reduction of expenditure on others, and the raising in real terms of agricultural producer prices. 5 In several African countries, including Algeria, Benin, Malawi, Tanzania, and Zambia, the severity of comparable economic recovery programs led to widespread, at times violent, popular condemnation of the governments that introduced them. 6 Remarkably, however, the PNDC government was able to oversee economic liberalization with neither undue popular protest nor governmental authoritarianism. Ghana is an early, and interesting, example of the now general African retreat from dirigiste, quasi-socialist, politically authoritarian policies, a development symbolized in the November 1991 ousting, by an overwhelming proportion of the popular vote, of the Zambian president, Kenneth Kaunda, and his ruling regime, after 27 years in power. 7 While neither Ghana nor Zambia were close allies of Moscow, other African states' governments, including Angola, Ethiopia, and Mozambique, enjoyed a long, and at times fruitful, relationship with the Soviet Union, before they too went down the road, sometimes hesitantly, of political pluralism and reform. 8 Yet, during the early 1980s, especially, Ghana's PNDC government did look towards Marxist Cuba and Arab, Islamic socialist Libya as development models. To understand what happened to alter the Rawlings regime's perceptions, we need to scrutinize its economic and political policies and objectives. To start with, however, we need to examine briefly earlier attempts in Ghana to rule through the medium of the one-party or no-party state in order to place Rawlings's reforms in perspective. One-party and no-party government in Ghana before the PNDC. Kwame Nkrumah, the Convention People's Party and African Liberation. Kwame Nkrumah, who died 20 years ago in exile in Conakry, Guinea, remains one of the more fascinating, and controversial, of Africa's political visionaries. Jackson and Rosberg's characterization of him as a political prophet is consistent with his post-mortem elevation to the pantheon of Africa's socialist martyr saints. 9 His international fame began during his imprisonment by the British authorities following a campaign of civil disorder in the Gold Coast in 1950. By 1952 Nkrumah had become prime minister, a position confirmed in 1957, when following two successive election victories for his political party, the Convention People's Party, he became the first leader of independent Ghana. The victory of Nkrumah and the CPP represented the epitome of Africa's anti-colonial revolution, the triumph of the principle of self-determination and racial equality over the baleful effects of European tutelage and paternalism. Nkrumah's oft-repeated maxim, "Seek ye first the political kingdom and all else will follow," expressed his conviction that only coordinated political action could result in a united, independent Africa to rival the United States, Western Europe, or the Soviet bloc as a comparable grouping. 10. The dream of continental unity and socialist development turned sour long before Nkrumah and the CPP's overthrow in February 1966. Nearly a decade of socialist-oriented policies resulted in severe shortages of basic commodities, soaring price inflation, plummeting real incomes and producer prices for Ghana's cocoa farmers, plus the incarceration of hundreds of the government's opponents. For these reasons, Nkrumah and his party's overthrow was welcomed by most ordinary Ghanaians. Yet, the very ease with which the regime was overthrown belied the contemporary conventional scholarly view of the CPP as a strong, well-organized mass party. 11 With the benefit of hindsight, it appears that the CPP's organizational and mobilizational capacity was based on patrimonial authority, built on a network of material incentives and rewards that provided the motive force of the political system. CPP leaders were by and large a gang of opportunists who combined a rhetorical identification with the longings of ordinary Ghanaians for economic well-being with a total surrender to the graft and corruption within which they immersed themselves. In this environment of politics as a means to reward, Nkrumah enjoyed a virtual monopoly of power. Assisting him were a cabal of foreign socialists who saw him and his regime as an instrument of their own designs to create a worldwide socialist revolutionary movement. Partly as a result of their influence, Nkrumah was led to proclaim the pursuit of a socialist development strategy, with predictably disastrous results given the political and economic realities of the country. 12. Nkrumah's writings reflect his twin obsessions with Ghana's economic independence and Africa's political unity. 13. His analysis of Ghana's society and economy was derived from a rather vulgar Leninism which sought to attribute the country's underdevelopment and reliance on the export of cocoa to the structure of imperialist monopoly capitalism. To break free from this stranglehold required not merely political independence but also economic self-reliance, a goal that necessarily implied, to Nkrumah's way of thinking, a socialist development strategy. If Ghanaians were to be delivered from poverty, inequality, ill health, and ignorance, then this could not be accomplished on the basis of a dependent, backward economy. Instead, Ghana's trading and raw material producing economic structure had to be transformed into a productive unit capable of bearing a superstructure of modern agriculture and industry, entailing public ownership of the means of production, the land and its resources. Through such a transformation, progressive, industrialized, socialist Ghana would be forged. 14. African political and economic unity was conceived as an integral part of Ghana's industrialization program, in that the essential industrial machine which alone can break the vicious cycle of Africa's poverty can only be built on a wide enough basis to make the take-off realistic, if it is planned on a continental scale. 15. In this respect, Nkrumah was a kind of African developmentalist Trotsky, in as much as he believed in the necessity of permanent revolution to achieve his goals. African unity was the political framework within which the process of erasing neocolonialism from the continent could proceed, while socialism symbolized the new order that had to replace the imperialist system of colonialism, neocolonialism, racism and apartheid. Together Pan-Africanism and socialism would coalesce into a progressive ideology for building a new Africa. The new political system had to be scientifically formulated and vigorously propagated. The military and police officers who overthrew him in 1966 proclaimed that they had been forced to take power because of the combined weight of economic failure, so disastrous that Ghana's development was severely stunted, and a political repression which, in the way that it silenced and imprisoned opponents, had all the hallmarks of the Soviet system that Ghana sought to emulate. 16. As a result, they conducted a campaign against what they considered to be manifestations of socialism. They banned the CPP and harassed former party leaders. Economic policy included the privatization of state enterprises, devaluation of the currency, and attempts to galvanize the productive sectors, including cocoa and minerals, by pricing inducements. Yet, the regime was unable to solve Ghana's problems by a reversal of Nkrumah's socialist policies. As a result, the military government was happy to give way to an elected civilian regime of liberal pretensions in 1969. Meanwhile, the ousted Nkrumah, from his exile in Guinea, shifted from his earlier eclectic socialism to a more orthodox scientific socialism. Indeed, he died in 1972 in a socialist clinic in Romania. Military rule in the 1970s, economic disarray and no party government. Less than 3 years later, in January 1972, the civilian government of Kofi Bizia was ejected by a military putsch, which aimed to reorientate the ideological direction of government once again. 17. Soon after coming to power, the regime's leader, General Kutu Akimpong, outlined his neo-Nkrumahist pretensions. The state is bound to play a forceful role, a leadership role in the development of the economy. We have to use state power to capture the commanding heights of the economy for Ghanaians. Our concern is to infuse a sense of economic patriotism under the direction of the state. 18. When his government later announced that it intended to reactivate various state enterprises left uncompleted or abandoned after Nkrumah's overthrow, it appeared that it wanted to implement a return to the socialist policies of the early 1960s. Yet, during the next 7 years, despite some early rhetorical allusions to the desirability of socialism and the baleful effects of imperialism and neocolonialism, The chief attribute of the military government was a single-minded, not to say slavish, devotion to personal greed and wealth accumulation. 19. Until about 1974, however, it appeared as though the National Redemption Council government was a purposive, serious government with nationalist, self-reliant leanings that was beginning to turn round Ghana economically after a decade or more of decline. One comment on the NRC summarizes well its early character and orientation: it was like a Boy Scoutish CPP in army uniforms. 20. To a considerable extent the name change to SMC marked both the end of the regime's nationalist economic pretensions and the consolidation of the process of cynical amassing all political, and most economic, power within the hands of a few senior military personnel. As popular opposition increased in the wake of economic hardships, the regime's mechanism to regularize the situation politically was by the planned creation of a union government. Akimpong sought to continue his rule through a no-party, tripartite arrangement involving the military, police and hand-picked civilians, following a referendum. 21. The referendum was held in a highly charged atmosphere in which the government blatantly advocated Unigov in the controlled media, whilst attempting to silence its opponents by using strong-arm tactics. Public meetings of the People's Movement for Freedom and Justice, formed by leading civilian politicians to canvass for a no vote, were broken up by variously titled groups of pro-government activists. 22. The result of the referendum, a 54.46% government majority, was widely understood to have been rigged, both in the sense that opposition groups had been gagged and in the way that the official voting returns reflected more the government's aspirations than the actual numbers of votes cast. Akimpong chose to interpret the result as conferring upon him a mandate to proceed with the introduction of union government. 23. Immediately after the referendum, the PMFJ was banned and its leaders incarcerated. Public hostility to Akimpong's actions led senior officers in the SMC to calculate that their best chance of retaining control lay in removing him from power, making him a scapegoat for what had happened. 24. As a result, in July 1978, Akimpong was removed from office in a palace coup and replaced by his second-in-command, General Fred Akufo. Akufo, in a measure designed to gain public support, legalized the formation of political parties to contest the general election scheduled for June 1979. In addition, his regime released those imprisoned for anti-Unigov activities and appointed a constituent assembly to formulate a new constitution. Akimpong was not brought to trial, but merely banished to his home village and stripped of his military rank and titles. As the date of the elections approached, rumors spread that Akufo had made a deal with aspirant politicians to give himself and other SMC members immunity from prosecution after the handover of power. 25. It was chiefly a burning sense of outrage and injustice occasioned by such rumors, as well as a serious decline in living standards, that led FLTLT Jerry Rawlings to lead a small-scale armed forces mutiny on May 15, 1979. Although Rawlings was arrested, 2 weeks later a successful military uprising erupted which resulted in his release and appointment as head of state, followed by the executions of, inter alia, Generals Akimpong and Akufo. After elections, a civilian government, led by Hila Lyman, whose party, the People's National Party, was a resuscitation of the CPP, came to power in September 1979. The incompetence and corruption of this regime contributed to its short life. In addition, its assiduous hounding of Rawlings helped to precipitate the coup of December 31, 1981. This time Rawlings said he wanted a revolution, something that would lead to an appreciably more just, equitable order in Ghana, in which ordinary people would have a say in how they were governed and in the direction of state policies. 26. Initially, it appeared as though members of the regime were united in this goal, but it soon became apparent that the route to the new Ghana lay down fundamentally different roads depending on the ideological perceptions of those involved. The regime was soon seen to have both its socialist and non-socialist adherents, a division made concrete in the form of a split between Rawlings and a group of economic liberals, on the one hand, and a socialist coterie, led by former student leader, Chris Atim, on the other. the Provisional National Defense Council government and its policies. Intra-regime economic disputes in 1982. The first substantive PNDC policy statement, the preamble to policy guidelines of the PNDC, principally written by Chris Atim and published in May 1982, highlighted the dominance of neo-Marxist ideas at the time, and presaged the economic policies that immediately followed. Point 27. In an attempt to reduce the amount of money in circulation, the PNDC called in the largest denomination bank notes, with only vague promises to reimburse holders later. In addition, compulsory price controls were imposed. Traders, who attempted to defy the fiat, were attacked by troops and self-styled civilian vigilantes. In a short-term measure to try to extricate thousands of tons of stockpiled cocoa, which could not be moved to the ports because of the lack of working vehicles and inadequate roads, the government established voluntary revolutionary task forces. Social measures were also introduced, designed to deal with the endemic corruption and exploitation, as well as to satisfy Ghanaians that the PNDC was serious about dealing with economic criminals. To this end, a rent control law was introduced, a citizens' vetting committee was established to investigate those accused of tax evasion, a national investigations committee was instituted to investigate corruption in public office, and, finally, a system of public tribunals was created, so that popular justice could be meted out as deemed appropriate. From the government's point of view, the measures provided a breathing space during which more substantive economic, political, and social policies could be formulated. There was little agreement between the neo-Marxists and the economic liberals as to how the economy was to be transformed. The former were apparently aware that economic reconstruction would be a long, slow process. They envisaged that this period would be useful for building socialism in Ghana. Community and workplace people's defense committees would serve a dual purpose, as political vehicles for the dominance of the working class, and as organizations for economic reconstruction. At the same time, a series of measures would be introduced to regain control of the economy from perceived Western domination, foreign-owned businesses to be expelled or taken over by cooperatives or the state, attempts made to develop locally appropriate technologies requiring fewer imports, a crash program of food crop planting to reduce food imports, and, as far as possible, Ghana's withdrawal from the capitalist world economy in order to develop local resources and human expertise. Without Western interference and with the assistance of the socialist states. Point 28. An alternative view, articulated by two of Rawlings's chief advisors, Drs. Joe Abbey and Kwasi Botchway, highlighted the hitherto predominant economic role of the state. Point 29. They argued that the country's economic decline had been caused chiefly by the long-term pursuit of monetary, fiscal, foreign exchange and pricing policies that had systematically destroyed or discouraged local production in agriculture and manufacturing. In short, they blamed poor and unworkable government policies rather than international or structural factors. The result, they argued, had been the virtual destruction of Ghana's export sector and hence the country's foreign exchange earning capability, the penalization of productive effort, hard work and creative initiative, and the creation of widespread corruption and exploitation within the public sector and without. They stressed the desirability of monetary incentives for producers to increase output. To begin economic recovery, they envisaged a 4-year recovery plan, much like the IMF-supported economic recovery program that was eventually adopted. Point 30. An IMF-supported ERP commenced from the April 1983 budget. In effect, the economic liberals had won the economic argument in the sense of persuading the dominant political figure, Rawlings, of the appropriateness of their policies, while he in turn had made the adoption of such a program possible by the defeat of the neo-Marxists politically, although the latter continued to seek his overthrow by means of several unsuccessful plots over the next 3 years. During 1982, the attempts to improve the economic situation had been dominated by a series of measures that included the hounding of the wealthy and the attempted imposition of widespread price controls. Yet, results were poor, GDP fell, industrial and agricultural output declined, while both exports and imports dropped both in volume and value, as Table 1 shows. Economic decline was by no means halted during 1982, nor was there any sign that improvements might come in the short or medium term by the continuation of such policies. Attempts to reverse public sector decline were ineffective, given the declining state of the country's infrastructure and because government wages and salaries were so low as to preclude normal workloads. In this context, price controls and measures to induce productive and bureaucratic efficiency by decree were ineffective. The maintenance of an official exchange rate of Ghana's currency, the cedi, at C2.75 equals $1, against a black market rate of C55 equals $1, completed the already well-advanced flight of economic transactions from the state's influence. Yet the PNDC, and especially Rawlings, did manage to create an image of honesty, integrity, concern, and energy notably lacking in governments since the early days of Nkrumah's rule 25 years earlier. This was of crucial importance given the short to medium-term gloomy economic prognosis suggested by Rawlings at the end of 1982. In short, the government's image rather than actions helped to create the conditions for the political acceptance of the economic recovery program. Differing perspectives on the organs of popular power and political democratization in the early years of the PNDC. In pursuit of its proclaimed objectives both to decentralize and to democratize the country's politics and administration, the PNDC encouraged the formation of People's Defense Committees. As described by Rawlings, the aim was to allow the hitherto oppressed and exploited to form structures that would later choose delegates or representatives to a National Assembly. 31 The idea was that the new forms of representation would be capable of guaranteeing the democratic exercise of power by Ghanaians in pursuit of their own interests. Rawlings considered that Western-style parliamentarianism and its vehicle, the allegedly divisive political party system, was unsuitable for Ghana. Rawlings's conception of the PDCs closely resembled Libya's Jamahiriya model of popular government, a form of political structure he viewed with enthusiasm following a visit to Libya in 1980.32. According to Gaddafi's well-known third theory, a state of the masses is the only viable alternative to the communist-capitalist dichotomy. Through popular congresses, the people supposedly rule themselves with only minimal intervention from central government. In Libya, these are a substitute for parliamentary democracy, and hence make it unnecessary, in Gaddafi's view at least, to have divisive political parties. In the same view, socialism entails the domination of the society by one part of it, one class, and thus cannot be a basis for just government. To surmount the problem, government would be in the hands of the individual members of the people. 33 This would be accomplished by devolving central powers to districts and by ensuring that local people exercised power through grassroots popular committees. Following the Libyan example, Rawlings described the PDCs as the new organs of popular power. To him, the aim of popular political mobilization centered on the involvement of the entire community in the process of local development. Ordinary Ghanaians, he argued, could realize their innate potential for improving their lives by collective action. To use Frere's terminology, he considered that conscientization would develop following community discussion, reflection and, finally, action. 34. A second approach to the issue of popular mobilization and organization was held by PNDC members Chris Atim and Daniel Alalga Akitapor, and by members of the Radical Socialist June 4 movement. They believed that the PDCs should be vehicles of the working class along the lines of the Cuban model, from which traditional leaders, rich business people, senior civil servants, and other alleged class enemies and exploiters would be excluded. PDCs were to be instruments of class struggle, expressions of workers' power. Thus, the PDCs would be an appropriate form of political vanguard to induce revolutionary change by attacking the class structure and eventually helping to achieve a victory for socialism. Akitapor announced in May 1982 that PDCs are going to be developed into people's congresses, workers and peasants will be represented on these congresses at district, regional and national levels. 35 Elaborating on this concept, Atim envisaged a country in which there is genuine democracy, where the broad mass of our people are actually participating in the day-to-day decision-making process. This they would do, through the district, regional and even national people's assemblies, and through these people's assemblies the broad mass of the people shall participate in the affairs of state. 36. Whereas Rawlings had initially been an arbitrator between the neo-Marxists and the economic liberals, as time went on he gradually identified himself more and more with the latter. The frustrations of the socialists came to a head in late 1982 when a half-hearted attempt to take over power by the JFM was thwarted. Rawlings used the opportunity to purge the PNDC of socialists. Akatapur was imprisoned and Atim fled to Britain and exile. Notwithstanding Atim's pronouncement, the proposed people's assemblies, to be built on the foundations of the PDCs, did not come to fruition in the form that he anticipated. In fact, the characteristics, nature, and objectives of the PDCs were the second important issue dividing the government. Rawlings was so disappointed by the failure of the PDCs to make progress, and their frequent takeover by individuals who appeared to be more concerned with personal aggrandizement than community development, that he became convinced that they were not appropriate vehicles of political mobilization. The PDCs were abolished in late 1984, when it became clear that their unpopularity made it most unlikely that they would serve a useful political purpose. The district assemblies, another attempt at popular democratization. In 1987, Rawlings announced a program designed to decentralize and democratize Ghana's administration and politics. Its main feature was to be the establishment of 110 district assemblies following elections to be held in 2 stages in December 1988 and February 1989. During 1990–91 there ensued a government-controlled, yet public, debate over what form of political structures would be most appropriate in the future. The interim results of the debate were presented in mid-1991. They were to form the basis for discussions on the content and form of a new Ghanaian constitution, to be drafted by the end of 1991 by a government-appointed 258-member Constituent Assembly. 37. International developments in the late 1980s, especially the dramatic ending of communist rule in Eastern Europe, helped to bring to the fore the issue of appropriate political reforms in sub-Saharan Africa. Many governments, including Ghana's, faced demands for the introduction of competitive party politics, a request initially refused by the PNDC but allowed in 1991. Apart from domestic pressure from the Movement for Freedom and Justice and other groups, international financial agencies, such as the IMF and the World Bank, and foreign governments, including those of Britain and the USA, made it plain that aid flows could be reduced if fairly speedy democratic reforms did not take place in these countries, including Ghana. 38. It would not be correct, however, to see the PNDC's decentralization and democratization program as a reaction to the clamor of both African and international demands for political reforms in the 1990s, given that the first such program was announced in 1983.39. The PNDC found itself in the difficult position of needing to show commitment to political democratization, to satisfy both domestic and international interests, while at the same time stagnating world prices for cocoa exports, as well as the cost of Ghana's peacekeeping force in the Liberian Civil War, severely reduced the government's room for maneuver. The picture was complicated by its nationalistic response to the calls for the introduction of political reforms. Given that the Rawlings regime overthrew the democratically elected government of Hilla Liman, it could be regarded as both inconsistent and defeatist to bow to Western pressures to resuscitate such an apparently discredited system. Yet after nearly a decade of the Provisional National Defense Council and frequent promises to pass power to the people, the regime could not be seen to be doing nothing towards the goal of regularizing the political situation. Its solution to the problem was to refer to an idealized vision of Ghana's pre-colonial past as a pattern for politics in the future. Commentators such as Kofi Awuner, Ghana's ambassador to Cuba, waxed lyrical in print about how in the past, by means of debate and eventual consensus, community decisions were arrived at, through the mediation and coordination of the local chief. 40 British colonialism, it was argued, destroyed this democratic system, replacing it with a political agenda based on the experiences and development of Western Europe that were quite inappropriate to the needs of Ghana. The imposition of this alien system was the root cause of Ghana's remarkable political instability in the 25 years since the overthrow of Kwame Nkrumah. In this context, the No Party, DA elections of late 1988 and early 1989 should be seen as an attempt to develop a particularly Ghanaian form of democracy based on no-party local politics at the grassroots. District Assembly members, 2/3 elected by popular vote for a 3-year term, started work in March 1989. The assemblies, in the 110 districts, assumed responsibility for 22 decentralized state institutions, including ministries. The PNDC was able to exercise a veto on the 1/3 of DA members appointed rather than elected. It was not the case, however, that nominated members were the ears and eyes of the PNDC at local level. Rather, they were a mixture of traditional rulers and technical experts in such areas as law, medicine, the natural environment, business, and accountancy, whose expertise was of inestimable value to the DAS and complemented the political skills of elected members. At the same time, however, the PNDC government retained a degree of control of the DAS through its appointment of district secretaries to chair the powerful executive committees of the DAS, and by its partial control of financial resources. 41. Official voting figures for the district elections indicated a turnout of 58.9% of registered voters, with 89.5% of the adult population registering. This compares favorably to the 18.4% turnout registered in the last district-level elections in November 1978 during the time of General Akufo's discredited government. 42 There were some major disparities between urban and rural areas, however. Rural districts such as Nudwal and Sisala had 70 and 79% polls respectively, while Abel Kuma and Kapeshi in metropolitan Accra recorded only half as large turnout, 37 and 34% respectively. West Africa magazine argued that high turnouts in rural areas and newly created districts could best be attributed to effective PNDC propaganda for the district assemblies as powerful vehicles for local development. New districts took the elections as a serious opportunity to catch up with the old districts. 43 It may also be argued that local chiefs, still powerful in many rural areas, were instrumental in getting their people to vote, whereas in cities like Accra, where the system of chiefs has generally atrophied, such an impetus to vote was missing. In addition, urban dwellers may have considered that the DAS would not be able to challenge the dominance of the center and, as a result, often neglected to cast their ballots. It is the case that the potential for autonomous action on the part of the DAS was limited, as any new laws would need to be vetted by central government. 44. The government's position was put forward in the media, in television and radio programs, newspaper articles, speeches, and seminars. It tried to push its own vision of the political future. This was that district-level bodies would be supplemented by a national representative body, perhaps with 2 DA members representing each district. In addition, special interest groups such as farmers, trade unions, chiefs, and the police and the armed forces would have a number of representatives in the roughly 250-seat National Assembly. The idea was that the PNDC would oversee the introduction of such a system before abolishing itself. The election of a president of Ghana for a maximum of 2 5-year terms would follow. Regional-level bodies were eschewed in this perspective, because of fears of the revival of regionalism. Regional consultative and coordinating bodies would be retained, however. It was clear that the government was setting the agenda, both by its dismissal of groups like the MFJ which called for multi-party democracy, and by its control of the media and its stage managing of the regional seminars held in 1990–91 to discuss the political future. Most of the speakers at these events were in agreement with the PNDC's plan for future politics. It was noticeable that no dissident groups were allowed to address the assembled delegates. It was not announced how long it would take to implement any changes in the political agenda, but the PNDC Secretary for Local Government, Kwamina Awa, intimated in an interview in August 1990 that it might take from 3 to 5 years. 45 As noted earlier, however, the government's chosen arrangements were reformed by the grudging acceptance of the principle of multi-party politics in 1991, although parties were not to be allowed until after the Constituent Assembly had finished its deliberations at the end of the year. 46. The PNDC government appeared to be sincere in its desire to develop subnational structures with sufficient autonomy and resources to carry out their tasks. Yet, to date, aspirations remain clearer than results. Tensions and conflicts over control and distribution of political power remain, reflecting the PNDC's continuing suspicion of giving Ghanaians sufficient political autonomy for the decentralization process to come to full fruition. 47 Having ruled for a decade by the end of 1991, and having established a relatively high degree of political stability, the regime was understandably loath to instigate political measures that might weaken that stability. Opposition political groups, both within Ghana and without, claimed that the district assembly system was a sham and a fraud, a mechanism to keep in power the U regime of Rawlings. Given the issue of alleged U domination of the Rawlings government, and more generally the frequently ethnically oriented political structures in Africa, we now turn briefly to an assessment of the charge of ethnicity leveled at the PNDC. The PNDC, NU regime. Most African states are characterized by a high degree of social pluralism, a low level of national integration, and marked inequalities in the distribution of resources between regional and ethnic communities. In these circumstances, communal cleavages tend to be viewed as potential sources of tension. Ghana is no exception. There have been occasions when Ghanaian governments, rather than trying to reduce and depoliticize communal tensions, have gone out of their way to manipulate and exaggerate them in order to promote distrust of particular groups. In this context, the Lyman government's hounding of Rawlings and its attempts to label his 1979 radical military regime as a new regime should be seen as an example of this. 48 The argument that the PNDC was a new government based on new nationalism may merely be the latest allegation of this type. It was the only way, such critics claimed, that the Hughes could assume a dominant position because of their minority status in Ghana. Since taking power, Rawlings was said to have gathered around him a new gang which had taken control of the country, with every important and sensitive post held by a new. 49. Ghanaian society is pluralistic in the sense that the population is composed of numerous locality, clan, ethnic and linguistic groups, each with a sense of its own corporate identity and with a degree of cultural distinctiveness. Table 2 shows 7 broad ethnic groupings that have conventionally been identified in Ghana. Despite such social pluralism, most of the relevant literature on Ghana has regarded ethnic or regional communalism as being of rather low salience in the country's politics. 50 There are 4 main reasons for this. First, historically much of present-day Ghana came under the influence of the Ashanti Empire. Ghanaian society may therefore be regarded as made up of peripheral people clustered around, and subject to, the dominant influence of the Ashanti core. Second, in national politics communal cleavage lines have repeatedly fluctuated. It is primarily local communal identities that stand out as the main building block of Ghanaian politics. A third factor has been the apparent ethnic neutrality of Ghana's early governments. The Nkrumah regime was widely regarded as having promoted integration by its denunciations of communalism and by the ethnically blind stance of Nkrumah himself. Finally, there has been an absence of a clear north-south confrontation in politics, no northernness developed as a basis for political cohesion, and no north versus south patterning of political alignments. In national politics, the tendency to play down the significance of ethnic or regional communalism has been consistently disregarded only in the perception of the U-speaking communities of the Volta region. The U have been characterized as participating in politics on a communalistic basis, and their involvement has been depicted as a threat, albeit according to most observers a minor one, to the unity and stability of the Ghanaian state. 51 While other communal cleavages have been politically salient at times, for example, Ashanti nationalism in the mid-1950s, it is the so-called U versus the rest cleavage, as Brown terms it, that endures. 52 However, the political salience of the U threat is perhaps best explained as the usually Akan-based government response to the Hughes' own political behavior, deriving from their alleged persecution complex or their character as a close-knit clannish group. 53. Yet, as Brown correctly argues, it may well be discontent amongst the economically and politically dominant Akan groups that provides the key to an understanding of the so-called Hughes threat. 54. Both Hayward and Rothschild, in separate surveys in the 1970s, found the Hughes were the least dissatisfied with their lot, while the Akans were the most disillusioned with successive governments. 55. It may be the case that Akan attempts to find explanations for government failures explains much ethnic scapegoating. Northerners were allegedly too backward and could hardly have been a credible target. The Hughes were the obvious scapegoats, their very similarity and visibility to Akans lending credence to allegations that they were disruptive rivals. The political cost appeared to be low in that the use of the Hughes threat did not provoke a united response from the target group. This was partly because a new sense of weakness engendered disappointment and apathy rather than hostility, and partly because of their very integration into Ghana's political and social life, which muted communal hostilities and inhibited the alienation which might have developed. In the case of the PNDC, it would appear that the regime is not preponderantly made up of Hughes. On the other hand, Hughes did hold the most important positions in the security forces, which may have led to the charges mentioned earlier. Despite the potential for ethnic divisions, relative political stability developed during the 1980s. Regionalism did not develop as the PNDC was careful to promote the district as the pivotal political unit. The religious divide between Muslims and Christians has never been of political salience in Ghana, a position that continued. At the same time, however, the less than complete success of the ERP did put the government on the defensive. Over time, as the rigors of the ERP were not followed by clear popular perceptions of welfare improvement, the PNDC found itself divided internally over the efficacy of continuing with it. Yet, the government had nowhere else to go. The only possible provider of sufficient financial aid was the West. Neither the Soviet Union nor Libya offered realistic alternatives. In effect, the government was forced to continue with the ERP in the absence of other sources of financial support. Conclusion: the PNDC entered the 1990s with some significant political successes. It was able to remain in power, to thwart both internal and external threats to its rule, and to gain a measure of popular support on the basis of more than just coercion. While there was no especial regard for the PNDC amongst ordinary Ghanaians, there was equally no widespread, vociferous movement to force it to stand down. This cannot be explained solely by military repression. University students and urban professionals took to the streets in the late 1970s to protest at Akimpung's policies. The 1980s and early 1990s did not feature the same type of mass protests, even though there were serious anti-government demonstrations in neighboring Burkina Faso and Togo motivated by dissatisfaction at the non-democratic nature of those countries. 56 Whilst many people presumably were not unequivocally supportive of the PNDC government, they did not feel strongly enough about it to take to the streets. Much of this may be explained in terms of the effect of the recovering economy, which allowed some Ghanaians to register a slight improvement in living standards. In addition, improvements in the transport and communications infrastructure were correctly linked to the PNDC's policies. Yet a question was raised increasingly from the late 1980s: where does the PNDC go from here? Rawlings announced that multi-party politics would be allowed in the future, although it is not clear whether this is to be some kind of controlled democracy along the lines of Ghana's neighbor, Nigeria, with its enforced two-party system, a free-for-all involving the formation of dozens of parties as in Zaire, or some other arrangement. Rawlings has not indicated officially whether he would either stand for election as president or lead a party, although the signs are that he would do both. 57 He could attempt to use either the successors to the PDCs, the production-oriented committees for the defense of the revolution, or the Rawlings loyalist, no longer socialist, June 4 movement as the nucleus for a political party. Whatever happens, the last decade has witnessed an immense change in Ghana's political economy, with the PNDC government, beginning the decade as socialist-oriented, evolving over time a new political structure based on non-party developmentalism at the local level and multi-party politics at the national, while overseeing strong economic recovery. Goodbye to all that, the short and sad story of socialism in Benin. Chris Allen. Democratization of the former People's Republic of Benin was more similar to that in other African one-party states than to that in East European regimes. It passed through three stages. First, popular discontent arose over non-payment of public sector salaries, and shifted to demands for human rights and democratization. Secondly, a national conference in February 1990 appointed a new interim government, and, thirdly, there was a transitional period in which a new constitution was approved, and local and national elections held. These elections were dominated by parties based, as in the 1960s, on patronage politics. This, the persisting economic crisis, and the weakness of the state may undermine democratic rule. Introduction. The fate of the former People's Republic of Benin would at first appear to be a clear case of disengagement from Marxism. This West African state, known as Dahomey until 1974, became ruled by Light Col. Mathieu Kirikau after a military coup in 1972. In 1975 it officially adopted a Marxist constitution and political structures including a single legal party, and changed its name. 15 years later, under economic duress of many years standing and more recent internal political pressures, the Kirikau regime was forced to call a national conference of political tendencies and representative groups. Having lost control of this conference, and unable to muster its past military backing, the regime was then swept away in favor of an interim government pledged to complete the process of democratic renewal begun by students and trade unionists in January 1989. To a great extent, the new government kept its promises. The new Republic of Benin has a freely elected multi-party government operating according to a liberal democratic constitution, with freedom of the media and official support of human rights. Benin may lay claim to the most extensive and impressive peaceful political transformation of any formerly one-party African state in the present period. In addition to examining the nature of the Kirikau regime and the causes of its collapse, there are three further sets of questions which may be asked. In what sense, if any, was this a retreat from Marxism? How does it compare with other apparent instances? Has there been a firm engagement with democracy, especially in terms of political practice and ideology? What are Benin's prospects, given the economic, social, and political context of the downfall of the Kirikau government? The rest of this article tackles these four sets of questions, in a slightly different order. I shall argue that the case that these events are best seen as an instance of disengagement from Marxism is difficult to sustain, since the regime in Benin was not a Marxist regime, and that the present political system is uncomfortably similar to the post-independence system whose own internal contradictions created the preconditions for the installation of the Kirikau regime. From military nationalism to Marxism-Leninism, the political system in the 1970s won. The 1972 coup was Dahomey's sixth in less than a decade and installed its 12th head of state since independence. 2 As in other West African states, the post-independence years in Dahomey had been marked by growing contradictions within clientelist politics arising from the tendency for distribution of state resources downwards to the electorate to be superseded by distribution limited to the networks of the party faithful and their associates. Political life became ever more characterized by repressive and abusive use of power at the center, and by manipulation of democratic institutions, causing Ronan to describe the 1965 elections as a mockery of democratic processes. 3 Political competition came to be limited to that between remarkably stable and cohesive political camps, divided sharply along ethnic regional lines, and to be ever more conflict-ridden and violent. Corruption increased in scope and ubiquity, while those whose incomes relied on the sale of their crops or their labor found their incomes diminishing, as political and military leaders failed to deal with Dahomey's economic problems. The army, drawn into national politics first in 1963 when the government had been unable to resolve a general strike, became a patchwork of competing personalistic/ethnic allegiance pyramids centered around popular officers of all ranks. 5 Senior officers meanwhile mimicked politicians in their struggles for the spoils of office. 6 As the instability induced by factional conflict within civil and military authorities prolonged itself, the bulk of the rural population, the urban workers and intelligentsia, and the rank and file in the army became alienated not simply from a given regime but from such spoils politics itself. The 1972 coup may be seen as an attempt to bring an end to spoils politics, and united the more radical among the junior officers in the army with union leaderships and the student groups based in the main towns. These groups saw the main defects of the former system as its elitism, its dependence upon and its subordination to France, and its elimination of political participation. Over the next 3 years politics was dominated by attempts to reverse these features, complicated by conflict between the military and its civilian supporters over policy and power. The union and student organizations, while conscious of their members' material demands, also harbored the Home's small but influential left, and shared an intense nationalism sharply critical of what they saw as the directive influence of France on their country's economy and domestic policy. Chiricahua shared this nationalism, as his programmatic speech of November 1972 shows clearly, but equally he wished to avoid immediately antagonizing France and French business interests. A series of reforms in education, health, and local government created some support or goodwill for the Chiricahua government in rural areas during the mid-1970s. In the towns, however, conflict over power became more acute, both between military and civilian claimants, and within the military hierarchy. Student leaders, the bulk of intellectuals and the unions wanted the army to step down, but once, however, they took more direct action, as when students struck in January 1974, their organizations were banned, and their leaders arrested. 7 There were however some carrots on offer as well. Students and recent graduates found the new government happy to employ them and guarantee them grants, indeed to incorporate them into policy-making bodies, and workers benefited from the removal of pre-1972 austerity measures. The regime also shifted to the left, and Chiricahua's November 1974 announcement of the adoption of a socialist strategy can be seen as one important means by which he sought to incorporate the urban left within his supporters. 8 More broadly, Marxism alone seemed able to provide an explanation for the failures of previous governments and a development strategy that promised to be dynamic and feasible. Opposition within the officer corps proved more resilient. The senior officers, some of whom desired a return to more conservative and spoils-laden days, were easily diverted by appointments to sinecures in the public sector, or silenced by dismissal. But the more junior officers, notably those involved in the coup itself, including the most radical, had to be picked off one by one from 1973. Among these was Capt. Michel Eippe, whose death in peculiar circumstances soon after a failed coup attempt by another officer, inspired large demonstrations in 1975, and eventually a call for a general strike. This allowed Chiricahua to arrest his opponents in the unions and amongst the student leadership, and ended overt internal opposition for the rest of the decade. For the rest of the 1970s the main focus of regime activity lay in securing its future through reform of social, political, and economic structures. The pre-coup political system, already abused and undermined by those in power in 1967, 71,10 and further weakened by piecemeal reform in 1973 to 75, was now very largely replaced by a presidential regime. Power and increasingly spending was centralized in a presidency, ruling through a hierarchy of prefects and their subordinates, and in the highly overlapping membership of the core political institutions, the Central Committee, the National Executive Council, and the Permanent Bureau of the National Assembly. Chiricahua dominated the system both through his formal offices in state, party, and army, and through his extensive use of appointment, patronage, and ethnic balancing. Benin thus acquired its first stable post-independence government, one whose lifespan would be over 6 times longer than any predecessor. The economic reforms centered on reducing dependence on France and on expanding the public sector through the creation of well over 100 parastatal bodies in trade, agriculture, transport, and industry. Cooperatives and state farms were encouraged, without success, in part because of the lack of investment in agriculture. Agricultural output fell, while corrupt and inefficient management, inept investment and large debt burdens made the majority of parastatals wasteful and unprofitable, especially the joint projects with Nigeria in cement and sugar production. Benin began to encounter once more the problems of its predecessors, especially growing budgetary deficits and debt. 11. From Marxism-Leninism to Laxism-Beninism, the 1980s. Curacao thus came under pressure in 1979–80 from a combination of economic decline, donor concern, and criticism from his senior civil servants. His response was to attempt a slow and partial economic reform towards a less state-centered and more liberal strategy. Agricultural policy was to focus more on food and on integrated development projects, notably involving cotton, with World Bank support. State farms and cooperative development were quietly neglected. Several dozen parastatals were to be amalgamated or wound up. This, however, reduced neither the overblown public sector labor force and its wage bill, nor the massive public debt, which reached $1 billion in mid-decade. In the mid-1980s, Benin suffered a reduction in trade with Nigeria, both through legal channels and by smuggling 12 together with the ending of hopes for high oil revenues, which further confirmed that it was now in economic crisis. Over the next 4 years there occurred an increasingly desperate search for finance, from the IMF, from other donors, even from secret deals to take toxic and nuclear wastes from France and other producers. The quest failed, as did attempts to reduce state spending, though by 1986 jobs were being frozen and allowances or even salaries delayed in payment. The intensifying economic crisis affected both the state and civil society. Some parts of the state had never been effective, notably the party and its associated institutions for youth, women, and workers. The size of the single party seems always to have been small, and party membership to have been more a recognition of a member's existing power or status than a means of recruiting and training able and loyal cadres. Although some of the auxiliaries did function with some efficiency in the 1970s, by the early 1980s there were continual complaints from the leadership at the sloth and incompetence of all party organs below national level. Thus in 1985 Curacao denounced them for passivity, lethargy, and delight in bureaucracy, while the party congress of that year debated a report that stressed the very small number of members, has not yet allowed the setting up of the proper party structures at all levels. 13. Inefficiency in the public sector had also been a frequent complaint in the late 1970s. 14. Now it too intensified, as did the use of office for private gain. 15. Gradually the state's capacity not simply to administer, but also to reproduce itself through revenue collection, began to be affected, especially from 1986, when the reopening of the border with Nigeria stimulated smuggling. Corruption among senior politicians, although never absent in 1975–85, appears also to have grown more blatant and more urgent after 1985, associated in part with the growing influence within government of the Mullah in Marabout, Mohammed Ahmed Sissa, whom Curacao made his de facto deputy and advisor. Sissa was eventually arrested by the interim government on corruption charges, though his patron Curacao was later granted immunity for all acts while in power. By 1988 the pillaging of the state by its own leaders had reached suicidal proportions. Not only did large individual sums go missing, such as the $200,000 campaign fund allocated to support a Beninois candidate for the Director Generalship of the FAO or the working funds of the Office National du Pharmacie, but the entire state banking and credit system began to be drained of all liquid funds. The Caisse Nationale du Crédit Agricole had to be closed, having been depleted by large unsecured, and unrepaid, loans to senior figures. This was followed by the collapse of the Commercial Bank and the Development Bank, both of which had made massive unsecured loans to individuals and to bogus companies, 16 all associated with ministers and a handful of wealthy businessmen and women. Public realization of the true extent of corruption helped shape political consciousness in 1989, as well as giving rise to the local phrase laxism to describe the regime's true ideology. A third feature of state decay was growing military indiscipline. In the decade following his crushing of dissent in the army in 1975 and culminating in the death of Ike, Kirikau had been firmly in control of the security forces, a control he sustained in part by structural reorganization and frequent changes in senior personnel, combined with relatively high levels of spending and pay. From 1986, however, military discontent resurfaced at first in the form of rumors and hints of plots, and then in 1988 in two unsuccessful attempts at coups. More significant than their failure, though, is the involvement in them of officers drawn from the Presidential Guard and Kirikau's personal security team. The first attempt, preempted on March 26, was led by Capt. Pascal Hountounji of the Guard, and was said to involve two veterans of the 1972 coup, Light Col. François Kawayami and Light Col. Hilaire Batjagome. 50 other officers and 100 men were also arrested. The motive behind intervention may have been regionalism, but is no less likely to have been resentment at the recent cuts in military allowances, part of an austerity package that included the ending of housing allowances in the public sector. Kawayami escaped from detention in November, to Nigeria. 17. Civil discontent emerged openly in 1985, with student demonstrations over the ending of automatic recruitment of graduates into the public sector, and over official control of the student union. Then, and again in 1987, there were violent clashes with police, and numerous arrests followed by detention and torture. It was not, however, until student action coincided with that of public sector workers that discontent began to develop into a general mobilization against the regime in 1989-90, known as the Renouveau démocratique. Before analyzing this, I should discuss whether the Kirikau regime should be thought of as a Marxist regime. I have argued against this elsewhere. 19 and can be brief. Three features of the political system warrant such a conclusion. The role of the party as outlined above is inappropriate for a Marxist regime, and far more similar to other West African single parties than it was to that of the ruling parties of Mozambique, Angola, or even Ethiopia. Secondly, while Marxism was the official ideology, and there were some Marxists in the student movement of 1972, 75-20, the function of the adoption of Marxism was to help incorporate the student left after its political defeat in 1972-74, and to attract funds from the Soviet bloc. In no sense did it permeate or inform official thinking, though it did provide a ponderous and visible public language. 21 Finally, the political system as a whole, in its origins, nature, and functioning, bears a more obvious similarity to the systems in Cameroon, the Ivory Coast, Tanzania, or Malawi than to those in Mozambique or Ethiopia. If Benin under Kirikau was an example of a Marxist regime, the term is analytically vacuous. Popular Mobilization and Regime Transformation, 1989-1922. In January 1989 the students struck again. That their grants for the previous term had not been paid was only one of many material grievances. This time, however, their strike was not simply repressed, instead they were joined by others. Over the following months a broadening range of public sector workers, teachers, sugar workers, workers from the various ministries, etc., held their own strikes, at first for a few days but increasingly unlimited in length. Common to all the strikes were demands for the payment of salary arrears, for the regime was now 3 months behind with salaries, and its own members had emptied the till. When the government reacted with force and arrests, the character of dissent began to change. Specific human rights issues were now added to simple material grievances, arising from arrests and ill treatment of strikers and students, as one participant put it, à la lutte matérielle vina et exigiter le combat moral. 23. Furthermore, as each group found their official representatives unable or unwilling to confront the regime, so they began to question the legitimacy of those representatives and of the official structures of which they were part. spurred on by revelations of massive corruption 24 by the very ministers who were urging them to return to work without pay. Strikers and the urban population more broadly moved to a general rejection of the political system and a demand for democratic restructuring. 25 They began to attract support from other parts of civil society, notably the Catholic Church, which issued a pastoral letter at Easter 1989 which, albeit in coded terms, called for fundamental change. Even the Freemasons published a document supporting a liberal democratic political system. Never before had they made so overt an intervention in national politics, and the widely circulated pamphlet had a considerable impact. By December 1989 it was possible to organize mass demonstrations in Cotonou and several other towns around a combination of demands for restructuring, human rights and economic sovereignty. The Cotonou demonstration on December 11 was followed by a ban on demonstrations and threats of attack by armed police, but another went ahead in Porto Novo 2 days later. In January 1989 the government had been able to respond to dissent with force, though not with success. By December it was fatally weakened. It abandoned Marxism-Leninism as the official ideology, ended the legal monopoly of the single party, and promised general constitutional reform. What had happened was that while popular consciousness was changing and hardening, the state had weakened still further. Its financial base had been effectively destroyed by its own corruption. The public sector banks had to be closed, cutting off the channel for the routine transfer of revenue to the treasury. Without this there was no hope of paying salary arrears, which actually worsened, driving many civil servants to desert their posts and enter the informal sector or take to smuggling, further weakening administration. As mass pressure increased, the institutional base of the regime crumbled still further. Not only was administration itself in decay but the official trade union center began to lose affiliates complaining of its lack of action and failure to represent workers' grievances and views. In its place local action committees and then regional coordination committees began to appear, first at the level of a single grouping and then linking workers from different ministries and occupations. 26 Within the highest reaches of the party and government, 2. Dissent began to appear. 2 senior deputies proposed a multi-party system in August, and one of them went on to call for the release of political prisoners and the reinstatement of 23 dismissed teachers. Within the army there were denunciations of corruption and authoritarian rule, while the army representatives in the PRPB accused the party of endorsing clientelism, sectarianism and called for a two-party system. The government was also under strong economic pressure. Its acute lack of revenue made it dependent on handouts from France and Nigeria, and resulted in its agreeing to a typical IMF structural adjustment program in March. 27 In this it agreed to continue the reforms in the public sector, to restructure the banking system, and to implement stricter limits on public spending. Much of this had already been attempted since 1988, but the announcement only made the government still more unpopular with students, who saw it as an abnegation of sovereignty. Benin received only modest immediate benefits, an IMF loan spread over 3 years of $27 million and the release of other smallish loans offered earlier by Western governments on condition that agreement was reached with the fund. The IMF and the French were also believed to have pressed the government strongly to improve human rights, abandon Marxism, and adopt a multi-party system. 28. In a final attempt to come to terms with all these pressures while also surviving as ruler, Quiricao summoned a national conference de forces vives, in which the various political and representative bodies, local and national, state and private, were to meet to consider social grievances, structural adjustment, and political reforms. The strikers, and many of the political organizations that had been newly created or had newly returned from exile, were suspicious, but agreed to attend once their own representation relative to the regimes was increased. The conference met in late February with its proceedings broadcast continuously and followed avidly. For 3 days little was achieved until the conference demanded of Quiricao that it and not the government be sovereign, and Quiricao, seeing that even his military support had dissolved, was obliged to agree. Thereafter a draft constitution was outlined, the main social and economic grievances debated, and a new interim government appointed, headed by a former World Bank official, Nicéphore Soglo. Kirikau retained his title of president but not the bulk of his former powers. The People's Republic of Benin had become the plain Republic of Benin. From conference to elections, 1990 to 91. The interim government had three basic goals: to bring an end to the strikes, to implement the structural adjustment program agreed with the IMF in 1989, and to set up a liberal democratic political system, all within a year. All proved taxing, with the greatest success being with the last. Formal liberal and human rights were reaffirmed and a new constitution drafted, discussed, and then confirmed in a referendum. 29 new local governments were elected, with almost all the former councillors removed, followed by a national assembly and a new president. In the process nearly 36 new and old parties were registered, and a multiplicity of new organizations encouraged. We may see the conference as a triumph of civil society over a corrupt, repressive, and incompetent state. In the months following, civil society showed a marked but different vitality. The process of organizational detachment from the state accelerated until it had covered almost all trade unions and other associations. 30 In the process their old leaderships were removed and often their organizational forms altered to make the bodies involved less undemocratic, as with the Market Women's Association for the massive Dantokpa market in Cotonou, or the faction-ridden and hitherto highly corrupt transport unions. Wholly new organizations were created, notably for women, for victims of repression, and for human rights. At the same time the organizations associated with the state were disbanded, like the PRPB, which wound itself up after meeting in April, or officially dissolved, so that the process of destruction of the former system continued. Yet despite the support manifest for the renouveau by such bodies, the unity of action and commitment to democratic restructuring that had emerged in 1989 was dissipated. In its place came a form of political demobilization. Organizational energies were spent instead on internal matters such as conflicts over leadership and structures, or in the pursuit of material claims. This last was especially visible among the key actors of the previous year, the student organizations and the teaching unions, which became preoccupied with ensuring that the conference decision that their claims should be taken seriously was implemented, despite the interim government's pleas of lack of resources. 31 Where there was political activity it was fragmented, as individuals created or joined rival parties, leading at times to conflict or even divisions within their own organizations. Some of the most active students and lecturers withdrew almost entirely from general political activity, and the vast array of organizations that had pressed for change became gradually transformed into a recruiting ground for the newly formed parties. Another legacy of the conference was a free press. In the weeks leading up to it, the official media had become much less subject to control and more critical. The demonstration of December 11 was televised, with banners legible, for example. The blanket coverage of the conference itself helped to disseminate both new ideas and the general image of new beginning, a renouveau. With the interim government in power, with journalists apparently licensed to expose and comment on the conduct of this and past governments, and a public eager for news. 32 The press became hyperactive. 24 new titles were added to the small and courageous group of private monthlies and fortnightlies that had been established before 1990, notably the Gazette du Golfe, Tam Tam Express, and La Rica. 33 24 new titles were founded in 1990, most of them surviving, and offering much the same diet of scandal and exposure. Thus their content varied from week to week rather than from paper to paper, from the detail of the banking scandals, to the appalling treatment suffered by opponents of the previous regime, to the claimed improprieties of members of government. Other than legal sanctions, which were quickly invoked by aggrieved individuals, there were few restrictions on the media, and much opportunity for indulging in cynicism, propagating rumor, or, at worst, simply fabricating scandal for payment. The official daily, Hughes, now retitled La Nation, found it difficult to come to grips with press freedom, and reverted to reprinting official handouts as its staple diet. Its problems were multiplied by lack of investment and, for most of 1990, an inability to pay its reporters that led ultimately to its collapse. As the only daily paper 34, its lack of investigative or even routine reporting left a major gap in the Benin media. The press and the broadcast media did in one sense produce a well-informed public, but they were not able to promote a debate over basic issues other than a limited range of constitutional matters. The emerging political system was given attention, but more in terms of exhortations to avoid the problems of the past than in terms of analyses of the nature of the system that was being created. A little later than originally planned, legislative elections took place in February 1991, followed in March by the 2 rounds of the presidential election. While all registered parties were free to contest the elections, and the majority did, those that gained significant support in the period before the election campaign itself did so by techniques familiar from the 1960s, the use of local connections and patronage. Party building in the more effective parties, especially in the rural areas, was based on 3 overlapping techniques: organizational capture, clientelism, and revival of past loyalties. Urban organizations seem to have been looked upon as sources of individual activists, and it has been rare to find many relationships as close as that between Gaiety and Hughes UDES and the Chamber of Commerce, or, to a lesser degree, the University Teachers Union and the Radical ADP. The newer parties in particular relied on simple clientelism, often of a crude and amateurish type. Schools and clinics were established, money, cloth and other goods distributed freely at party meetings, and activists provided with expenses and vehicles, notably motorcycles. In the rural areas, however, the parties aimed to recruit entire local organizations or their leaderships, or even groups of organizations. 3 types were crucial: local governments, local development associations, and church-linked bodies, especially those involved in welfare or development activity. 35 Thus Albert Tavogero was widely believed to have attempted the capture of a string of Catholic development projects in the southwest, and of using a visit by the famous French Jesuit Abbé Pierre to these projects to promote his own party and his presidential prospects. Several of the major parties tried to build closer links with local development associations and the related urban associations de indigènes, or cultural organizations. Leaders of these organizations were made party officials, and local issues were adopted by rival parties. This repeats older strategies from the 1960s, and thus overlaps with attempts to revive past loyalties reflected in the re-emergence of the old parties. Several of the parties were direct descendants of those of the 1960s, led by the same individuals appealing to the same regional bases. Thus in the north, Hubert Mega, leader of the former dominant party in the region, now formed the RNDD. 36 He was opposed in the region by the MNDD of Burton Borna, a former lieutenant, and the UDS of Adamu Ndie, Minister of Rural Development in the interim government. In the south, the residues of the post-war nationalist parties of Sauramigan Apithi and Justin Ahomadigbe united to create the RND, led by Joseph Keek, only for Albert Tavogero to leave it to form his own party, the NCC. Thus the regional votes were extensively split, helped by the adoption of a list system and a form of proportional representation for the 64 assembly seats. The outcome showed several ambiguous features. Some 14 lists were presented, half of them alliances, and 12 achieved representation. The most successful, with 12 seats, was the UTR, an alliance of 3 new parties supporting Soglo's candidacy for the presidency. The descendants of the old parties won 25 seats, while new parties created by wealthy men, or by ministers and others with strong patronage connections, collected 20. A mere 5 seats in all were won by the Social Democratic Alliance and an alliance of 2 more radical parties. In regional terms, the UTR won 11 of its seats in the south, but only 1 of the 18 northern seats. The RND won all of its 8 seats in the south, as did the NCC with its 6 seats. The larger alliances, as might be expected, did gain seats in most areas, but still showed clear local bias, and only 3 parties seem to have attempted, and gained, some national appeal: Ajavese Liberal Democrats, the Social Democrats, and the Radicals, with 9 seats in all. While there may be some further integration of the parties across regional boundaries, these patterns are all too reminiscent of the patterns of the 1960s. The presidential elections were still more starkly regionalized. The first round was an open contest, with Soglo, Kirikau, and THIRD-WORLDISM sharing the lead while another 11 candidates took 22% of the vote. THIRD-WORLDISM's vote came very largely from one area, Kirikau's was concentrated in the north, and Soglo's in two southern areas. The better-placed minor candidates also showed such concentration of support. 37 In the second round, a runoff between Soglo and Kirikau, the voting was as clearly regionalized as in the most extreme cases before 1972, while rioting against Southerners broke out in the northern town of Parika, precipitating a mass flight on their part. Kirikau, the northern candidate, took 94% of the votes in Atasora, while Soglo collected over 90% of the vote in 3 of the 4 southern or central provinces, and over 80% in the fourth. The other two goals of the interim government were in a sense incompatible. The strikes that had undermined Kirikau were as much about the sustaining of public expenditure as about the actual payment of salaries, and while it proved easy to coax the public sector back to work in March 1990, it was not long before strikes began again. Some of the arrears were paid from external grants or loans in the early weeks of the government, but failure to pay the remainder, the lack of funds for social expenditure, and the impact on the workforce of the closure or privatization of many parastatals all provided new issues for conflict. The government was prepared to discuss these openly, often at large public meetings, but lacked the means, it said, to resolve them. Gradually a pattern of student, teacher, and other public sector strikes built up again, slowing down the reduction of both public expenditure and the number of employees, two key targets of the structural adjustment program. Donors have not helped by following the IMF's example of offering only modest amounts. $27 million was the IMF's first tranche, and while France provided $62 million in 1990, other donors failed to match this even in total. Such sums do not help in any way to reduce the massive external debt that the interim government inherited, and only 75% of the payment on the debt due in 1990 was actually made, and this despite rescheduling and some debt forgiveness. The expected budget deficit for 1991 of $160 million was little less than that estimated for 1990, and still amounted to nearly half the budget. These problems have been inherited in turn by the new government, whose composition differs mainly from the interim government in the dropping of the finance minister, who had become highly critical of Soglo in the election campaigns, and the adding of Soglo's brother-in-law Desire Vieira as Minister of Defense and Government Coordination. Vieira acted for Soglo in the early months, as the latter left for Paris immediately after being sworn in, to recover from illness. Another inheritance, reflected in continuing problems of revenue collection 38 is the visible scorning of state authority by large numbers of Beninois. Those who were involved in the events of 1989-90 were concerned to establish both a liberal democratic state and an effective, authoritative state. 39 Those however who live from agriculture, the informal sector, or smuggling, saw the erosion of the state's capacity to regulate their behavior and implement the law as a matter for celebration. The new government needs money as well as legitimacy to function effectively and to regain authority, yet it needs to have achieved this already if it is to collect sufficient revenue and attract external resources. The new system thus has three significant weaknesses that may prevent it from functioning democratically. First, the state of the economy, and the imposition of the structural adjustment program as the framework for economic revival but without the provision of adequate external funding, make it difficult for the state to carry out its tasks, to revive the economy, and to satisfy even basic social and welfare demands. Even as the presidential election began there were strikes at the airport, and in the education, health, and finance sectors, over the consequence of structural adjustment. Second, the state itself was badly damaged in the late 1980s and now lacks not only capacity but also authority. The most spectacular instance of both lacks is the extent of smuggling, but they are also visible in the breakdown in public order in certain rural areas and in the large towns. Lastly, the revival of the characteristics that so swiftly undermine the post-independence political system, notably reliance on clientelism and the mobilization of local and regional loyalties, suggests that the new system may soon become fragile. Two factors at least have changed, however, in the last 30 years. The international climate is less receptive to the growth of authoritarian regimes, and the people of Benin have actively participated in a process of political transformation and political learning. They may in the future have a less passive role to play than in the 1960s. Conclusion. The title of the conference at which an earlier version of this paper was given invited participants to draw parallels between the fate of African Marxist regimes and those in Eastern Europe. The invitation was a tempting one, since there are apparent similarities in political institutions and state behavior, in economic policy and in the patterns and causes of decline, in the nature and role of external economic relations, and in the ambiguous role of civil society. A direct link has often been argued captured neatly in President Omar Bongo's rueful comment, "An east wind is shaking the palm trees." If we give in to temptation, however, will we benefit? And will it help us understand the case of Benin? I incline towards doubt. It is not at all clear, for example, that comparison even between Benin and the Afro-Marxist states, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Angola, is all that helpful. There were indeed common policy errors, especially in agriculture, planning, and management, but Benin was notoriously lax in implementing Marxist policies, and its agricultural and general economic problems owed more to the World Bank and France as investors and advisors, than to Soviet specialists. I have already argued that we cannot readily understand Benin as a Marxist regime. Equally, a simple comparison of the reasons for the transformation of the regimes in Ethiopia, Mozambique, and Angola with those for Benin shows too much that is crucial but not shared, just as the nature of the transformations is far from similar. Where we can draw useful comparisons is with a host of single-party, centralized, bureaucratic states faced with militant yet essentially peaceful popular demands for democratic restructuring, Zambia, Cameroon, Togo, Niger, even possibly Gabon. We are likely to learn more by comparing these, and by contrasting them to instances of top-down reform along North African or Tanzanian lines, than we will from assuming that Benin falls into a different category. 41. It can, of course, be argued against this that my dismissal depends too much on similarities and differences at the level of events, rather than at the level of more fundamental processes. Yet when we try to define and understand these processes, they prove elusive and impenetrable. The literature on democratization in Africa 42, for example, still suffers from being dated 43, are trapped in a somewhat superficial and descriptive mold. The state decay material 44 tends to overgeneralize, while the disengagement school 45 is too intent on celebrating the vanishing of the state and uses a concept so diffuse and inclusive that it impedes understanding even as it stimulates inquiry. Thus, when we examine the Benin case, the same social groups can be found at once disengaging from one state form while busily creating and engaging with another, and having little in common with the smugglers whose actions are another form of disengagement. Concepts like civil society, finally, while providing a bridge to an enormous and exciting literature, are frustrating to use. In Benin there was an obvious flowering of civil society from the late 1980s, as a host of private associations were created, or ostensibly public ones reclaimed for civil society. That flowering was intimately linked to the political transformation of the same period, providing much of its initial impetus, institutional base, leadership, and ideological drive. 46 Yet establishing a more systematic relationship open to theoretical elaboration remains elusive. Civil society presents even more analytical problems than does democratization. Glossary of parties. UTR Union pour la triomphe du renouveau. NCC Notre cause commune. PRPB Parti de la Révolution Populaire Béninoise. UDES Union Démocratique pour le Développement Économique et Social. UDS Union pour la Démocratie et la Solidarité. RDL Rassemblement de Démocrates Libéraux. RDN Rassemblement National pour la Démocratie. PNDD Parti National pour la Démocratie et le Développement. PRD Parti du Renouveau Démocratique. ADP Alliance pour la Démocratie et le Progrès. MNDD Mouvement National pour la Démocratie et le Développement. Union Nationale de Syndicats de Travailleurs du Bénin. The Democratic Rectification in Burkina Faso. René Oudek. Burkina Faso was the first francophone African state to initiate political and economic reforms. These arose from a combination of domestic and external pressures. Widespread disenchantment with the failures and privations of the Sankara regime forced the Front Populaire of Blaise Compaoré to promote a democratic opening. Compaoré's commitment to democracy remains in doubt. He first used reform to legitimize his regime, which murdered its way to power in October 1987, and has subsequently sought to strengthen his personal hold over the country by creating a new political party, the ODPMT, and winning the presidential election of December 1991, boycotted by the opposition. Although there has been a retreat from state capitalism and a switch to the private sector, government violence towards its opponents, a fragmented opposition, and the doubts about continued French pressure for reform make for an uncertain democracy in Burkina Faso. On the positive side, the country has a vigorous history of opposing despotism, which derives in part from a well-organized trade union movement, but perhaps more importantly from the structures of Mossi traditional society which provide many counterbalancing forces between the center and the periphery. Like many other African states, Burkina Faso recently launched a process of democratization involving the introduction of a multi-party system and free, though highly controversial, presidential elections. In doing so, Burkina Faso was returning to an anti-authoritarian tradition unusual in Africa. Before 1980, Burkina had managed, albeit with some difficulty, to avoid the authoritarian politics that were a feature of the vast majority of sub-Saharan states. Starting with Maurice Yamiago's First Republic, then General Laminzana's governments of national renewal, one regime after another was unable to install a single-party regime. Apart from these two interludes, genuine political and trade union pluralism existed. Moreover, in 1970 and 1978, the country distinguished itself by holding competitive parliamentary and presidential elections. Unquestionably, Upper Volta, along with Senegal, the Gambia, and Botswana, were islands of relative democracy at a time when most of Africa was subject to the rule of the party state. 1. This pluralism was brutally challenged by the coup d'état of November 25, 1980, which ended the Third Republic. The constitution was suspended and political parties banned. This exceptional state was extended under the Conseil du Salut du Peuple, and the Conseil National de la Révolution which followed, and remained in force until October 15, 1987. It was not until after the takeover, which led to Thomas Sankara's death and the establishment of the Front Populaire presided over by Captain Compaoré, that a process was launched that J.F. Bayard has aptly described as decompressing authoritarianism. 2. This process was marked by the dropping of any reference to Marxism-Leninism by the regime of Blaise Compaoré, followed by the promulgation of a liberal constitution and crowned by the presidential election of December 1, 1991. That process will be examined in this article. Before that, however, it is worth observing that in late 1987, when the Sankara regime fell, the debate about democracy had already commenced in Burkina Faso, almost 2 years before other French-speaking African countries were obliged to do so in response to pressures from both domestic crises and international creditors. Viewed in this light, Burkina seems to be something of a torchbearer in Africa. Whilst it is certainly true that the regime that came to power in October 1987 had a highly restricted notion of democracy compared to that enshrined in the Constitution of 1991, it is also true that the October 1987 regime, at least initially, saw democratization as having an instrumental role, in that it would allow the regime to widen its social base. Much more than in other sub-Saharan states, democratization in Burkina was brought about initially through internal factors, and only subsequently through pressures from the international environment. To be fully understood, this unique feature must be placed in its particular historical context, as must Burkina's long march towards democracy. 3 This complex issue is tentatively re-examined in the conclusion, and further lines of investigation are proposed. But before that, the factors that determine the democratization process will be assessed, with emphasis placed on the far greater importance of internal factors over external ones. An analysis will then be made of the extent to which the implementation of the process of democratization was variously enhanced or impeded. Rectification, de-escalation, and democratization, changing the democratic and popular revolution. It is not possible to understand the changes that occurred in Burkina Faso without briefly referring back to Sankara's project and its failure, as confirmed in the violent coup of October 1987. It was this failure, compounded by an economic downturn making inevitable recourse to the IMF, that brought about the demise of the Révolution démocratique et populaire. This radical turnaround was implemented, however, in stages and under pressure. To begin with, Sankara's successors intended only to rectify the revolutionary process launched in 1983. They wanted to correct the mistakes laid at the door of the CNR and its president to modify the system that they had inherited, but without altering its all-embracing character. 5 However, worsening internal and external pressures subsequently forced them to implement liberalization on a far wider scale than they had originally envisaged. Democratic opening, a strategy for political survival. The theme of democratic opening was central to the ideological rhetoric of the regime that seized power in October 1987. Yet, as mentioned above, it was a feature so unusual in Africa that it should not be unnoticed. Military leaders assuming power do not normally encumber themselves with such oratorical niceties. Yet in Burkina, after October 15, 1987, opening became a recurring theme. From the beginning, the new regime made urgent appeals to democratic and revolutionary forces, and in particular to trade unions, and to the center-left and far-left opposition to the late CNR, urging them to pledge support. At the same time, it adopted a series of measures designed to improve the political climate. On the one hand, it set out to regain the backing of public sector employees, who had been somewhat roughly treated by the previous regime. To this end, the new regime halted Sankara's policy of confrontation with the trade unions, most of whose members were public sector workers, reinstated 1,400 teachers dismissed in 1984 for strike action, 6 raised wage rates frozen since 1982, and ended compulsory sports and the compulsory wearing of locally produced cotton, the Faso Danfani. On the other hand, traditional chiefs, who are very powerful, particularly in Mossi country, were rehabilitated. Considered the main impediment to the emancipation of the peasantry, the major element within the new social alliances articulating the Sankara project, the chiefs had been condemned as the enemy of the people in the Charter of the Revolution, the Discours d'orientation politique, and by the same token vilified by the CNR. 7. With these popular measures, the Front Populaire tried to find a way out of the impasse in which the RDP found itself on the eve of Sankara's fall. But there were many constraints, which, for the sake of clarity, can be grouped into 2 broad categories. 8. Firstly, within Burkinabe society, people had decidedly lost patience. The sacrifices that they were called upon to make, inevitably involving a drop in their already meager standards of living, became increasingly irksome. They deeply resented the excesses of the Comites de Défense de la Révolution, and the fact that the regime's leadership was both authoritarian and lacking in direction. Urban wage earners, aggrieved that their wages were being reduced in the name of various contribution, resorted to a form of passive resistance that the authorities could no longer overcome. The trade unions, which in Burkina are both powerful and traditionally rebellious, went over to the opposition, weary of the assaults made on them by the regime and its CDR. 9. The commercial sector, or the operateurs économiques as it is called in Burkina, remained sceptical despite frequent broad hints from the CNR which, since the ideological about turn of 1985-10 was trying to persuade it to contribute to the edification of the RDP by investing in the national economy. 11 The situation would have remained tolerable if the agricultural land reform, the centerpiece of the regime, had produced results. But failure in this area, as in many others, was patently obvious. Drawn up in 1984, the land reform was intended to free the peasants from the yoke of the traditional chiefs, form the basis of new relationships within rural society and promote agricultural development. It was the showpiece of the Sankara project, designed to make the peasants the regime's main basis of support within society, replacing the urban petty bourgeoisie and the traditional chiefs, who had been the principal clients of all previous regimes. Sadly, the reform never even began to be implemented. 12 And its failure only confirmed the collapse of the hegemonic project of the August 1983 revolution. Secondly, in the political context, the revolutionary regime was in deep crisis at every organizational level. At the top, Marxist-Leninist splinter groups linked to the CNR squabbled amongst themselves for control of the apparatus of the state, through a constantly changing pattern of alliances that Sankara was never able to dominate. Meanwhile, Kambaur was patiently building up his own network of alliances that shortly thereafter enabled him to seize power. 13 Faced with crucial problems, such as trade unions or economic policy, the CNR seemed unable to act, all the more since Sankara seemed to have isolated himself in the solitary exercise of power. 14 Numerous mass organizations, aimed at youth, women, elders, peasants, and so on, and which were supposed to represent the people, seemed to be similarly paralyzed. 15 In short, by the summer of 1987, the political climate had deteriorated 16 to such an extent that, given the circumstances, the October coup appeared to many Burkinabe to come as a merciful release. 17 However, the regime that emerged from the October 1987 coup remained deeply authoritarian. On the symbolic level, it constantly described itself as a continuation of the August 1983 revolution. The validity of the DOP, the founding text of the RDP and a formidable instrument of legitimation and delegitimation, was strongly reaffirmed. The ban on traditional parties was not lifted. At grassroots level, command structures were maintained and strengthened, and new mass organizations were created. In addition, administrative reforms were maintained and all the instruments of repression created by the CNR, such as the Tribunaux Populaires Révolutionnaires, were sustained. The Front Populaire's action can thus be summed up as mere tinkering with the tight system of political and social control conceived by the CNR. Those aspects that the people found most difficult to bear, the rough edges, may have been given a quick polish, but the all-pervasive presence of the state that underpinned it remained intact. Rectification can thus be seen for what it really was, namely, a way of abandoning Sankara's strategy of confrontation with civil society, thereby forcing it to accept change, and a way of introducing a kind of peaceful coexistence between the main institutions within society and the organs of political control underpinning the revolutionary state. 18 Although couched in terms of a democratic opening, the strategy applied by the Front Populaire was essentially a strategy for political survival, fulfilling two important requirements. It had both to absolve the new regime of the sin of violence committed at its birth, and to gain support within society at large, something the CNR had cruelly lacked. For the price of a slight reduction in the oppressive role of the state, the Front Populaire, broadly speaking, assumed the authoritarian mantle of the CNR. But in doing so it modified the class character of the revolution. Looking beyond the mouthing of allegiance to the very letter of the DOP, October 1987 did involve a radical change of ideology. Behind the rehabilitation of the urban petty bourgeoisie and traditional chiefs lay a reordering of social alliances. The parenthèse and begun in August 1983 was ended and the regime's power base was realigned among the social classes that had constituted the clientelist and patrimonial state which the Sankara Revolution had purported to dismantle. 19 This change of ideology was necessarily accompanied by a redefinition of economic options. Whereas the DOP described, in loose terms, the construction of a national, independent, self-sufficient, and planned economy, the Front Populaire's Programme d'Action, which was not published until March 1988, or nearly 5 months after the coup, made it absolutely clear that state capitalism was the chosen development strategy. This option, which we have called the Neptacum 20, took as its starting point Burkina's economic backwardness. The only way to remedy this weakness was by exploiting fully all the country's resources. But since the state did not have the wherewithal to do so, private capital would inevitably be required. As a way of enticing the operateurs économiques, the Front Populaire put into action a two-pronged strategy. First, at the ideological level, the class analysis of Burkinabe society was revised. In the DOP, the bourgeoisie, the enemy of the people, had been subdivided into three: an administrative bourgeoisie, a private sector bourgeoisie, and a third, intermediate subdivision. In the Front's Programme d'Action, the third category disappeared and only the first two were still cast as anti-revolutionary forces. At the same time, the whole ideological machinery of the new regime was marshaled to convey the theoretical justification for the rehabilitation of the third bourgeoisie. Eventually, in a special issue of the Official Review, Carrefour Africain, marking the first anniversary of the Front Populaire, the revolution was no longer described as democratic and popular but as democratic and bourgeois. 21. Secondly, at the economic level, the regime quickly abolished most of the protectionist measures put in place by the CNR 22, encouraged consumption and lifted some restrictions on the commercial sector. Getting the economy moving again was clearly a major internal component of the democratic opening. But the Front's policy contained within it an almost intractable contradiction between the dirigisme inherent in state capitalism and the economic liberalization needed to reassure investors. This contradiction is evident in the ambiguities of official pronouncements on the role of the state. Whilst seeking to reassure private capital, the Front leaders put forward warnings and caveats: economic liberalism would be controlled, the vanguardist party would in future be the guardian of economic orthodoxy. 23. And there was no question of any kind of all-out liberalization. 24. This apparent incoherence can be explained in two ways. On the one hand, it can be assumed that far-left groups supporting the Front were exerting sufficient pressure to prevent it going any further with the privatization of the economy, or risk losing their support and becoming more isolated. On the other hand, this incoherence can be viewed quite simply as indicative of a struggle over access to the state's resources. If it is accepted that the main problem confronting the Front was creating its social base, state capitalism as an economic strategy can be seen as a coded appeal to the clientelist networks of the Third Republic, which had suffered under Sankara's economic retrenchment. In this light, warnings about wholesale liberalization show that the military rulers were anxious lest sources of wealth be depleted by operators well versed in the subtleties of business, leaving the rulers with only the crumbs. 25. This debate absorbed the attention of the ruling echelons of the Front for many months and was reflected at great length in the press, but the dilemma between state capitalism and market forces remained unresolved. Only when negotiations with the World Bank over the introduction of a structural adjustment program were underway did it become clear that the liberal option had been adopted. This clarification coincided with the turbulent events in Eastern Europe, when the wind of democratization was felt south of the Sahara. These events combined to force the Front into making painful revisions in both the economic and the political fields. Rectification at a time of adjustment. The Burkinabe economy was subjected to a structural adjustment program later than was the case in most other sub-Saharan states. In November 1990, the IMF approved the reform program drawn up by the Burkinabe government, following long and difficult negotiations. The final agreement was signed in March 1991. Shortly thereafter, the Paris Club rescheduled Burkina's foreign debt, which in 1990 amounted to $1 billion. Unlike the SAPs applied elsewhere, Burkina's was unusual in that it was relatively less harsh. Burkina found itself in this privileged position because its general economic situation was relatively healthy. Such was the verdict reached by the World Bank. In a report of December 5, 1989, the bank found that in general, The economic performance of Burkina between 1982 and 1987 has been satisfactory. It added that Burkina was one of the few sub-Saharan countries where economic growth had risen more quickly than demographic growth. 26 The bank report also noted that agriculture and the public sector had achieved the best performance during this period. Agriculture had had an average annual increase in added value of 7.1%, attributable to three factors: an increase in the land area under cultivation, improved exploitation of new land in the south and southwest regions, and improved technology in cotton production. The public sector had also undergone rapid expansion, at an annual rate of 5.8% for the same period, reinforced by a stabilization of budgetary expenditure in line with the GDP. 27 A further positive point in the report concerned Burkina's indebtedness, which it stressed is far from being as serious as that of other African countries. 28. The World Bank's positive appraisal merits further comment. If the bank's conclusions are accepted, Sankara's economic and financial legacy was far from disastrous. This is an important point, since one of the harshest criticisms leveled at Sankara by the Front Populaire was that he had led the country to the verge of bankruptcy. 29 The World Bank's assessment belies that judgment, which undoubtedly stemmed from political expediency. It is possible to take the point a stage further by claiming that Burkina was able to escape the straitjacket of adjustment between 1983 and 1987 because Sankara had applied his own particular form of self-adjustment. This policy had involved a relative degree of control over budgetary expenditure and a reduction in public sector employment, at a time when the repatriation of funds from Burkina working abroad, especially in the Ivory Coast, meant that a balance of payments crisis was avoided. The legacy was thus not entirely negative, but it did contain flaws. For example, the growth of agricultural production had little impact on other sectors of the economy, such as manufacturing or services such as trading and transport. This fact can be explained in economic terms, by referring to the modern industrial sector's problem with external competitiveness. It can be explained in political terms, too. The small manufacturing and service sectors were dominated by private capital, which remained skeptical about the CNR's economic policy, especially during the most difficult phase between 1983 and 1985, when these two sectors were suffering most severely from stagnation. According to the World Bank report. 30 These weaknesses were compounded from 1988 to 89 by a marked decline in the trade balance, which moved into deficit, and in 1989 a negative rate of growth was recorded, for the first time since 1975. Whilst the state of the economy may not have been acute, it nevertheless did require a policy of adjustment. All in all, when the Front Populaire began negotiating with the IMF in 1989, conditions were not too gloomy. A 3-year SAP emerged, integrated with the second 5-year plan of 1991 to 96 and involving expenditure of francs CFA 508 billion, along with the following recommendations: public expenditure to be stabilized, growth in the state's commitments to be moderated, and coordination between creditors on investment policy to be improved, together with an easing of restrictions on agriculture and industry. Yet the Burkinabe SAP was unusual in that it appeared to be prescribing a relatively mild medicine. In the light of the relative soundness of the economy, the SAP had a social dimension. It was proposed that family planning programs be stepped up and that sensitive areas such as health and education be protected. At least, that was the official line put forward by both the IMF and the Burkinabe authorities. 31 Close scrutiny reveals that the reality was more complex. In education, in particular, emphasis was put on basic education, to the detriment of secondary and higher education, both of which were to be slowed down, and the value and availability of student bursaries was considerably reduced. 32. Although it appears relatively moderate when compared with others, Burkina's SAP did in fact involve social sacrifices, which the regime found hard to justify since its legitimacy was based on its determination to bring increased well-being to the population. This may explain why the preparation of the SAP was accompanied by a long national debate, something that no other African country had dared organize. Throughout the negotiations and right up to the moment when the agreement was signed with the IMF, the media reproduced at considerable length both the official line and ordinary citizens' views of the SAP. 33 A special national conference on the matter was organized on May 12, 1990. Every possible effort was made to ensure that the national economy moved smoothly into adjustment. By the time the agreement was signed, the situation looked more than favorable for the authorities. The need for an SAP seemed to be generally accepted, the lone dissenting voice coming from the trade unions which in 1991 condemned it, and threatened to call for strike action in January 1992 if the SAP was not abandoned. 34. The SAP has been emphasized because it was drawn up at the time when the policy of the democratic opening was being enhanced. That is not to say that political liberalization was directly or exclusively the consequence of IMF pressures. When faced with the inevitability of the SAP and the wind from the east, the front sought to create a consensus around its economic policy, and to boost its support, in order to ensure a social climate conducive to trouble-free implementation of the SAP. By enhancing democratization, the front was ensuring that the population would more readily accept the sacrifices that economic recovery demanded. It is not surprising, then, that the opportunity was seized to redefine the role of the state and that under democratization that role was somewhat curtailed. The SAP meant in effect that the strategy of state capitalism had been abandoned, a vital precondition for regaining the confidence of private investors. The World Bank, in its report mentioned above, accurately defined the process as the desire of the state to use public investment, especially in the industrial sector, as an inducement, an incentive, and a guide for private industrial investment from national or foreign sources. 35 Suffice to say that this definition of economic strategy went far beyond the one contained in the front's program D-Action and which can perhaps be summed up as more of the state but a better one. In practice, the economic revisionism of the front led to a withdrawal of the state, whose rulers were frequently to stress that it has no place in production. Typical of such a policy was the program launched to sort out the 80 or so state-owned or mixed economy companies, with the aim of bringing down the state's participation in their capital to a maximum of 25%. A plan to reduce the number of wage earners was also implemented, involving early retirement for civil servants with less than 10 years service. At the same time, measures were taken, in line with IMF recommendations, to encourage the development of the private sector. To this effect, the informal sector was finally given due recognition for providing individuals with a way of overcoming the economic crisis, but this was done in a mass of pseudo-Marxist verbiage. The most extreme example appeared in Sidway magazine, which blithely maintained that once the petty bourgeois prejudices have been thrown overboard, some intellectuals have discovered that, after all, the informal sector can afford them a decent living and a chance of becoming their own bosses. 36. It is clear, then, that the democratic opening outlined by the front in 1987 went ahead quickly in 1989 and even more rapidly in 1990. Although initially limited in scope, it was soon expanded as a consequence of, first, internal and then external factors. The contradictions that were a feature of the process of political democratization were caused by these developments. From restrained openness to complete openness. Contradictions were obvious from the moment the policy of openness was announced. Seeking to gather as much support as it could, the front approached widely differing groups, from the pro-Soviet, left-wing Ligue Patriotique pour le Développement, excluded from the ruling hierarchy of the CNR from 1985, to the social democratically inclined supporters of the historian Joseph Kizerbo, known to have friends within the French Socialist Party. But, most important of all, within the front itself, support for the policy of openness was far from unanimous. The unattainable single party. Divergent opinions about this strategic question did not emerge clearly until January 1989, during the conference held to assess the first year of rectification. There were heated clashes between supporters and opponents of openness, with the latter declaring their hostility to the right being admitted into the front and insisting that the ideological part of the selection test for public service posts be maintained. Blaise Compaoré assumed the role of an arbiter placed above the parties, a role that he was subsequently to perfect. In his closing speech he called for revolutionary democracy and declared with some force that democracy and revolution were not contradictory. In fact, by the time this conference was held, tension within the regime had already reached the point of no return. On the one side were ranged Compaoré and his supporters within the army, anxious to stabilize the regime by giving it a coherent social base, and on the other hand, far-left groups who were hostile to the co-opting of new political forces into the front. They knew that the inclusion of new forces would inevitably mean the end of their domination of the machinery of state. Compaoré's decisive response on April 25, 1989 went unopposed. Less than 3 months after the conference, he carried out a government reshuffle, banishing from the ruling hierarchy 2 small groups hostile to his policies. A few weeks later, 3 previously unknown, center-left political groups were launched and immediately rallied to the front: the Groupe de Démocrates Patriotes, the Groupe de Démocrates Révolutionnaires and the Mouvement pour la Démocratie Populaire. It is worth noting that none of them described itself as communist, unlike all the groups that had hitherto been associated with the CNR or the Front. Whilst the realignment of forces within the front confirmed the eclipse of left-wing groups propelled into running the state by the August 1983 revolution, it did not mean the arrival of genuine democratization, but rather the pursuit of a hegemonic project that was the very opposite of democratization. Alongside this political realignment, Blaise Compaoré sought the means to consolidate his own authority, by creating a political party loyal to himself. This was achieved on April 15, 1989 with the emergence of a new party grouping, the Organisation pour la Démocratie Populaire Mouvement du Travail. Directly inspired by Compaoré, the Marxist-Leninist ODP-MT was presented to the official press as the only framework for directing revolutionary action. 37 Was this a precursor of a single party? To answer this question, it is important to realize that the debate about the vanguardist party had never been resolved by the August Revolution. Sankara had tried on numerous occasions to encourage its creation, but in failing to do so he seriously diminished his authority and prestige. Under the front, the need for a single party was repeatedly mentioned since, once state power has been achieved, the creation of a single party is a task of paramount importance for revolutionaries in order to create the political and ideological unity needed for united action. 38 Most unusually, when the founding of the ODP-MT was announced by a very high-ranking figure in the regime, Captain Ye, coordinator of grassroots organization, the media reaction was such that it seemed the celebrated vanguardist party had finally appeared. 39 However, very shortly afterwards, official discourse became more qualified and more ambiguous too. The ODP-MT became merely a first step towards the vanguardist party and was not constituted as a single party. 40 Although the majority of revolutionaries found themselves inside the unique framework that it provided, as a minister subsequently explained to the assembled diplomatic corps, clearly there was considerable confusion over the status of the ODP-MT. First, within the front, disagreement persisted on the question of the party, and in this regard it is interesting to note that the creation of the ODP-MT on April 15, 1989 coincided with the expulsion of the 2 far-left groups on April 25, 1989. A second factor may have been fear of alarming the business sector and international creditors at a time when discussions about adjustment were starting. Bearing in mind these restrictions, the ODP-MT appeared not to be the single party, but the dominant party, the primus inter pares, the mainstay around which the front had to be restructured. However that may be, with the ODP-MT Blaise Compaoré had provided himself with an instrument that allowed him to consolidate power, which he was then able to wield unopposed from September 1989 when 2 other important figures from the CNR, Commander Lingani and Captain Zongo, were convicted of an attempted coup and violently eliminated. Thereafter the way was clear for him to announce the establishment of legal institutions in his traditional end-of-year speech on December 31, 1989. This meant a return to legality, but not a return to democracy. At a time when totalitarian regimes were collapsing in Eastern Europe and television throughout the world was broadcasting pictures of the execution of the Soescus, the Burkinabe authorities remained unperturbed and reaffirmed their continuing loyalty to Marxism. According to Captain Ye, the turmoil in Eastern Europe called into question certain leaders but not the political system as such. 41 Blaise Compaoré himself, along with Hissène Habre, Moussa Traoré and Nassing B. Iadema, took a cautious view of the La Balle speech in which François Mitterrand called for democracy in Africa, before an audience of African heads of state gathered for the traditional Franco-African summit in June 1990. A few weeks later, he signed a joint declaration with the presidents of Niger and Togo, rejecting any political option imposed from outside. 42 Finally, in an interview in Jeune Afrique Economy he defined his position very clearly: the wind of democracy that is blowing across the world is not ours. We think that it will give Westerners further opportunities to exploit other nations. It is of no concern to us. 43. Such statements clearly indicate the limits put on the return to legality announced at the end of December 1989. The first Congress of the Front Populaire held on 1–4 March 1990 provided more detail. In front of an audience of 3,500 faithful, Blaise Compaoré reaffirmed his rejection of the single party, but equally vigorously condemned anarchic multipartyism. 44 Furthermore, the Congress decided to give the country a constitution, but based on the philosophy of formalizing what already exists, or in other words, the political hegemony of the Front Populaire as front state. Compaoré was absolutely clear on this, having remarked highly significantly that the constitution was not the prerogative of the bourgeoisie and that the Soviet Union and China had drawn up their own constitutions. 45 He deliberately emphasized the point that the constitution must enshrine the bases of the current social regime and reaffirm our social project, following the Front Populaire's program. 46 Any real break with the authoritarian and symbolic legacy of the August Revolution was thus excluded. On this basis, the front leader set up a commission with the task of drawing up a draft constitution. The commission included representatives from authorized parties, trade unions, non-governmental organizations, the churches, and technical organizations. It had 104 members, of whom 64 were drawn from the front, and it was chaired by Captain Ye, a Compaoré loyalist. With the commission clearly under the regime's control, it came as no surprise when, at the end of 1990, the draft that emerged after some difficulty was made to measure. It conformed precisely to the guidelines laid down by the ruling authorities. Burkina was described as an anti-imperialist and revolutionary state in which fascist and pro-imperialist parties were strictly banned. Yet before the ink was dry on this document, it was overtaken by events. Putting right the rectification. Whilst the commission was deliberating, events both domestically and internationally were changing rapidly. As international pressures favoring democratization were increasing, within Burkina the front was losing control of the situation. Undermined by the weakening of its Marxist allies, by the revival of traditional parties of the Third Republic, such as the old Rassemblement Démocratique Africain, and the appearance of numerous new parties, since their legalization in January 1991, by the IMF's imperatives and the restlessness within the business sector, the front could no longer muster a common front against democracy. By delegitimizing the party-state system, the collapse of the communist bloc signaled the demise of the draft constitution. The commission therefore went back to work, and thanks particularly to the Catholic Church's influence, it produced something radically different from the first draft. The new draft was based on liberal principles. It defined the state as democratic, unitary, and secular, and it instituted the separation of powers, with two chambers. The first of those was to be a chamber of deputies elected on a proportional provincial list system, and having the power to censure the government. The second, at the insistence of the ODPMT, was to be a chamber of representatives whose members would be drawn from mass organizations and revolutionary committees. The President of the Republic was to be elected by universal suffrage for a 7-year term. This constitution, the fourth since independence in 1960, was accepted following a referendum on 2 June 1991.47. Its promulgation was followed by the formation of a transitional government charged with preparing the presidential and parliamentary elections scheduled for November and December of that year. The Constitution marked the end of the exceptional state, which had been in power since November 1980, and endorsed a process of liberalization that was more tolerated than initiated. Two events merit attention. In March 1991, the ODP-MT officially declared at its Congress that it had abandoned its Marxist-Leninist ideology, as well as the strategy of state capitalism, which was to be replaced by a market economy. 48 It is interesting to note that this about turn occurred after a visit by the French Cooperation Minister, Jacques Pelletier, who had clearly reiterated the views expressed by François Mitterrand at La Balle. 49 The second, more important, event happened in May of the same year. Meeting in a special Congress, the Front Populaire announced the disconnecting, in other words the ending, of its organic links with the state apparatus. This marked the end of the Front, state and the final burial of the August 1983 revolution. But far from bringing a reduction in political tensions, the way in which liberalization had been instituted simply increased those tensions. Scarcely was the constitutional referendum completed when the approaching elections due at the end of 1991 caused concern within the party hierarchies. Moreover, an indication of what lay ahead had emerged at the Front's May Congress when its constituent parties clashed violently over the number of candidates to be attributed to each party in the parliamentary elections. The issues linked with the impending elections led to violent clashes which did not bode well for the future of democracy in Burkina. Inventing democracy. The consensus that seemed evident at the time of the June 1991 constitutional referendum was short-lived. Immediately afterwards the question of a sovereign national conference was raised. This debate was to lead political groups to split into two, government and opposition. Democracy and the National Conference. In December 1990 the idea of a national conference was first mooted by Herman Yamiago, the eldest son of Burkina's first head of state, Maurice Yamiago, leader of the Mouvement des Démocrates Progressistes, Alliance pour la Démocratie et la Fédération. Something of an idiosyncratic figure on the Burkinabe political landscape, Herman Yamiago had never distinguished himself by his political constancy. Before leading the MDP-ADF, he had been a member of the Front Populaire, and 7 months later in July 1991 he joined Blaise Compaoré's third transitional government, which he was to leave again after only a few weeks. The second call for a conference came from Paris in April 1991. It originated from various political exiles, among whom were Joseph Kizerbo and a Sankara loyalist Valéry Sum, two surprisingly ill-matched figures in view of the political gulf between them. Debate began to crystallize around this question towards mid-1991. At Compaoré's suggestion, political parties were invited to a roundtable discussion on the establishment of a state based on law and the forthcoming elections, but as soon as the discussions began, 13 of the parties present demanded that membership be widened to include trade unions, religious and traditional hierarchies and human rights groups. In other words, they were asking for the round table to be changed into a national conference. Blaise Compaoré's reply was quite straightforward: he dismissed them all. The reaction of a top ODP-MT leader was ominously threatening. He called on all supporters of authority to defend the revolution and the constitution whatever the cost may be. Why was the opposition calling for a national conference after having voted for a constitution to which it had moreover itself contributed? Two factors need to be borne in mind. The first is quite simply the copycat factor, wanting to do in Burkina what everyone else was doing in Benin, Togo, Niger, Congo, or Gabon. The second, more crucial, factor concerns the regime and its secular arm, the ODP-MT. Both are suspected of using all the resources of the machinery of state to ensure their own victory. The ODP-MT is accused of infiltrating the administration by placing party militants in strategic posts, of misappropriating funds, logistical support, and official media time for its own election campaign, and of exploiting food aid from abroad for its own party political ends. 50 In short, there was a risk that political life might become a hostage to the ODP-MT.51. What is to be made of these accusations? First, it must be said that neither Compaorés party nor Burkina itself has a monopoly on practices that scarcely conform to the democratic ideal. In France, to quote just one example, the morality of political campaigning is frequently debated, and in Burkina buying votes has always been standard practice for any political party. 52 Furthermore, whilst the ODP-MT may well have been guilty, rumor had it that certain opposition parties were similarly involved, especially Herman Yamiago's ADF supported by the Ivory Coast and the United States, and Joseph Kizerbo's Convention Nationale de Patriotes Progressistes, which, it was claimed, received financial support from French socialists. Nevertheless, it is clear that the ODP-MT took advantage of its position as principal supporter of the regime to extend its grip on the apparatus of the state. For example, in the first transitional government of June 1990, it received the lion's share, obtaining 21 of the 34 ministerial portfolios. More significantly, at the end of its March 1991 Congress, the High Commissioners of the country's 30 provinces were all appointed members of the new Central Committee. There are numerous similar examples that show a deliberate strategy of political consolidation of the machinery of central and local government to the benefit of the regime in power. In an attempt to put an end to this process, the opposition began in August 1991 to make the National Conference its rallying cry. They insisted that it should be sovereign and free to take whatever measures were required to implement the process of democratization. To this end, the opposition formed itself into a coordination de forces démocratiques, which soon grew to include 20 parties. Thereafter, tensions rapidly increased in the form of street demonstrations with occasional outbreaks of violence between supporters and opponents of the regime. Seeking to calm the situation, Blaise Compaoré proposed the holding of a national reconciliation conference, a feeble compromise between the demands of the regime's opponents and supporters. The latter were vehemently opposed to any kind of national conference. Meanwhile the elections were postponed, the presidential from November to December, and the parliamentary election from December to January 1992. Dissatisfied, the CFD organized a protest march to Ouagadougou on September 30, 1991, during which demonstrators clashed with supporters of the head of state, leaving some 40 people injured and several opposition party offices destroyed. Moreover, according to the CFD, some people were killed and others disappeared. A few days later, 27 parties closely allied to the government formed an alliance pour le respect de la démocratie et de la Constitution, which immediately called on Blaise Compaoré to block the calling of a national conference. The polarization of political forces, splitting the CFD and the ARDC, meant that the situation was deadlocked. This was confirmed by the withdrawal in mid-October of the 5 opposition candidates in the presidential election. When the election took place in December, the sole candidate, Blaise Compaoré, was elected, but on a 25.28% turnout, the lowest ever recorded in Burkina's electoral history. Despite this, the new head of state emerged from the electoral process with his position strengthened, all the more since, according to international observers, the propriety of electoral procedures was not in doubt. Strengthened by his new legitimacy, he made an approach to the opposition by suggesting that a Forum de Réconciliation Nationale should be held on December 14. At the same time, he postponed to May 1992 the parliamentary elections due to be held in January 1992. With Compaoré's electoral victory, the opposition had no alternative but to accept these proposals, thereby sealing the fate of the sovereign national conference that they had been demanding for so many months without effect. The easing of the political atmosphere was enhanced a few days later by an agreement reached between the government and trade unions. In this agreement, brutal restructuring and massive redundancies to favor the implementation of the SAP were banned. An uncertain democracy. Whilst it may have ended, for the time being, on a relatively happy note, the process of political opening launched on October 15, 1987 cannot be equated with democracy, and for several reasons. The first has to do with the continuing violence perpetrated by the state, which gives cause for concern, to say the least. The regime that emerged from the 1987 coup had undoubtedly loosened the authoritarian grip imposed by the CNR, but it more frequently resorted to the physical liquidation of its opponents. Its use of violence can therefore be said to have been more selective, but perhaps more brutal. Since the regime gained power, 11 people have officially been executed for various infringements of state security. To this figure should be added the deaths of Sankara himself and the 10 people killed at the same time, as should several political assassinations which the opposition blamed on the government. The latest victim was Clement Auraogo, for a long time second in command of the front before defecting to the opposition. To this sad record should be added campaigns of intimidation and repression aimed from time to time at potential sources of agitation such as the university. These threats are all the more worrying since the situation could well deteriorate. According to the CFD, the ODPMT has built up stockpiles of weapons. This allegation is denied 53, but worries persist, causing doubt about the sincerity of some of the government's allies' conversion to democracy. A case in point would be the PI 54, which bears a heavy responsibility for the dismissal of 1,400 striking teachers in 1984. Emerging from several decades as an underground movement, the PI held a special congress in January 1991, and since then has confirmed its position as one of Compaoré's most stalwart supporters. The same is true of the Confédération Syndicale Burkinabé, which is very close to the PI and whose Secretary General, Soumana Touré, is a leading figure in the ARDC. Taking the argument a stage further, and without wishing to exonerate Compaoré, it might be wondered to what extent he is not hostage to his two most powerful supporters, the ODPMT and the PI. Since these two parties have made clear their wholehearted opposition to any idea of a national conference, the question is a valid one. Last but not least, there remains the danger of civil war. It is well known that Compaoré can rely on the total loyalty of the commandos based at Po, a garrison which was under his command for a long time. But the rest of the army is ill-equipped and poorly trained and is said to be frustrated by seeing the advantages granted to this elite unit which enable its commanders to amass personal fortunes. The second reason is that the opposition does not present a credible alternative. It is fragmented into many small parties and has within it widely differing ideologies. It is hard to find a common thread uniting the RDA with the people claiming to be Sankara's heirs, especially when these two groupings are themselves subdivided into several factions. The RDA is split into two. The MDP-ADF of Herman Yamayago, revived from the old Union Nationale pour la Défense de la Démocratie, which split from the RDA in October 1977, draws its support from the Kaudauga region, Maurice Yamayago's electoral stronghold. The second party is the RDA led by a Mossi notable from Yatenga, Gerard Kango Auraogo, who was a prominent politician under the Lamanzana regime. The situation is even more complex when it comes to Sankara's heirs, who are split into four groups: the Bloc Socialiste Burkinabé, the Collectif Sankara, the Mouvement pour la Tolérance et le Progrès, and the Parti de la Démocratie Socialiste. Little is known of the first two. The MTP seems to have emerged from the Sankarist movement, which appeared in Paris just a few weeks after Sankara's death. It was the first party, as early as August 1988, to demand the introduction of political and trades union pluralism. It also called for a Constituent Assembly 55, claiming, but not very convincingly, that just before his death, Sankara was planning to implement an État de droit. 56 The PDS is the new name of the Union de Lutte Communistes Reconstruction, a tiny Marxist-Leninist group formerly part of the CNR and led by Valéry Sum. During its special congress in March 1990, the ULCR was disbanded and reappeared with a new name, the PDS. Its newspaper, Le Proletaire, was renamed Le Démocrate. As far as the ODPMT and the PI are concerned, doubts can be expressed about their democratic convictions, despite Valéry Sum's recognition that ambitions have to be tailored to fit reality and that the CNR was wrong not to introduce democracy. 57. The CFD has, as well as widely divergent ideologies, different views about the National Conference. Careful analysis of the MDP-ADF and the Sankarist BSB shows that they did not share the same ideas about the National Conference. For Herman Yamayago, there was no question of doing in Burkina what has been done in Benin, namely carrying out an investigation of the management record of previous regimes. Instead, the role of the conference should be limited to ensuring the proper implementation of election procedures, with help from international observers. Yet, according to the BSB, the conference should critically review all regimes prior to the August Revolution, reassess Sankara's legacy and debate the economic policies of the front, which have resulted in Burkina being subjected to structural adjustment. 58. From this standpoint, it is impossible to disaggregate democracy from development. In Burkina, as elsewhere in Africa, the population is waiting for democracy to prove itself superior to authoritarianism, especially by bringing improved economic and social well-being. In other words, there can be no democracy without development. Anything less would be mere subsistence democracy, a term coined by an anonymous Burkinabe with few illusions. 59 The policy of adjustment, however, despite associated measures for health and education, offers the prospect of deprivation and shortages for the least well-off. All the more so, since economic liberalization has brought with it the return of wide-scale corruption, something which Sankara's policy of restraint had at least managed to contain. Democracy cannot flourish in times of worsening inequalities. To all these factors making one highly skeptical must be added the unpredictability of the international environment. It is well known that international pressures were vital in pushing African countries to adopt less authoritarian regimes. Yet at the present time these pressures seem to have been relaxed. Particularly worrying has been the French position toward Togo, where the military rebellion against the transitional democratic government of Joseph Kofigo brought only a muted response. 60 The French government maintained an equally worrying silence in the face of the violence which punctuated the presidential campaign in Burkina. Conclusion. As has been seen, democracy is still in its infancy in Burkina. Does it have any chance of surviving for any length of time? On the positive side, it can be said that, ever since independence, Burkina has successfully expressed its rejection of authoritarianism. All authoritarian regimes have discovered this fact to their cost. Why is Burkina unique in Africa in this respect? Observers of Burkina frequently reply to this question by referring to the strength of the trades union movement, claiming that its ability to mobilize popular support is the single most important obstacle to authoritarian rule. In support of this argument, they quote the popular uprising of December 1965 to January 1966, which brought down the Maurice Yamayago regime, or the strikes which shook Sango Laminzana's government in the early 1960s. The explanation is correct, but only in part. It would seem that Burkina's unruliness 61 stems from the structure of traditional Mossi society and its own particular power structures. Although appearing highly centralized, to the point of meriting the description of a society serving the state, 62 Mossi society is characterized by numerous relatively autonomous decision-making centers. The fascinating study by M. Izzard of the Mossi Kingdom of Yatenga is highly illuminating in this regard. Izzard notes that the administrative organization of Yatenga often functions through a multiplicity of power levels, and an accumulation of channels through which power is transmitted between the center and the periphery. He stresses that such a system accommodates countless transverse links within basically hierarchical structures. 63 It should immediately be added that, of course, one cannot claim that the Mugho is a democratic society, but simply that the existence of powerful counterbalancing forces within society allows it to limit the authoritarian and predatory tendencies of those in power. What is equally remarkable is that Burkina seems to be sheltered from ethnic conflicts. Demographic pressure together with low fertility on the Mossi Plateau have been powerful forces pushing people to migrate to both the southwest and the southeast regions, leaving aside migration to the Ivory Coast or Ghana. This expansionism, which is both vigorous and long-standing, has affected wide sections of the population, leading to relatively high levels of integration between widely different ethnic groups. Whilst not free from all tensions, this phenomenon has helped reduce ethnic conflict, all the more important since the Burkinabe population is split into small minority groups. This factor undoubtedly ensures a degree of stability frequently lacking in Africa. The debate concerning democracy in Burkina must be viewed within the theoretical context which is tentatively outlined above. But this debate is not just an academic one. What is really at stake is the extent to which Burkinabe society is able to invent its own democracy, in other words its own future. The socialist experience in Ethiopia and its demise. Christopher Clapham. Marxism-Leninism in Ethiopia had an indigenous appeal which explains its adoption both by the central regime after the 1974 revolution, and by its main opponents. For the military government, it combined ruthless centralization with radical social change. For regional opposition groups, it was a doctrine of insurgent warfare. Both the central government and the Eritrean EPLF saw it as an aid to multi-ethnic nation building. At the center, it failed both economically and politically. The insurgents, who seized power in 1991, abandoned it in their search for Western support. Some elements nonetheless remain, especially in Eritrea. Introduction. The flight of Mengistu Haile Mariam from Addis Ababa in May 1991, and the collapse of the regime that he had instituted, marked more than the simple fall of a Moscow-backed dictator. It signaled the end of a 17-year period during which some form of Marxism-Leninism had almost automatically been regarded as the appropriate formula for resolving Ethiopia's manifold problems, not merely by Mengistu and his regime but by virtually all of its most important opponents, including both its rivals for power in Addis Ababa during the early revolutionary period and the regional insurgent movements that eventually overthrew it. The events of May 1991, indeed, were no more than the coup de grace. Mengistu himself had effectively announced the end of his regime's commitment to socialism a year earlier, as part of a reform package through which he had ineffectually sought to cling to power. The insurgent movements had also, though less publicly, abandoned their own socialist ideologies during the late 1980s and 1990. But the very universality of the commitment to socialism in Ethiopia, and the seriousness with which this was pursued by government and opposition alike, indicate that we are dealing not merely with a pragmatic response to the needs of a Soviet alliance, or a cosmetic Marxism-Leninism, but with an ideology perceived as having a real application to local conditions. Although external developments cannot be ignored, both the initial turn to Marxism-Leninism in Ethiopia and its subsequent abandonment were thus in my view due more to internal than to external factors. It is therefore helpful to look first at what this doctrine was intended to achieve, and at how it was implemented, before going on to examine its demise and the problems of creating a new post-socialist political order. The appeal and implementation of Marxism-Leninism in Ethiopia. The appeal of Marxism-Leninism in Ethiopia was in striking contrast to its marginal status in most of Africa, and derived in large part from the peculiarity of the Ethiopian experience itself. Marxism-Leninism was a doctrine that offered, or at any rate appeared to offer, an extremely attractive set of integrated solutions to the problems that Ethiopia faced in the early 1970s. In many ways, indeed, both the problems and the apparent solutions mirrored those of early 20th century Russia. An ancient empire, guided by Orthodox Christianity, had expanded during the previous century to control a large and ethnically diverse territory, but this territorial expansion had not been accompanied by the construction of an effective modern state. Politically, it continued to be governed through the archaic mechanisms of the imperial court, and political representation was negligible. In the eyes of many of the younger and more educated members of the urban elite, Emperor Haile Selassie's government was a corrupt and aging oligarchy, entirely out of keeping with the modern world into which it had fortuitously survived. In particular, there was very little scope for the identities of the numerous peoples within the empire to be expressed through the means by which they were governed. The specter of ethnic revolt was always present, and though this was generally contained during the later years of Haile Selassie's reign, a major war in Eritrea threatened to get out of control, and minor insurgencies broke out in other parts of the country. The Somali people of the southeast sought to join their kinsmen in the Somali Republic. Economically, although in Ethiopia as in Russia there had been important developments during the years immediately preceding the revolution, the country appeared to be backward by comparison with its neighbors, and, moreover, to be held back by its social and political structure. A large part of the country's agricultural land, especially in those areas that produced marketable crops, was owned by members of the same oligarchy who ran the central government, and who maintained themselves by an all too evident exploitation of the peasantry. Many of them also had a stake in urban housing. In terms of international alignment, the imperial regime's close association with the West, and especially with the United States, reinforced the impression of reaction. What Marxism most obviously offered in these circumstances was a doctrine of revolution, which distinguished Ethiopia from other African states in which colonial rule led the educated elites to pursue their aspirations through anti-colonial nationalism. Few Ethiopians had been educated in the Soviet Union or other socialist states, but many of them had acquired some familiarity with Marxist ideas as students in Western Europe or North America, or at home. In any event, the precise content of such ideas scarcely mattered. What counted, rather, was the image of Marxism as a radical and progressive alternative to the status quo. After the outbreak of the 1974 upheavals in Ethiopia, in which Marxists played no discernible role, many students and exiles returned home, and sought to implement a process of revolutionary political change in keeping with the Marxist ideal. Secondly, and more positively, Marxism offered a doctrine of development. It involved destroying the power of an oligarchy which was viewed as an obstruction to the welfare of the people, a view given substantial force by the inadequacy of the old regime's response to the famine of 1973–74, and replacing it by a more efficient state, on the one hand, and a liberated peasantry, on the other. The land reform of April 1975, by which all rural land was nationalized and use rights were distributed to the peasantry through local associations, was intended to release the productive forces of the rural economy. 1 Private commercial farms were turned into state farms, and rented urban accommodation and major industrial and commercial enterprises were also nationalized. Agricultural cooperatives or collective farms were encouraged, though on a basis that appears to have been genuinely voluntary, and a structure of central planning and socialist distribution was established. A third appeal of Marxism-Leninism was as a doctrine of multi-ethnic nation building. It had long been an item of faith among Ethiopian radicals that the growth of ethnic and regional opposition to the old regime was a reflection of political oppression and economic exploitation, and that in a socialist Ethiopia, the underlying basis for the political mobilization of ethnicity would disappear. A Soviet Union in which, ostensibly at least, an effective central government was combined with respect for the cultural identity of the different nationalities and a high level of regional autonomy, offered an attractive model to an Ethiopia that faced a similar tension between national unity and ethnic or regional identity. All the Marxist groups that mushroomed in revolutionary Ethiopia were formally committed to self-determination and autonomy for the different nationalities. This was nonetheless the major issue over which differences among competing factions flared into open violence, and prompted the bitter divisions that eventually led to the collapse of the Mengistu regime in 1991. Whatever the formal commitment to self-determination, the demands of autonomy and centralization were in practice contradictory. This contradiction was moreover posed in the sharpest way by the problem of what to do about Eritrea, where the collapse of the imperial regime in 1974 had permitted insurgent movements seeking independence to strengthen their position. And since central political power in Ethiopia after September 1974 rested in the hands of a military council, the Derg, many of whose members had an intense commitment to Ethiopian national unity, support for any concept of national self-determination that allowed for secession was readily regarded as treasonable. The group of civilian Marxist intellectuals that eventually emerged victorious from the vicious power struggles between Marxist factions was allied with the group in the military regime led by Mengistu Haile Mariam, and from 1977 to 8 they attempted to build a centralized Marxist-Leninist state in which regional autonomy was reduced to cosmetic proportions. Even they, however, retained a formal belief in autonomy, which eventually surfaced in the revised regional structure, based on nationalities, which came into being under the Constitution of 1987. Their surviving opponents retreated to foment Marxist insurgencies in the countryside, notably in the two northern regions of Eritrea and Tigray, which continued to express a belief in national self-determination. The fourth appeal of Marxism-Leninism, contrasting with the third, was thus as an ideology of state control. This was most obviously attractive to the military. Third World military regimes have rarely adopted Soviet-style Marxism, not only because these have often had a right-wing social base and set of ideological attitudes, and external alliances with Western powers, but equally because of the potentially subversive effect of Leninist organizational structures on the military itself. Leninists have for their part generally shared a deep distrust of Bonapartist regimes, and have sought to bring the military under close party control. A Marxist-Leninist approach to state consolidation nonetheless broadly corresponds to the military predilection for centralization, hierarchy, and command, and the combination is not as anomalous as it may appear. In the Ethiopian case, student leaders and junior officers came from a similar social background, and often shared a disgust for the imperial regime and a commitment to radical change. For a regime drawn from junior officers, a Soviet-style system for controlling the military had a lot to offer, and commissars were introduced into the armed forces long before the creation of a Leninist party at national level. It is unnecessary to speculate as to whether Mengistu and his associates were real or ideologically convinced Marxist-Leninists. What Marxism-Leninism most obviously offered them was a formula through which to create a powerful state. The formal superstructure of the state arrived only fairly late in the day. A new constitution, modeled on that of the USSR but without its federal elements, was introduced in September 1987. The Leninist Party itself, the Workers' Party of Ethiopia, had been founded in September 1984, following a 5-year probationary period. Unlike the experience of a number of African states, where the creation of a vanguard party was little more than a cosmetic operation designed to placate the Soviet Union, in Ethiopia a very serious attempt was made to set up an organization to serve the purposes of Leninist control. At the time much play was made of the time of Mengistu's dilatoriness in founding the party, in the face of barely concealed Soviet pressure, but this was in my view due not to any opposition to the idea of the party in itself, but to a determination to ensure that it would have the discipline and obedience required to carry out its functions, and, in the process, remain independent of covert Soviet manipulation. Few party members can have been committed to a Marxist ideology, the applicability of which to a society at Ethiopia's stage of development was in any event questionable, but, in a secretive and hierarchical political culture, they readily took to the WPE as a Leninist instrument of control. In many ways this instrument worked very effectively. Party cadres were closely involved in implementing government policies after 1984, especially in the rural areas, and however misconceived these policies were in themselves, they were imposed with an efficiency that was in African terms astonishing. After the Mengistu regime had achieved undisputed central political power in 1977, and repulsed the Somali invasion and rolled back the Eritrean insurgency in the following year, the centralizing and state-building elements of the Marxist agenda became increasingly dominant. Much of the apparatus of economic control was introduced in 1978–79, with the establishment of a central planning organization and a system of agricultural production quotas at punitive official prices. Private trade in agricultural produce was progressively restricted. From 1985 onwards, the villagization campaign forced peasants to abandon their scattered homesteads and congregate in centralized villages, where they could be much more easily supervised, a policy that could plausibly be regarded as the prelude to more systematic collectivization, although in fact this was not attempted before the regime's collapse. After the 1984 famine, several 100,000 people were resettled in the south and west of the country. A fifth appeal of Marxism, as a source of international support, was effectively restricted to the Mengistu regime, although some of the insurgent movements had received limited aid from the socialist states, including Cuba, before the Soviet Union sided with the central government in 1977. Many Ethiopian radicals had an anti-Americanism derived from United States backing for the Haile Selassie regime during the pre-revolutionary era, and resented what they saw as political conditions placed on continued U.S. aid after the revolution. And, although some looked to China as a more appropriate model for Ethiopian emulation than the Soviet Union, only the USSR could effectively replace the United States as a source of military supplies. Soviet connections with Mengistu Haile Mariam dated from early in the revolution, and were enhanced once Mengistu seized power from rival groups within the Derg in February 1977. The Soviet Union was at the time, moreover, enjoying an unprecedented run of foreign policy successes, which started with the fall of Saigon in 1975, and extended to the African continent with the Soviet and Cuban intervention on the winning side in the Angolan Civil War of 1975–76. The need for an external patron intensified when the Somali Republic attacked Ethiopia in July 1977. The Soviet switch of alliances from Somalia to Ethiopia in 1977 is an oft-told tale which turns more on Soviet perceptions than on Ethiopian needs. 1 element in it, however, was certainly the depth of the Ethiopian commitment to Marxism-Leninism, in contrast to a Somali leadership for which the ideology served largely cosmetic purposes, and the apparent suitability of Ethiopia as a locale for instituting a Leninist structure of government and economic management. For the Ethiopian regime, the alliance offered overwhelming military benefits, and in turn created a level of dependence that converted Ethiopia into a Soviet client. On any issue not of immediate interest to Ethiopia, such as the Soviet intervention in Afghanistan, the Vietnamese intervention in Cambodia, or the boycott of the 1980 Los Angeles Olympic Games, the Mengistu government reliably sided with its patron. It nonetheless retained its freedom of action in domestic politics, resisting overt Soviet pressure for the early establishment of a vanguard party and for a negotiated solution to the war in Eritrea, and also took its own line on regional issues such as the South Yemen Civil War of 1986. Despite Ethiopian emulation of Soviet structures of political and economic management, however, the Soviet Union was unable to provide Ethiopia with very much beyond the military sphere. The possibility of Ethiopia's becoming a member of the CMEA was never seriously raised by either side, and no attempt was made to cut it off from the international capitalist economy. Indeed, Ethiopia became a founding member of the Lomé Conventions with the European Community, which rapidly became one of the country's major sources of development aid. One further external appeal of Marxism was its demonstration effect for the country's leadership. While Mengistu Haile Mariam paid no visits to the West, and very few to non-aligned countries outside Africa, he was a regular visitor to socialist states, the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, Cuba, and perhaps especially North Korea. The impressions that he and his colleagues gained from guided tours of mature socialist states had a powerful effect on their aspirations for Ethiopia. Mengistu's presence on the reviewing platform for the October Revolution parade in Moscow's Red Square, and for several massive displays in Pyongyang, were an especially heady experience, which helped to reinforce a picture of Marxism, Leninism as an ideology ideally suited for molding a people to its leaders' wishes. For the opposition movements, the appeals of Marxism were rather different. They were fighting against the centralized state that Mengistu was trying to impose, and the Soviet Union figured not as a model, but as by far the major source of the armaments that the regime was using against them. They gained no support from anti-Soviet communist regimes such as the PRC. Yet until the very late 1980s they persisted with a Marxist-Leninist ideology, and made little if any attempt to seek Western allies in their fight against a Soviet client regime. The two movements that mattered were the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, a straightforward secessionist movement seeking independence for the Eritrea region, and the Tigray People's Liberation Front in the adjoining Tigray region, which expanded into the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front in 1989, and eventually captured Addis Ababa in May 1991 to form the post-Mengistu Provisional Government. For both movements, Marxism had an evident appeal as an ideology of revolutionary guerrilla struggle, but in other ways their interests diverged. The EPLF was fighting to create an independent Eritrean state, and Marxism performed many of the same centralizing and state-consolidating functions for it as for the Mengistu regime. It maintained the dual military, political command structure characteristic of Marxist-Leninist militaries, and engaged in an intensive program of political education and organization. This was all the more necessary in that Eritrea is an artificial territorial entity, with a population roughly equally divided between Christian highlanders and Muslim lowlanders, and between several major ethnic groups or nationalities. The first movement to contest Ethiopian control of the territory, the Eritrean Liberation Front, was heavily Muslim in composition, and had links with radical Arab states. The EPLF, by contrast, was almost of necessity dominated by Christians, and sought in Marxism-Leninism a non-sectarian ideology of national liberation. It followed the conventional line that a national democratic revolution led by a worker and peasant alliance would be followed by a socialist revolution once liberation had been achieved, and was organized in the normal Leninist form with Politburo and Central Committee. Point 3. For the TPLF, the same considerations did not apply. Its home region of Tigray was broadly homogeneous in language and religion. It did not seek independence, but rather looked for autonomy within a democratic Ethiopia. This led it to espouse Stalin's doctrine of the national question as the basis for the recognition of nationalities within Ethiopia. Deeply distrustful of the Soviet Union as the backers of the Mengistu regime, and isolated from the outside world in a mountainous region that its leaders did not leave for many years, the TPLF looked to Albania for a model of a state pursuing Marxism-Leninism in isolation from both capitalist and Soviet blocs. An embryonic vanguard party, the Marxist-Leninist League of Tigray, was established within the TPLF. Its conception of nationalities clashed with that of the EPLF, not least because the highlands of Eritrea and Tigray are ethnically homogeneous, and the EPLF insistence on a multi-ethnic Eritrean nationalism within the former Italian colonial borders was thus at odds with the cultural criteria used by the TPLF. In retrospect, the TPLF's own harping on Stalin and Albania created the impression of a movement like the Khmer Rouge which may, in the light of its actions since taking over the central government, have been misleading. Nor was its organizational capacity strong enough to enable it to create the infrastructure in its base areas that deeply impressed sympathetic foreign visitors to EPLF-controlled areas of Eritrea. But its formal commitment to Marxism-Leninism was explicit. The collapse of socialism. Over a period of about a dozen years, both the Ethiopian government and the insurgent movements thus sought to impose their own versions of socialism, engaging in wars that cost several hundreds of thousands of lives. Over a period of 2 or 3 years, all of them abandoned any claim on a Marxist ideology, victors and vanquished alike. This remarkable volte-face obviously coincided with the changes in the Soviet Union and the collapse of socialist regimes in Eastern Europe. But just as indigenous factors do much to explain the origins of socialism in Ethiopia, they go a long way also in accounting for its demise. In short, all the attractions that had provided such a powerful incentive for Marxism-Leninism in the 1970s had by the late 1980s either ceased to be relevant or failed to work. In the case of the central government at the time, it was abundantly clear by the mid-1980s that the formula that had been so successful in establishing the regime during the later 1970s was inadequate and indeed counterproductive in meeting the goals of peace, national unity, and economic development. The first appeal of Marxism, as an ideology of revolution, had indeed been realized. The upheavals that shook Ethiopia from 1974 onwards constituted a thoroughgoing revolution in any sense of the word. The old social and political order had been overthrown, and its leaders had been killed, imprisoned, or forced into exile. All major means of production had been nationalized, and the relations of production in both city and countryside had been transformed by state ownership of land, and the creation of effective local institutions, notably the peasants' and urban dwellers' associations, to replace the old hierarchy of landowners and local notables. Still more remarkably, the fourth of the goals towards which Marxism-Leninism had been directed, the creation of a powerful and centralized state, had also been achieved. The astonishingly rapid collapse even of such a state structure as that of the Soviet Union is in danger of blinding us to the effectiveness of such structures while they were in being. Certainly their collapse draws attention to their debilitating political weaknesses, which in Ethiopia as in the Soviet Union ultimately proved decisive. But so long as they were able to maintain the monopoly of force on which they ultimately relied, they were able to control people in ways and to an extent that few if any other forms of political organization have seriously attempted. Ethiopia was no exception. The Derg, and subsequently the WPE, drew on a historical sense of statehood and capacity for large-scale social organization in order to create a level of state power such as Ethiopia had never experienced in the past, and is scarcely likely to attain in the foreseeable future. The most striking evidence of this was in the countryside, the more so since African governments have often been regarded as unable to effect major changes in social relations outside the cities. The initial land reform of 1975 was remarkable enough, but it could at least be seen as meeting the aspirations of millions of peasant families who had been exploited under the old land tenure system and would therefore rally to the regime's support. In many cases, indeed, the land reform was effectively implemented by the peasants themselves, with minimal central direction. The villagization campaign of 1985–88 was very different. It was nowhere popular, and peasants could be made to pull down their houses, and re-erect them at centralized locations chosen by government agents, only by central government initiative ultimately backed by the threat of force. Nonetheless, millions of homesteads were dismantled and re-erected in this way, precisely following central guidelines that were implemented with terrifying efficiency on the ground. Flying over much of central and southern Ethiopia, with a copy of the villagization guidelines in hand, one could see the official plan of a model village precisely reproduced in the settlements below. Grain production quotas were so efficiently enforced that in some areas peasants had to sell valuable livestock in order to buy grain on the open market, for resale at a substantial loss to the Agricultural Marketing Corporation. The control of urban populations through the urban dwellers associations matched that of the countryside, and in both areas the government was able to enforce a system of military conscription through which to prosecute its unwinnable wars. The central problem, to take a useful distinction from the literature on organizational management, was that the system's efficiency in setting up institutions which worked well in terms of their own internal structure, did not translate into effectiveness in meeting the ultimate objectives to which they were directed. The key failures were in the second and third objectives that Marxism-Leninism had been intended to achieve, those of economic development and national unity. The failures of Marxism-Leninism in both these respects have in recent years been so evident throughout the world that it may be necessary to say no more than that Ethiopia followed the universal pattern. In each case, hierarchies established from above were entirely ineffectual in managing processes that can ultimately be successful only if they are able to engage the willing cooperation and commitment of autonomous individuals and social groups. The economic failure was cruelly revealed by the precise coincidence between the 10th anniversary of the revolution in September 1984, when the new Vanguard Party was launched amidst great fanfares and celebrations, and the outbreak of the Great Famine of 1984–85. The famine was immediately prompted by drought, but it also signaled the failure of agricultural policies which, by removing exploitation by landlords, had been expected to release the productive energies of the peasantry. Instead, the commercial sector was stopped in its tracks by nationalization, peasants were denied the opportunity to supplement their incomes by seasonal work on private farms, and forced back onto their shrinking and eroded subsistence plots, and the new structure of central control and exaction more than made up for the removal of the landlords. Characteristically, the government's initial response was to insist that the problems were due to too little socialization of agriculture, rather than too much. Despite figures clearly demonstrating that cooperative farms were appreciably less efficient than individual peasant holdings, the government pressed ahead with its plans for cooperatives, while the villagization campaign only started after the famine. This policy was opposed, not only by Western donor agencies, but even by the team of Soviet Gosplan advisors attached to the Office of the National Council for Central Planning. In a widely leaked report written late in 1985, they advocated policies which, behind a lot of Marxist verbiage and references to Lenin's NEP, were not so very different from those of the World Bank, for it was, however, Western rather than Soviet leverage that eventually turned the scale, when in December 1987, in the face of renewed threats of famine, the government agreed to the minimum agricultural marketing reforms necessary to secure the release of an aid package for peasant agriculture. Put together by the World Bank, the European Community and other donors. When in 1990 Mengistu announced the abandonment of socialism, the laboriously constructed cooperative farms disappeared virtually overnight, as peasants helped themselves to anything they could carry away, and set up their individual farms again. The political and military failure of Mengistu's socialism was equally dramatic, and indeed the two failures were obviously closely related. The imposition of an exploitative system of economic exactions alienated people from the regime, and even though the government retained control over the major areas of surplus production until the eve of its fall, it can only have encouraged the growth of opposition movements. The need to prosecute the endless wars diverted over half of all government revenues to military purposes, and starved the economy not only of funds but of much of the labor needed to work the land. The regime never devised political mechanisms through which to associate people with government, and single-party elections to bodies such as the National Shingo, established under the 1987 Constitution, were managed from above. While in some cases party leaders of local origin were appointed to govern their home areas, these never had sufficient autonomy to gain local support. At its most brutal, people in areas contested between the government and opposition movements were often driven into the arms of the opposition through the ferocity of government reprisals. Since the fall of the Mengistu regime neatly coincided with the collapse of Marxist-Leninism throughout much of the world, and notably in the Soviet Union, it is tempting to ascribe it to a failure of Soviet support. On examination, however, this appears to be only a relatively minor contributory factor, and perhaps not even that. The central government's armies were as large and well armed during the late 1980s as they had been during their victorious campaigns against the Somalis and the Eritrean separatists 10 years earlier. The problem was not that the Soviet Union stopped providing arms, which indeed they supplied, though with increasing reluctance, right up to the end, but that these arms were captured in enormous quantities by the insurgent movements, as a result of failing leadership and morale in the central armed forces. The ultimate lesson of Soviet arms supplies to Ethiopia, as any good Marxist could have predicted, was that reinforcing the superstructure of state power is ultimately ineffectual in the face of economic decay and the divorce of the state from its social base. The same, after all, was to prove true of the Soviet Union. But if Marxism-Leninism failed to work for the Mengistu regime, precisely the opposite would seem to hold true for the insurgent movements that triumphantly came to power in May 1991. Their own Marxist ideologies evidently did work, in that they were able to defeat armies considerably larger than their own, backed moreover by one of the world's military superpowers. The effect, one might reasonably infer, should have been to reinforce their commitment to Marxist-Leninist ideology and organization, and insofar as they seem to have abandoned it, this might in turn be regarded as a cosmetic concession adopted in deference to prevailing external conditions. It is too early at the time of writing in late 1991 to reach any definite conclusion. But although elements of their formerly abandoned Marxist ideologies seem to remain in the policies and practices of both new governments, at first sight there appear to be important differences between the TPLF, EPRD regime in Addis Ababa on the one hand, and the EPLF one in Asmara on the other. During the period when it espoused a doctrine of Albanian Stalinism, The TPLF had been confined to the mountains of Tigray and immediately adjacent areas of Wollo and Gondar regions. Its leaders had scarcely traveled even to Sudan. The shifts in attitude that occurred only from late 1989 coincided both with their sudden exposure to the outside world and with a dramatic improvement in the TPLF's military fortunes. These brought the movement into contact with constituencies very different from those in their base areas. Diplomatically, TPLF leader Meles Zenawai's visit to London in November 1989 marked the first important breach in the TPLF's self-imposed isolation, and on that occasion he made no secret of his Marxism-Leninism and admiration for Albania. 5 By the time he visited Washington 4 months later, he claimed to have abandoned Marxism, and it is not difficult to infer that this dramatic change in attitude was induced by tactical considerations and events in Eastern Europe. The TPLF, appeared banner, a red flag adorned with a Kalashnikov rifle, did not change, and the change of front could readily be regarded as cosmetic. There was also, however, an important domestic element. The TPLF's goals could not be achieved by secession, but required a change of regime in Ethiopia as a whole, and hence a coalition extending well beyond its home region. In a country sick of dirigist Marxism, such a coalition could not conceivably be constructed by a movement that took Albania as its guiding light. Indeed, videos of a television interview that Meles had given in London were circulated in Addis Ababa, as evidence that the TPLF would return Ethiopia to the socialist rigidity that the Mengistu regime was painfully abandoning. As the TPLF rapidly expanded the area under its control, moreover, the obvious way to gain local support was by reversing every policy that had made the Mengistu government so unpopular: cooperatives, villagization, agricultural production quotas, and so forth. Since its advance was unexpectedly rapid, it often had little idea of what to do anyhow, while the administrative structures it took over were tainted by association with its predecessor. The result was a laissez-faire attitude, startlingly at odds with its former ideology. A revised program issued in February 1991, 3 months before the capture of Addis Ababa, was stripped of Marxist terminology, and promised peasants the right to rent out land, hire labor, and have unrestricted access to the market. 6 There is every chance that these policies will be adhered to, not just as the result of a road to Damascus conversion, but because of the practical impossibility of doing anything else. The position of the EPLF in Eritrea was different. It regarded itself as the sole authentic representative of the Eritrean people, and sought only to govern its own region, most of which it already controlled before the final takeover in May 1991. Far from seeking allies, it regarded its rivals for power in Eritrea with deep hostility, and ruthlessly disposed of them. Externally, its Marxist rhetoric was more muted than that of the TPLF. A large Eritrean community in the United States and Western Europe, together with a vocal lobby of Western supporters, presented a picture of a national democratic movement which was reinforced when EPLF leader Isaias Afwerki visited Washington and other Western capitals from 1988 onwards to seek support for Eritrean independence. This picture, however, contrasted sharply with the internal emphasis on political education, organization, and control. Organizationally, indeed, the EPLF was extremely impressive, and its victory in 1991 can only have reinforced its confidence in the validity of its approach. In contrast with the rest of Ethiopia, where after May 1991 there was a considerable opening up of political debate, the EPLF sealed Eritrea off from the outside world. Over 125,000 Ethiopians from other parts of the country were expelled, including not only central government soldiers and officials and their dependents, but also many people who had been long resident in Eritrea. Even air services to Addis Ababa were suspended until August 1991. The EPLF undertook to introduce a constitution, after Eritrean independence, that would allow for free elections within a multi-party system, but there was no evidence at all that groups with views differing from those of the EPLF might be allowed to organize and present their programs during the 2-year transitional period leading up to the projected referendum on Eritrea's future in 1993. The EPLF remained committed to a view of the national question very similar to that espoused by the Mengistu government in Ethiopia, that the identity of different nationalities would be recognized and respected, without raising any possibility of secession from Eritrea. While the actual situation remains unclear, Eritrea may yet emerge as the one remaining bastion of Leninism in the region, even if the ideology is not explicitly adhered to, for reasons of external acceptability. The politics of deconstruction. Marxism-Leninism in Ethiopia, as in the USSR, may well be regarded as the culminating point in a process of centralized state formation, the origins of which went far back into the history of the imperial regime. Again, as in the USSR, it tested the possibilities of centralization to the point of destruction, and the collapse of the regime brought with it the immediate possibility of the breakup of the state itself. The independence of Eritrea under EPLF control now seems a virtual certainty, which the new government in Addis Ababa is prepared to accept. But both a reduced Ethiopia, and in all probability Eritrea as well, still face what have now emerged, most evidently in the former Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, as the characteristic questions confronting multi-ethnic post-socialist societies: whether there is any basis for continued association within a political structure in which the legitimacy of government has been discredited by the abuse of state power, and in which the alternative forces of language, religion, and nationhood have a divisive rather than a unifying effect, and if not, whether there is any way in which the elements that previously constituted the state can be disaggregated into any stable set of alternative arrangements. The position in Eritrea is the more straightforward, in that the provisional government run by the EPLF faces no serious challenge, and there is very little likelihood of any immediate threat to it, either from within Eritrea or from outside. The EPLF destroyed any effective resistance from the rival independence movement, the ELF, while the war against the Ethiopian government was still in progress, and even though the level of political support for the ELF among the Muslim peoples of the Western lowlands remains untested, it would scarcely be possible for it to mount any challenge to a regime as militarily powerful as the EPLF. Nor is there any viable threat from the rest of Ethiopia, regardless of the composition of the government in Addis Ababa. The EPLF regime has been scrupulous in its recognition of Eritrean autonomy, and has not only been careful to avoid any appearance of involvement in Eritrean affairs, but has gone out of its way to defend the EPLF regime against allegations of mistreatment of Ethiopian citizens. 7 But even if the EPLF were to be replaced by a less sympathetic Ethiopian regime, this would scarcely be in a position to renew a war which a powerful Mengistu government backed by the USSR has already fought and lost. Eritrea's other neighbor, Sudan, has likewise expressed its backing for Eritrean independence. The Asmara regime has leaned heavily towards Sudan in order to reduce its links with Ethiopia, and doubtless also to neutralize the possibility of any Muslim opposition gaining Sudanese support. The dangers to the EPLF regime in Eritrea derive largely from itself. It has developed over many years as a highly disciplined movement geared to fighting an insurgent war, and its confidence in its effectiveness can have been only reinforced by victory. The methods appropriate to insurgency have nonetheless characteristically proved counterproductive in meeting the very different challenges of building a peacetime political system and running a viable economy. Politically, the regime's refusal of any possibility of self-determination for groups within Eritrea, in stark contrast to the self-determination that it has demanded for Eritrea as a whole, may be containable in the short term but create problems over a longer period. There are already signs of dissidence among the Afar, for whom Eritrean independence would entail the division of a nomadic people between three states, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Djibouti, rather than the present two. The Western Muslims may well, if they feel excluded from a Christian-dominated government in Asmara, look towards the Sudan, and receive encouragement from a future Sudanese regime. The angry comments directed by the EPLF leadership against attempts to gather support for continued union with Ethiopia suggest that this cannot be discounted, even though it seems unlikely that any referendum would opt for union rather than independence. 8. In terms of economic management, The EPLF's professed adherence to private enterprise is sharply at variance with the command economy which it has run in the areas under its control during the wartime period, and an organization so conditioned to command would have to exercise an unaccustomed degree of self-restraint if a private enterprise economy is to operate effectively. A substantial Eritrean entrepreneurial class has however developed in exile during the war period, not only in Sudan but in the Gulf and as far afield as the United States, and much of the future of the Eritrean economy depends on whether these businessmen can return and find opportunities within the country. Eritrea likewise remains highly dependent on external assistance, not merely for development aid but even in most years to feed its own people. The EPLF's internal distribution network is by all accounts extremely efficient, but its management of external relations has indicated an extraordinary ignorance of diplomatic practice, not least in a demand for reparations issued to the UN General Assembly in August 1991.9 by refusing to acknowledge that Eritrea is even nominally part of Ethiopia. It has also placed itself in a diplomatic limbo that denies it access to obvious sources of aid. Its communications with the outside world have been marked by attitudes of command rather than conciliation, and its approach to internal administration is unlikely to be different. There have been ample indications in recent Third World experience, notably in Cambodia and Vietnam, that even the best organized insurgency does not ensure effective peacetime government, but may indeed have the opposite result, and until the EPLF regime has demonstrated its adaptive capacity, the future of Eritrea must thus remain open to question. But while Eritrea does at least have a government with unchallenged control over its territory, the same is not true of the rest of Ethiopia. Despite its discipline and military effectiveness, the EPLF is no more than the leading partner in a weak government which is struggling to cope with the situation into which its own success in overthrowing the Mengistu regime has projected it. One enormous advantage which it has possessed is that the transfer of power in Addis Ababa took place with a minimum of bloodshed, and left the basic machinery of government intact. Unlike the horrifying aftermath of guerrilla takeover in Monrovia and Mogadishu, it did not lead to anarchy. The EPLF proved vastly more disciplined and less vengeful than its Liberian and Somali equivalents, and was accepted, albeit often with considerable misgivings, as the new government of the country. Underlying this in turn was a belief in the importance of public order which is deeply embedded in Ethiopian political culture. Many of the institutions established during the revolutionary period, notably the Peasants' and Urban Dwellers' Associations, may be expected to remain in being, since they provide an essential link between the government and the population, although the leadership installed in the Mengistu period will presumably have been removed. But the central dilemma faced by the new regime is that the alliances that it needs for political support are very different from those that it needs for effective state management, with the result that its immediate political priorities are likely to lead it to weaken the base which in the longer term it requires if it is to cope with the daunting problems that any Ethiopian government must face. Politically, the EPLF is a rainbow coalition of disparate groups gathered together in opposition to the brutal centralism of the previous regime. The provisional government established at a national conference in early July 1991, moreover, included representatives not only of the main groups within the EPLF, TPLF, Ethiopian People's Democratic Movement, and Oromo People's Democratic Organization, but also of the Oromo Liberation Front and numerous smaller groupings. Even the EPLF incorporates inherent tensions, notably between the Tigrean element that has taken the leadership role as a result of its military preeminence in the struggle against the Mengistu regime, and other partners, notably the Oromo, who might expect to take over if military strength were to be replaced by numbers and votes as the basis for leadership. The politics of coalition building thus emphasize ethnic differences within Ethiopia, since ethnicity provides the basis for political representation. As the experience of other post-socialist states indicates, this is a formula that carries within it an inherent tendency for fragmentation. Whereas under the socialist system the formal recognition of nationalities was in principle balanced, and in practice totally subordinated, by a centralized hierarchy of political organization, economic management, and military control, in the post-socialist era the nationalities are left on their own. It is then in the interest of each group to consolidate its control over its own ethnic constituency, and in the process to entrench its boundaries, increase its powers, and progressively reduce the residual authority left to the center. This is a process reinforced in Ethiopia by the concepts of national self-determination developed by the TPLF and other movements during their years in opposition, and the exclusion of all these movements from central government under the Mengistu regime. Ethiopia is a state in which pronounced regional differences have historically been balanced by a strong sense of national identity, centered in the Shoan region around Addis Ababa. The exclusion of the center from the new regime, as a result of its association with the Mengistu government, shifts the balance sharply towards separation. The old instruments of central control, the army, and even the police force, have been abolished. A similar process can be detected in economic policy. The formal policies of the THIRD-WORLDISM, articulated at a congress held early in 1991 and reiterated after its assumption of power, differ very little from those adumbrated by the Mengistu regime after its abandonment of Marxism in March 1990, while expressing a commitment to private enterprise. They retain state ownership of agricultural land, and of leading areas of industry and commerce. 10 Its capacity to implement these policies, especially in the rural areas, has however been reduced almost to nothing by the requirements of political support. As has already been noted, the THIRD benefited enormously during its rapid advance in the early months of 1991 from widespread disaffection with the dirigisme of the Mengistu regime. By far the easiest way to retain that support was to dismantle the old apparatus of management and control, much of which had already crumbled since March 1990. As a result, the new regime appears to have little machinery with which to implement an economic policy, and it is difficult to envisage anything beyond a policy of laissez-faire by default. The management of the economy in a decentralized Ethiopia can only be a matter for speculation, but a number of potential difficulties immediately come to mind. One of them is the problem of revenue collection and allocation, and the extent to which those areas of the country that generate by far the greater part of its foreign exchange, the southern coffee-growing regions, will be able to retain control over their own surplus. For a central government leadership drawn disproportionately from the undeveloped and food-dependent regions of the northern highlands, the politics of distribution are obviously important, and could well provide the basis for a split between the northern elements of the THIRD coalition, the TPLF and EPDM, and its southern sections. In an Ethiopia divided between regional fiefdoms, moreover, the issue of internal migration takes on a political significance that has hitherto been masked. Over a very long period, people have tended to drift southwards from the overpopulated northern plateau, a process obviously facilitated by political domination. Both the Mengistu government and the EPLF and TPLF operated resettlement schemes that moved people from the highlands into less heavily populated areas to the west and south. A similar process, before the revolution, saw migration into newly established areas of commercial cultivation in Afar and Kiriu, Oromo-inhabited areas of the Awash Valley. In a regionalized Ethiopia, new migration is likely to be severely restricted, and mass expulsions of previous migrants, such as have already occurred in Eritrea, cannot be excluded. The kind of economic policy that it would be possible for a regionalized government to implement is thus extremely problematical. Even though the initial transfer of power was managed successfully, the THIRD regime is thus left working with a bureaucracy, imbued with the traditions of Ethiopian nationhood and centralism, which is deeply unhappy about the way in which it is going, but which is none the less essential if the basic functions of government are to be maintained. And however badly state power was abused under the Mengistu regime, some form of central authority is needed to hold the balance between regional groups, to impose law and order on a society with a long experience of lawlessness in the absence of visible structures of control, and to ensure the conditions under which basic economic development can take place. Ethiopia has over the last century become such a sufficiently integrated political unit that the costs of disintegration would be very high. The Oromo people, for example, are dispersed through 12 of Ethiopia's 14 regions in such a manner that, as in Yugoslavia, any neat division into autonomous ethnic units would be virtually impossible. The armed power of the TPLF, in fragile coalition with the residual loyalties of the bureaucracy, had up to late 1991 been sufficient to maintain the basis of order within which a new political structure could be worked out. Such a structure would evidently have to include a much greater level of regional autonomy than the centralized system imposed by the Mengistu regime, but there is a very considerable difference between a structure of regional autonomy in which an effective central government was able to maintain some equilibrium between regions and respond to national needs, and one in which regional and ethnic fragments struck out on their own. Conclusion. There are vast and evident differences, in history and culture, in international situation, and most of all in levels of economic development, between Ethiopia and the formerly socialist states of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Yet there are certain similarities in political situation that make Ethiopia more readily comparable with the European cases, and notably with the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, than with other formerly socialist states in Africa. In part, this is because Ethiopia was unique in Africa in constructing a post-revolutionary system of government that could plausibly be described as Marxist-Leninist, but it is much more because the revolution and its aftermath came about only because of the characteristics that Ethiopia shared with the Soviet Union in the first place. In each case, socialism served most basically as an ideology of state consolidation, which could draw on an existing tradition of statehood but at the same time render it vastly more powerful and efficient than it had ever been under the previous regimes, but it proved lamentably ineffective, either at developing the economy, or at creating a sense of common identity among the peoples within its borders. These two failures ultimately entailed not only the collapse of state power, but the destruction of much of the residual tradition of statehood itself. The major distinction here is between those states, such as Poland and Hungary, where the removal of an externally imposed socialism allowed an indigenous tradition of statehood to reassert itself in alliance with a renewed sense of national identity, and those such as Ethiopia and the USSR where statehood itself became associated with the discredited socialist regime. However long and difficult the road to rehabilitation may be, the formerly socialist states of Europe enjoy at least some advantages that can only help them to attain eventual political stability and development. These notably include relatively high levels of infrastructure and education, the interest of Western capitalist states in securing peaceful neighbors, and most of all a plausible model of liberal capitalism towards which their efforts can be directed. None of these applies to Ethiopia. While the fall of the Mengistu regime and the ending of the civil wars offer an opportunity to create alternative and more representative political structures and rehabilitate a desperately impoverished economy, it is much too early to say that Ethiopia is yet firmly on the road to recovery. Angola, Continuity and Change. Mark Weber. During the late 1970s and 1980s, the People's Republic of Angola was often regarded as a close ally of the Soviet Union, Cuba, and certain East European regimes. Consequently, reforms initiated by that regime might conceivably be linked to the profound political and economic upheavals experienced by the former communist countries. While the relationship with the Soviet Union and Cuba did have an important influence on the development of the PRA, this is, however, only an incomplete interpretation. A detailed examination of the political and economic development of the regime and an understanding of its pragmatic external orientation suggest that recent reforms in Angola have a number of other roots and, in some respects, reflect a long process of adaptation. During the late 1980s and early 1990s, Angola has experienced a process of profound change, embracing far-reaching political and economic transformations and adherence to a series of international agreements aimed at establishing regional and internal peace. While this process holds clear implications for the development and, indeed, the very political survival of the regime of the Movimento Popular de Libertação de Angola, which was established in Angola following that country's independence from Portugal in 1975, it can only partly be understood as an escape from some Marxist past or as a hasty exit from a disintegrating world socialist community. Given that throughout the post-1975 period the regime has engaged in an almost continual process of adaptation, reforms inaugurated in recent years should not be regarded as being without precedent. While these have occurred at the same time as comparable changes in the former Soviet bloc and have, to some degree, been a consequence of shifts in Soviet foreign policy, lessons drawn from these countries have been only one influence on the MPLA's reformist course. This is not, however, to ignore the historical significance of the Soviet Union and its allies in shaping the course of Angola's development. The provision of copious military assistance elevated the MPLA to a position of political ascendancy in 1975 despite competing claims from rival liberation movements, and helped to sustain it in power throughout the 1980s in the face of South African military intervention and an insurgency campaign waged by the American and South African-backed União Nacional para a Independencia Total de Angola. Moreover, the ideological development of the MPLA and the political and economic organization of the Angolan state has, to some extent, been inspired by the Soviet model. In the light of these various considerations, this article seeks to examine reforms in Angola within the context of the historical evolution of the MPLA and the People's Republic of Angola, the regime it has fashioned since 1975. This is undertaken in the form of 3 sections, which deal broadly with political and economic matters and the PRA's external orientation. Political change. Ostensibly, a Marxist or Soviet variable appears obvious in relation to the ideological development of the MPLA and attempts to mold both it and the PRA along vanguardist or Leninist lines of political organization. From its formation in 1956, the MPLA contained a significant strand of socialist opinion. Important sources of this outlook were the Partido Comunista Português and its Angolan offshoot the Partido Comunista de Angola. Key figures in the movement's early history were either members of these organizations or closely linked to them. Moreover, the PCP exerted a seminal influence over MPLA members resident in Portugal, including Angola's future first president, Agostinho Neto. Given the strongly pro-Soviet nature of the PCP at that time, links with it served, in effect, as a means by which elements within the MPLA became acquainted with Marxist-Leninist concepts derived from the Soviet Union. This was buttressed during the 1960s by the establishment of direct links between the movement and the USSR. Frequent visits by the MPLA leadership to Moscow and East European capitals and the training of MPLA cadres by communist countries, combined with the fact that the Soviet Union was the single largest source of military support and adopted an unqualified anti-colonial posture, engendered feelings of ideological sympathy. In practical terms, these influences were apparent in the open commitment to scientific socialism by some within the MPLA leadership and the rudimentary development of vanguardist political structures within the movement. These positions, however, were not unqualified. In addition to the above, the MPLA was also open to a range of other competing socialist influences derived from an observation of successful liberation struggles in Algeria, Vietnam, China, and Cuba and of strategies of development in newly independent African states such as Tanzania and Guinea. Moreover, in order to ensure a broad appeal within Angola and foster support amongst a wide range of external sponsors, the movement's leadership often deliberately downplayed its socialist orientation. Point 2. Any reticence, however, was dispelled once the MPLA came to power. Having established itself in a position of political supremacy, the movement's leadership became more confident in asserting a clear ideological line. Moreover, having defeated Portuguese colonialism and the anti-communist forces of the US, South Africa and Zaire, which had supported the MPLA's rivals in the War of 1975, and faced with tasks of national reconstruction and the establishment of an anti-imperialist orientation, the movement considered that this should most appropriately be a socialist platform. Point 3. The programmatic documents of the MPLA thereafter contained an unequivocal commitment to a socialism whose terms of reference reflected a clear appreciation of Soviet-style Marxism. At its first Congress in 1977, for example, the movement formally established itself as a Marxist-Leninist party, structured in accordance with Marxist-Leninist principles. It defined the attainment of a socialist society as the new party's foremost political objective and foresaw this as being achieved via the stage of a people's democratic revolution and the exercise of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship, which would create the conditions for the transition to the stage of the socialist revolution. The role of the party, meanwhile, was defined as uniting in a solid alliance the workers, peasants, and revolutionary intellectuals and other working people dedicated to the cause of the proletariat in a vanguard organization, which would be the leading force in the state and Angolan society. Point 4. Following its founding Congress, the newly constituted MPLA, Workers' Party developed an organizational structure closely resembling that of communist parties typified by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. This involved periodic meetings of a party congress, policy formulation by a central committee, the implementation and monitoring of decisions by a number of central committee departments and a secretariat, and the concentration of political leadership within a small political bureau. At grassroots level, the party was organized on the basis of cells within the workplace, the armed forces and security services, which were, in turn, subordinated to provincial, municipal, and urban party organs on the basis of democratic centralism. The party also exercised guidance over a number of affiliated mass organizations, embracing women, youth, and trade unionists. Finally, commensurate with its vanguard role, the MPLA held, through a process of constitutional guarantees and control over national and provincial legislatures, a formal monopoly of political power and access to state bodies. Point 5. The actual operation of party and government, however, revealed the MPLA to be neither monolithic nor united. As a consequence of Angola's precarious military situation, party structures became increasingly marginalized as authority was concentrated in the office of the state president 6 and the armed forces assumed a central administrative role in decision-making. Of greatest significance in this connection was the establishment in 1983–84 of a number of regional military councils, a council of ministers secretariat and a defense and security council. These were staffed by presidential appointees, enjoyed wide-ranging powers, entailing the effective subordination of civilian needs to the war effort and, in the case of the latter, allowed the president to circumvent the MPLA Central Committee and Political Bureau. Point 7. Party weakness was also exhibited in the composition of the MPLA's membership. Throughout the late 1970s and the 1980s, it endured continual difficulties in attracting new members. While recruitment was, in fact, initially restricted by a testing process of selection, a number of recruitment drives were undertaken aimed at increasing both the absolute size of the party and its representation among the peasantry and urban working class. Membership consequently rose from 31,098 in 1980 to 34,731 in 1985, expanding swiftly in the latter part of the decade to stand at 65,000 in 1990.8. This, however, was still well below the figure of 110,000 which had belonged to the old MPLA movement at the time of its conversion into a party, and was below rates of party growth in radical regimes at comparable stages of development. Point 9. This modest quantitative increase, moreover, masked a number of qualitative deficiencies. The MPLA leadership on a number of occasions aired complaints concerning organizational apathy and bureaucratization within the party and the poor ideological and educational level of its members. Point 10. Despite the near doubling of membership during the 1980s, the MPLA also remained an overwhelmingly urban party and one in which, notwithstanding the leadership's commitment to non-racialism, certain ethnic groups such as Kimbundu and Mestico were overrepresented in higher echelons to the detriment of rural communities such as the Ovimbundu from whom UNITA derived its support. Point 11. These recruitment patterns, in turn, led to a number of difficulties, not least in setting up party structures in Angola's vast rural areas and in implementing government policies. Point 12. While such problems were, in large part, a consequence of the grave military situation in the central and southern areas of the country, which severely hindered MPLA penetration of local populations. They were also a heritage of the historical origins of the movement in urban centers such as the capital Luanda, and an unwillingness to take affirmative action to bring underrepresented groups into leadership ranks. 13. Throughout its history, the MPLA has also been dogged by factionalism. This contributed to a paralysis of the movement in the early 1970s and found violent expression in 1977 in an attempted putsch led by Nito Alves against the NITO leadership. Although this led to the carrying out of a corrective movement aimed at instilling greater discipline amongst the membership and gave added impetus to the formation of a vanguard party organization, internal rivalries continued to play an important role within the MPLA. During the 1980s, a series of shifting coalitions developed around issues such as economic reform and the PRA's external alliances, and a clear line of division became apparent between an historic old guard and a more pragmatic and technocratic group of cadres closely associated with Dos Santos. 14. These factors suggest that pressures for political reform existed in Angola prior to the late 1980s. However, despite the exigencies of war and the MPLA leadership's perception of political shortcomings, it was not until 1990 that meaningful alterations were introduced to the party's entrenched monopoly of power, its internal organization and its formal commitment to Marxism. This process of change was initiated by a series of MPLA Central Committee meetings, which adopted resolutions subsequently endorsed at the party's Third Congress in December and at its Second Special Congress in April 1991. In brief, these laid down a broad program of political liberalization. The final resolution of the Third Congress, for instance, endorsed measures that envisaged the creation of a state embodying the principles of multipartyism, freedom of expression and association, and the depoliticization of the armed forces. 15. A major revision of the Angolan constitution and the introduction of legislation during April-May 1991, in addition, provided for the termination of the MPLA's formal monopoly of power, the formation of new political parties, legalization of the right to strike, freedom of the press and the right of demonstration and assembly. 16. Similarly, the Second Special Congress approved the adoption of a new draft party program which committed the MPLA to a multi-party system and freedom of expression and political organization. 17. Measures aimed at promoting greater democratization of internal party affairs were also introduced. The Central Committee theses to the Third Congress proposed the encouragement of wider debate within the party, the freedom of members to criticize the work of party bodies and to question decisions taken by higher organs, the revitalization of grassroots organizations and periodic meetings between the party and non-members. 18. New party statutes adopted at the Special Congress subsequently incorporated these recommendations. In addition, during 1991 the trend towards presidentialism was halted. The revised constitution, while continuing to confer upon the state presidency wide-ranging executive powers, for the first time provided for its election through universal suffrage. 19. Moreover, in June-July the new posts of Prime Minister 20 and Party General Secretary were created which, while subordinate to Dos Santos in his twin roles as party and state presidents, entailed the delegation of important powers in the key policy areas of the economy, party reform, and the MPLA's preparation for elections. 21. In parallel with these political changes, a major revision of the MPLA's official ideology was initiated. The effective termination of the party's adherence to Marxism-Leninism was signaled in the final resolution of the Third Congress, which recommended the adoption of democratic socialism as the party's strategic goal. This shift was subsequently embodied in the new draft party program, which was described in official commentary as a blueprint for the construction of a new society based on the principles of democratic socialism. 22. In that these reforms are comparable to modifications of the political role and ideological orientation of the CPSU during the Gorbachev period and occurred shortly after the ousting of ruling communist parties in Eastern Europe in late 1989, it is tempting to view their timing as influenced by events in the communist bloc. Indeed, some connection has been intimated by the MPLA leadership. Reforms in the Soviet Union, for example, were described by Dos Santos in March 1991 as an object of serious contemplation, profound anxiety and the cause of instability within the socialist community. By implication, this was seen as having undermined the credibility of the single-party system. 23. The theses to the Third Congress, furthermore, while suggesting that the crisis in Eastern Europe was the result of the inadequate application of the principles of Marxism-Leninism, averred that a similar misapplication had occurred in Angola, involving a mistaken tendency to transplant experiences without taking the country's concrete realities into consideration. 24. Similarly, Angolan officials have explicitly remarked upon the collapse of real socialism in Eastern Europe and the dismantling of the former socialist community as confirming the need for ample internal political reform. 25. These statements suggest that the MPLA viewed political reform in Angola as desirable in order to avoid a crisis of legitimacy similar to that which had befallen unreconstructed single-party regimes in Eastern Europe. However, such parallels, while significant, provide only a partial explanation of changes within the country. Of equal importance were a range of factors associated with the MPLA's attempts to deal with the UNITA insurgency. Up until 1988, encouraged by access to copious amounts of Soviet weaponry and the Cuban military presence, its attitude towards this threat had been wholly reliant upon a military response. Even following the conclusion of peace agreements in December 1988 between Angola, South Africa, and Cuba, which provided for a staged withdrawal of the Cuban contingent, the MPLA continued to refuse reconciliation with UNITA. This was the consequence of a calculation that the parallel withdrawal of South African troops from southern Angola in August of that year and the envisaged transition to Namibian independence by 1990 would severely weaken UNITA owing to its perceived dependence on logistical and material support provided by Pretoria. 26. The MPLA persisted in this belief throughout 1989 and early 1990, as evidenced by the launching of a major offensive in December 1989 and peace proposals offered at this time, which were premised upon UNITA's integration into the existing single-party system. 27. The failure of the offensive and the persistence of UNITA actions throughout Angola, predicated partly on American arms supplies channeled through Zaire, however, demonstrated to the MPLA the continued strength of the insurgents and the apparent futility of pursuing a military solution. Throughout these months, the MPLA also came under increasing international pressure to reach a settlement. African heads of state convened a number of summits during 1989 aimed at fostering MPLA-UNITA reconciliation and, following the mediation of the Zairian president, Mobutu Sese Seko, principles for a peace agreement were reluctantly accepted by Dos Santos in June. 28. More importantly, it became increasingly evident that the Soviet Union favored political accommodation. While Moscow was careful to articulate this initially in a manner compatible with the MPLA's restricted notions of conciliation, curtailments in arms assistance and, by early 1990, open expressions by the Soviet Foreign Minister, Eduard Shevardnadze, of the pointlessness of military operations and the necessity of national reconciliation in Angola were no doubt indicative of more forceful messages being relayed to Angola. 29. In sum, by this stage, the MPLA leadership probably reasoned that in the absence of the guarantee formerly provided by the Cuban military contingent, the precariousness of Soviet arms aid and ongoing UNITA activity backed by the U.S., some form of settlement with the insurgents had become an inevitability. This assessment subsequently contributed to the opening of negotiations in April 1990 under Portuguese mediation. The course of ensuing talks, ranging over a period of 12 months and eventually embracing the participation of Soviet and American observers, while primarily concerned with establishing an orderly cessation of hostilities, also considered political reform. The negotiating principles put forward by UNITA included the holding of competitive elections, the introduction of a multi-party system and guarantees of free political association. 30. These demands were echoed by Washington, which made any future curtailment of assistance to UNITA contingent upon progress toward political liberalization and the unhindered ability of the movement to engage in political activity. 31. Moreover, it has since emerged that UNITA's stance was not opposed by Moscow, whose primary concern was cooperating with the U.S. in expediting an agreement. 32 The MPLA's acceptance of these points was subsequently evidenced in the initialing of peace accords in May 1991, ratified later that month in Lisbon by Dos Santos and UNITA leader Jonas Savimbi. In addition to exhaustive ceasefire provisions, these agreements allowed for the holding of competitive presidential and legislative elections in late 1992 and, in the interim, the extension of full rights of political organization to UNITA. 33. In the light of this negotiating process, the political reforms introduced by the MPLA appear more comprehensible. Their commencement during 1990, that is, prior to the successful conclusion of an agreement with UNITA, appears to have been a means of illustrating its commitment to the talks. In addition, they may also be seen as an attempt to retain some initiative in controlling events in Angola. Thus, although UNITA was granted de facto status as a party by the Estoril Accords, all other potential participants in the emergent multi-party political process have been required to abide by the terms of domestic legislation passed by the MPLA regime in early 1991. Of particular note in this connection was the law on political parties, which required that prospective parties submit to a credential request involving the furnishing of details of programs, statutes, and minutes of founding meetings. 34 In addition, parties have had to satisfy a precondition of having at least 3,000 members and have been hamstrung further by the absence of public funding prior to the elections in 1992.35 As a consequence of these conditions, by November 1991 only one party, Partido Democrático Angolano, could claim to have completed the full registration process. 36. The MPLA's initiation of political liberalization may also have been motivated by a desire to secure credit amongst future voters. By appearing as the instigator of political reform rather than seeming merely to acquiesce to it under pressure, the MPLA may have hoped to portray itself as a party of change rather than merely the party of government in an attempt to broaden its appeal. Moreover, it has declared an openness to electoral alliances and has suggested the possibility of taking part in a government of national unity on the basis of a negotiated platform between the government and the different political forces. 37 Given UNITA's public antipathy to electoral alliances and power sharing. 38 And the declared willingness of certain emerging political parties to work alongside the MPLA. 39 The process of political liberalization has presented the ruling party with an opportunity to cultivate a possible coalition as a means of retaining power beyond the elections. 40. Although cooperation has been rendered problematic during the transition period by fundamental disagreements between the MPLA and the main opposition alliance, the National Opposition Council, over issues such as the onerous nature of party registration and the desirability of convening a national conference to frame a new constitution, it is notable that many of the fledgling parties hold far more in common with the MPLA than with UNITA. Indeed, in a number of important cases such as the PDA and the well-organized Partido Renovator Democrático, parties have been formed around MPLA dissidents. 41 While this has not prevented the latter from entering into tentative contacts with UNITA, Dos Santos has held a number of meetings with new political organizations to sound out potential areas of agreement. Economic change. A commitment by the MPLA to socialist-inspired collectivist policies in the economic sphere was apparent prior to its assumption of power. Leading MPLA figures, in stressing a desire to wrest independent Angola away from neocolonialism, viewed economic independence as being facilitated by the pursuit of the socialist way in the organization of the economy. 42 These ideas were also authoritatively articulated in the MPLA's program, which called for the introduction of a planned economy, the creation of a state sector in both industry and agriculture, and the regulation of foreign and domestic capital. 43 These positions were reaffirmed after 1975 in the PRA Constitution and in a number of MPLA policy platforms. The Central Committee report to the First Congress outlined an intention to further the centralized and planned supervision of economic and social development in Angola, in order to expand and consolidate socialist production relations. 44 Such programmatic commitments were accompanied by a battery of measures designed to create a socialized sector of the economy. By 1980, the MPLA regime had completed the nationalization of banking, insurance, internal and external trade, public transport, and the textile, sugar and construction industries. It had also acquired a majority holding in the strategic oil and diamond sectors and had created a large state and cooperative agricultural sector. These developments, according to one observer, meant that one of the central tenets of Marxist theory, that the major means of production and distribution should be socialized, been formally accomplished. 45 In addition, an elaborate planning mechanism was laid down, involving direction on the basis of plans worked out by a Ministry of Planning and endorsed by party bodies and the MPLA-controlled state legislature. These developments, however, were only partially driven by ideological commitment. Many sectors were nationalized during this period only as a result of the wholesale abandonment of enterprises and farms by departing Portuguese settlers in 1975. By the mid-1980s, planning was being pursued less as a method of socialist regulation and more as a means of mobilizing resources and assigning priority to those sectors invaluable to the war effort. Moreover, throughout the independence period, the poor performance of the non-oil sector, even in areas relatively untouched by conflict, the deficiencies of cooperation with the Soviet bloc and an awareness of the indispensability of Western investment and expertise, led the MPLA to encourage large-scale American, European and Brazilian involvement in all sectors of the economy, particularly the lucrative oil industry. 46. State direction was also qualified during the late 1970s and early 1980s by the introduction of small-scale reforms in agriculture and the distribution of goods, aimed at giving a greater role to private enterprise, and by increasingly pointed criticisms of the inadequacies of the state sector. These complaints culminated in August 1987 in a major speech by Dos Santos, in which he publicly indicated for the first time the desirability of actually reducing the scope of state involvement and returning certain spheres to the private sector. 47. These proposals were subsequently developed in reforms introduced in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Legislation enacted during 1988 under an economic recovery program known as Saneamento Económico y Financiero laid down legal guarantees for private and cooperative economic activity, allowed enterprise managers greater independence from state direction and provided for the ending of public subsidies to cover the losses of certain state enterprises. 48. A further, more radical, reform program was initiated in September 1990. This so-called plan of action envisaged large-scale layoffs of public sector employees, the privatization of all non-strategic state industries, reductions in state expenditure, further promotion of the private sector and trade and price liberalization. 49. Measures subsequently introduced in accordance with this program included the issuing of a new currency in September 1990, a 100% devaluation in March 1991, aimed at stimulating foreign investment, and the selective lifting of price supports on basic commodities. 50. These reforms were complemented by programmatic adjustments signaling a jettisoning of the primacy formerly attached to planning and a new commitment to a transition towards a market economy. An MPLA Central Committee meeting of November 1990, for example, agreed upon the desirability of a mixed economy based on market laws, while the theses to the party's Third Congress opted for an economic model that embraced the positive aspects of a market economy. 51. While the actual implementation of SEF and the plan of action have been hindered by inertia within government ministries, a lack of technical expertise, distortions created by the operation of a huge unregulated market and, latterly, the political risks associated with introducing austerity measures in the run-up to an election, further steps taken during the latter half of 1991 illustrate the MPLA's continuing commitment to economic reform. These have included a restatement of the objective of privatizing all but strategic public monopolies, the reduction of subsidies for state enterprises and the provision of extra incentives for foreign investors. 52 Legislation passed in November, in addition, provided for a further 50% devaluation and measures, such as the lifting of price controls on all but 6 basic commodities, aimed at what the Angolan planning minister described as the unification of the official and parallel markets. 53. That these initiatives reflect a continuing disillusionment with collectivist policies is, of course, obvious. However, recent reforms need also to be viewed in the light of the long-standing economic pragmatism of the MPLA and its encouragement of foreign involvement since the late 1970s, which indicate that it has never been wedded to a rigid commitment to an expanding socialized sector. Moreover, an important further impetus toward reform has been Angola's increasing indebtedness to Western creditors. The fall in world oil prices during the mid-1980s and a consequent drop in currency earnings from oil exports, coupled with the virtual absence of revenues from other sectors owing to the disruption of the economy by the war, led Angola during the latter half of the decade to increase its external borrowing substantially in order to finance imports and the development of the oil industry. By 1987, it had amassed a debt of $1,182 million to OECD countries and capital markets, rising to some $6,500 million by late 1990.54 during this period. However, creditors increasingly made further borrowing and debt rescheduling contingent upon economic decentralization. While this did not compel Angola to adhere to an IMF-directed structural adjustment program following its accession to membership of that organization in July 1989, SEF was partly tailored to smooth the country's initial application for IMF status in October 1987 and closely resembled typical SAP policies of economic deregulation. 55 Similarly, both the plan of action and later reforms were formulated in consultation with the IMF and have been closely linked to demands voiced by the Paris Club of Creditors to make further rescheduling dependent upon the implementation of an SAP-type package that would facilitate debt repayments. 56. In sum, economic policy in Angola since 1975 has involved the initial development of a socialist-inspired economic model by the MPLA, a lengthy process of adjustment and reform and, ultimately, the abandonment of this model in favor of a more market-oriented economy. While this latter phase has taken place, to some degree, simultaneously with economic change in the Soviet Union, and the Angolan leadership has noted the similarities of its program to Perestroika. 57 Angolan economic reorganization has occurred independently of the Soviet reform process. Its main impetus has rather been the growing realization of the inadequacies of economic planning and state ownership within Angola itself, combined latterly with pressures generated by indebtedness to, and dependence upon, Western sources of finance. External orientation. After 1975, the external orientation of the MPLA regime became closely associated with the Communist bloc. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, it concluded a number of friendship treaties with these countries, signed numerous political, economic, and military cooperation agreements, and permitted the stationing of Soviet military facilities on Angolan territory. This relationship was largely based upon the MPLA's dependence on Soviet and Allied military support. Throughout the period 1975 to 90, approximately 90% of Angolan arms imports were supplied by the Soviet Union, averaging a value of some $1,000 million a year during the 1980s, rendering it the largest recipient of Soviet arms in sub-Saharan Africa at this time. Equally significant was the military relationship with Cuba, involving a continuous presence of 20,000 to 30,000 troops and advisors between 1980 and 1987. Although largely inactive in terms of engaging enemy forces during this period, a massive reinforcement of personnel during 1988 to an estimated 50,000 and participation in frontline combat were contributory factors in the withdrawal of South African troops from southern Angola. This military relationship was, in turn, encouraged by the open hostility of the United States towards the MPLA, evident in its refusal to recognize the PRA and its arming of UNITA during the latter 1980s. While these factors suggest that the ties of the MPLA regime to the communist countries were motivated largely by the imperatives of political survival, during the latter 1970s and early 1980s at least, its espousal of a Marxist platform reflected also ideological affinities with ruling parties in the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and Cuba. In this light, the ascendancy of the new political thinking in Soviet foreign policy from the late 1980s and political transformations in Eastern Europe have had important consequences for Angola. As intimated above, this has been seen in Soviet participation in efforts to promote peaceful solutions to conflicts involving Angola and a consequent decline in levels of military support. In addition, as a result of reforms in the USSR, the terminal decline of the Cuban economy and the altered priorities of post-communist governments in Eastern Europe, economic assistance from these countries was, during 1990–91, drastically reduced, with remaining cooperation being placed on an openly commercial footing. In parallel, trade turnover with the Soviet Union entered into decline after 1986. By mid-1991, Soviet, Angolan economic cooperation had been reduced to acrimonious exchanges concerning Angola's apparent reluctance to reimburse Moscow some of the estimated $4,000 million owed to it from arms sales. 58. The breakup of federal structures in the Soviet Union, as a consequence of the failed putsch of August 1991, has served only to accelerate these trends. Soviet economic aid and cooperative assistance have effectively been terminated as a consequence of the disintegration and financial bankruptcy of the USSR's economy. The newly emergent sovereign republics, moreover, have not displayed any enthusiasm for cultivating economic relations with either sub-Saharan Africa in general or Angola in particular. 59. The waning of relations with these countries has also been a product of developments within Angola itself. The peace agreements concluded in 1988 and 1991, by putting an end to Angola's vulnerability to South African destabilization and opening up the prospect of internal peace, have effectively eliminated the conditions that sustained the MPLA's reliance on Soviet and Cuban military assistance. These agreements also contain specific provisions for a lessening of ties. Under the terms of the New York agreements, the full contingent of Cuban troops had been withdrawn from Angola by May 1991, and the Estoril Accords require the termination of all outside arms supplies to the MPLA and UNITA during the transitional period prior to elections. The declining salience of the former Soviet bloc has not left a vacuum in Angola's external relations. Attention to these countries has traditionally formed only one strand of the MPLA regime's foreign policy. As noted above, in international economic relations throughout the independence period, it has cultivated close ties with Western economies. European countries, the EC, and Brazil have been the most important sources of economic aid and credits, and the US has consistently been Angola's largest trading partner. Plans for a major development during the 1990s of new offshore oil fields with American and European participation and visits by Dos Santos to Washington, London, and Brussels during September 1991 to promote investment in the Angolan economy, indicate the continuing centrality of these relationships. 60. In the diplomatic arena, American and South African antipathy toward the MPLA regime has not discouraged it from entering into a prolonged process of negotiation over regional issues with Washington and Pretoria. Indeed, both the peace agreements of 1988 and an earlier, more limited, understanding between Angola and South Africa concluded in 1984, were reached with the assistance of American mediation. 61. While Soviet involvement was also material in the framing of the former, it was notable that this was the first occasion in which it had actively sought participation in diplomatic processes in the region, having effectively boycotted previous initiatives and implicitly criticized Angolan involvement. 62. The diversity of the MPLA regime's foreign policy has also been evident in a number of other respects. Its material assistance to national liberation movements, such as SWAPO and the African National Congress, based within Angola, despite being borne also by the Soviet Union, Cuba, and the GDR, was informed, in the main, by its own experience of anti-colonial struggle and affinities built up with these movements as a consequence of a shared animosity towards South Africa. The regime has also been a moving force in regional bodies such as the Southern African Development Coordination Conference and in the Loose Alliance of the African Lusophone States 63, and has championed the cause of non-alignment. while the latter was qualified prior to the late 1980s by public expressions of a desire for preferential relations with the Soviet Union. 64 Angola's diplomatic and economic ties with the West clearly reflected, in practice, a willingness to seek active relations with all countries when perceived as beneficial. 65. The recent diminution of links with the former communist bloc does, however, provide further opportunity for diversification. Combined with the establishment of peace in the country and in southwestern Africa as a whole and, in the longer term, the possibility of a UNITA government or some form of MPLA-led coalition, this will lead to a fundamental reorientation of Angolan foreign policy. In fact, a number of trends have already become apparent. Firstly, since the 1988 agreements, the MPLA regime has been engaged in the tentative development of economic links not only with Namibia, but also with South Africa. 66 Namibia's recent accession to membership of SADC and the possibility of a future black majority government joining the organization, meanwhile, opens up the prospect for greater regional economic cooperation. Coupled with the promise of peaceful economic reconstruction in Angola itself, this presents the most realistic opportunity for 2 decades for some measure of prosperity both in that country and throughout southern Africa. Secondly, under the terms of the Estoril Accords, France, Britain and Portugal have been involved in the training of a new Angolan national army, made up of equal numbers of troops loyal to the MPLA and UNITA, and this is likely to form the basis of long-term military cooperation. Any future UNITA government will seek a continuation of its arms supply relationship with the US and possibly South Africa. Thirdly, Angola is likely to strengthen its ties with the Portuguese-speaking world, particularly Portugal and Brazil. Both countries have indicated a willingness to cooperate with any future government in Angola and have been the object of considerable attention from UNITA officials during 1991. Both also already enjoy significant economic relations with Angola and have provided limited forms of military assistance to the country since the mid-1980s. Moreover, Lisbon has emerged as an important diplomatic partner, as evidenced not only in its mediation of MPLA, UNITA negotiations, but also in its championing of economic assistance for Angola within the EEC. 67. Conclusion. On the basis of material presented above, it would be incorrect to view recent changes in Angola as either sudden or without precedent. Tentative reforms, particularly in the economic sphere, have a long pedigree, and shifts in Angola's external orientation were, to some degree, heralded by earlier trends in the foreign policy of the MPLA regime. Neither are these changes simply a response to transformations in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, or the result of alterations in Soviet foreign policy. While these processes have had undeniable consequences for Angola, the MPLA regime's own experience of the inadequacies of vanguardist political structures and collectivist economic policies have also been of considerable importance in generating reform not only during the 1990s but throughout the preceding decade. To these influences one might add the pressures brought to bear by the MPLA's struggle against UNITA and South Africa, the implications of regional and internal agreements brokered between 1988 and 1991, and the Angolan economy's vulnerability to the vicissitudes of world market forces and the demands of international creditors. Reforms in Angola reflect changes elsewhere in sub-Saharan Africa. Trends toward IMF-led structural adjustment in the economic sphere and toward multipartyism and democratization have become firmly established in the region during the 1990s. While attempts have been made to link the ascendancy of these processes to common origins, 68 the sheer diversity and range of regimes that have experienced fundamental political and economic reorientation render such a task problematic. The Angolan case, however, does share some similarities with certain other African countries. The construction of a vanguardist political system and forms of economic organization inspired by a commitment to a form of Marxism, overlaid by a strong executive and influential military and combined with an attention to relations with the communist bloc, has clear parallels with Ethiopia and, to a lesser degree, Mozambique. In all three countries, the subsequent introduction of political liberalization, the abandonment of Marxism, the introduction of economic reforms and the disappearance of meaningful ties to the former communist countries reflect fundamental departures from development strategies initiated during the late 1970s. While the inherent weaknesses of these strategies has been only one reason for their abandonment, events in Angola, in combination with those in Ethiopia and Mozambique, are thus of ultimate significance in marking the historical passing of the phenomena of Afro-communism and Afro-Marxism. 69. The South African Communist Party and the collapse of the Soviet Union. Stephen Ellis. For 40 years the South African Communist Party was banned by a government that represented international communism as the source of all political evil. The conditions of exile go some way to explaining the SACP's continuing attachment to Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy. The practical consequences of the quasi-Stalinist regime which the SACP introduced in ANC camps in Angola, especially, were unknown to people back home in South Africa. The fact that the SACP was such a militant foe of apartheid, but did not have a record in government to defend, has contributed to its popularity among black South Africans today. It is arguably the only communist party in the world whose popularity is on the increase. The South African Communist Party was for nearly 70 years Moscow's most faithful ally in Africa south of the Sahara. As the Communist Party of the Soviet Union collapsed, followed by the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics itself, the SACP looked on with dismay and deep concern. It did not, though, either panic or renounce its faith in Marxism-Leninism in spite of the almost slavish admiration for the USSR that the SACP had professed throughout its life. The SACP's reaction was simply to admit the failings of socialism in Eastern Europe and then continue much as before. As Joe Slovo, then the SACP General Secretary, remarked in early 1990 when asked if the crisis in the socialist world proved that Marxism as a theory was flawed, no, not at all. The serious errors that emerged in the practice of existing socialism are not rooted in the basic tenets of Marxist revolutionary science. They are the result of distortions and misapplications too. It is notable that not only does the SACP continue to defend Marxism-Leninism, but it does so using the vocabulary and style characteristic of party literature of earlier times. The difference is only that the party is now willing to accept, for the first time in its history, that the USSR suffered from serious problems rooted in the type of political regime that governed it. For the first time in its history, party literature, too, is now prepared to consider the merits of socialist thinkers earlier condemned as heretical, notably Leon Trotsky. At the time of writing, in late December 1991, with the Soviet Union disappearing altogether, probably the SACP's closest friend in the world is the Cuban Communist Party, which it regards as the last surviving bastion of orthodoxy. The extraordinary loyalty, or obstinacy, of the SACP in remaining faithful to its old friends and its old ideas has provided rich material for its opponents, who have found it much easier than previously to represent the SACP as a band of old-fashioned Stalinists too blind to see that the world has left them behind. Like any effective criticism, this is not devoid of truth, but polemics of this sort fail to examine the reasons why the SACP should prove so resistant to the changes taking place elsewhere in the world. They also fail to note that this is not the first time that something vaguely comparable has happened in South African history, in the sense that a political ideology of European origin has lived on in South Africa long after it had been discredited in Europe. After all, was not the ideology of the National Party government which came to power in 1948 closely related to the vision of National Socialism, whose European variant had just suffered the most crushing defeat? The irony of the situation by late 1991 was quite astounding. For some 40 years the National Party government of South Africa, first voted to power by a white majority electorate in 1948, had regarded communism as the world's leading political demon. It had banned communism in South Africa in 1950 and had consistently labeled all its opponents, even rather mild liberals, as communist or communist-influenced. P.W. Botha, Prime Minister from 1978 and State President from 1984 to 1989, had publicly spoken of a total Marxist onslaught against white South Africa and spoke frequently of the Soviet design on the whole of southern Africa, with South Africa as the prize. 3 This may have been lurid, but it was not fanciful, for it was abundantly clear that there did indeed exist a Soviet strategy aimed at installing an allied government in South Africa. Soviet support for liberation movements in South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe, and for governments in Mozambique and Angola was in large part a series of steps on this path. Who, then, would have believed, in 1986 or even later, that within 5 years Leningrad would change its name to St. Petersburg, while a white South African foreign minister, Pik Botha, looked on as an official guest? Who would have believed that a white South African state president from the ruling National Party would plan an official visit to Moscow to coincide with the date that a legal SACP was planning to hold a congress in South Africa, or that Joe Slovo, the general secretary of the SACP, would refer to himself in public, with characteristic self-deprecating humor, but with an uncomfortable degree of accuracy, as the last remaining Lithuanian communist. To trace how these things came about, it is necessary to sketch briefly the history of the SACP and its predecessor, the CPSA, and of their relations with the Soviet Union. The CPSA was founded in Cape Town in 1921 by a small group of white South African socialists at a time of rapid change in South Africa. 5 The country had been transformed from a collection of British colonies coexisting with native reserves and independent Boer republics into a unitary state as a result of the Anglo-Boer War of 1899 to 1902. Its mines, and the economy based on them, attracted large numbers of new European immigrants, and it was they who gave impetus to the early socialist movement and its most lasting political expression, the CPSA. Most of the party's founders appear to have been immigrants, mostly from Britain, strongly influenced by the British radical and trade unionist tradition. They were joined by socialists of Eastern European origin who migrated to South Africa in the 1920s. 6 They saw in South Africa many of the worst features of capitalism and imperialism expressed in their most unpleasant form and, like many socialists in the early 1920s, they considered the Bolshevik Revolution an example that was sure to be emulated within a few years throughout the capitalist world, of which South Africa was now a part. From the start, the CPSA was a member of the Communist International, the Comintern, and cultivated exceptionally close relations with Moscow. The most famous illustration of this was the events of 1928, when a small delegation of South African communists visited Moscow for the 6th Congress of the Comintern. 7 The meeting ordered the CPSA to adopt a new political strategy that consisted of working for the attainment of an independent native republic or, in modern parlance, for black majority rule in South Africa. This strategy was regarded with dismay by the most influential South African communists as it appeared to be politically impossible in the circumstances of the late 1920s and suggested that there was to be no socialist revolution in South Africa in the foreseeable future. Although by 1928 no fewer than 1,600 out of 1,750 CPSA members were blacks, most of the latter had been very recently recruited in anticipation of the change of party line. The party remained essentially run by whites. Nevertheless, the CPSA obeyed the line enunciated by the Comintern and in time came to see the decision as a wise and far-sighted one, not least because it committed the party to recruiting black members and working for the political liberation of black South Africans as a first step towards socialist revolution. It also established a pattern of regular contacts between officials of the small South African Party and Moscow. During the 1930s, as the CPSA was riven by factional disputes and all manner of problems, there was a trickle of South African communists who visited Moscow and were even trained there. 3 South African communists, Lazar Bach and the brothers Paul and Maurice Richter, were detained by the Soviet authorities in 1937 while they were in the USSR for a visit on party business. Hopelessly identified with the wrong faction in the disputes then taking place in the Soviet Union, espousing policies now rejected by the Soviet leadership, the three became caught up in Stalin's purges. The 3 South African communists were convicted of political offenses. The Richters were both executed in 1938 and Bach died in a Soviet labor camp in 1941.9. Although the execution of Bach and the Richters was never made public, and continued to cause unease to the small number of South African communists who suspected the truth of what had happened, it did not disturb the close relations between the Soviet and South African parties over the next few decades. The CPSA opposed the Second World War at its outbreak on the grounds that it represented a carve-up of markets by rival capitalist powers. Only after the USSR's entry into the war in 1941 did the CPSA take a pro-war line, calling on workers to rally to the defense of the embattled socialist motherland and to suspend anti-government work in South Africa. The party was to follow the twists and turns of Soviet foreign policy faithfully until the late 1980s, successively supporting the invasions of Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Afghanistan. Thus, the entry of the Soviet Union into the Second World War had the side effect of putting the CPSA on the same side as the South African government, but this uneasy alliance was not to last, especially after a white majority electorate in 1948 had voted into office a National Party government that was fiercely anti-communist and that proceeded, in 1950, to outlaw the party. The CPSA voted to disband itself in anticipation of its legal suppression. Nevertheless, some members secretly re-established the party 3 years later under a new name, the South African Communist Party. Unable to work openly, party members were obliged to do so as members of other organizations. Black communists concentrated their efforts on working inside the African National Congress, in theory at least an organization open to black South Africans only, and they met with some success in this. The ANC had included communists or communist sympathizers in its ranks since the 1920s in conformity with its status not as a political party but as a congress open to black South Africans of every ethnic group and all political tendencies. Under the circumstances of the 1950s, with black communists seeking more influence in the ANC than previously because of the banning of their own party, and with the black community in general reacting against the systematic imposition of apartheid laws after 1948, the ANC and the illegal SACP became close. It was more or less an open secret that such leading ANC members as J.B. Marx, Govan Mbeki, and Moses Kotane were also party members. Far from alienating them from non-communist colleagues such as Nelson Mandela and Oliver Tambo, the dedication of such communists won the respect of Mandela, Tambo and other non-communist ANC leaders and influenced their own thinking. 10 White, Indian and colored communists could not take up formal membership of the ANC but found outlets for their work in other organizations allied to the ANC, the whole forming an unwieldy block of organizations known as the Congress Alliance. By far the leading body of the Congress Alliance was the ANC, but its most influential single organized group was the clandestine Communist Party, whose members were active in every component part of the alliance. The party's suppression in 1950 and its subsequent choice to continue underground work through the ANC or through penetration of other organizations had a profound effect on the party's thinking and is important in explaining its response to events in Eastern Europe and the collapse of the Soviet Union. The SACP was obliged to remain secretive, since open identification as a party member would lead to arrest in South Africa. Moreover, over the years its tactic of influencing or, as critics have charged, manipulating, other organizations was well served by the practice of secrecy. In 1961, after the ANC itself had been banned, key members of the party and the ANC decided together that there was no option but to launch an armed struggle in the pursuit of their political aims through an underground army, Umkhonto we Sizwe. From its inception in 1961, Umkhonto we Sizwe included a large number of communists in its ranks and in its leadership. For many years its chief military strategist was Joe Slovo, who was for years chief of staff of Umkhonto we Sizwe and served as general secretary of the party from 1986 to 1991. The launching of the armed struggle in 1961, and the simultaneous retreat into exile of many leaders of both the ANC and the SACP, was a formative event. It made the SACP and the armed organization in which it had overwhelming influence, Umkhonto we Sizwe, at least symbolically, into the most important armed opponent of the South African government. It also placed the party and its ANC ally in a position of some importance in the Cold War, as all of southern Africa from the 1960s until the late 1980s was riven by a series of armed conflicts, all interconnected, in which every major protagonist had either implicit or explicit backing from the Soviet and American superpowers. From the superpowers' point of view, Angola, Namibia, South Africa, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe were all part of a struggle for influence in southern Africa and constituted a regional theater for the pursuit of the Cold War. It was perhaps not such an important theater as the Middle East or Southeast Asia, but it was nonetheless seen as significant by the protagonists in Moscow and Washington. The emergence of Africa, and particularly southern Africa, as a theater of superpower conflict gave the SACP an influence quite out of proportion to its numerical importance or its status as an opposition group. 11 There were many reasons for this. In the first place, there was an important cultural and historical connection. Nowhere south of the Sahara did there exist such an old communist party as in South Africa, or one whose members conformed so closely to the Soviet idea of what a communist party should be. It had a proven record of loyalty to the Soviet ideal, and in the mid-1960s decisively rejected the Maoist version of Marxism-Leninism, unlike African socialists such as Robert Mugabe or Julius Nyerere, who had been seduced by the Chinese vision of socialism, making them uncertain allies in Soviet eyes. Some leading South African communists were themselves of East European origin, which added a personal element to the good relations between the SACP and the Soviet Communist Party. Joe Slovo and Ray Simons, leading lights of the SACP over many decades, were both born in the Baltic republics of the USSR and emigrated to South Africa in their early years. South Africa, too, was by far the most industrialized country in Africa south of the Sahara and had an identifiable urban working class, which made it, in the view of scientific socialists, the African country best suited for revolution and most fertile for the work of an orthodox communist party such as the SACP. Over the years, Soviet policymakers learned to trust the SACP as no other party on the African continent and to look to it for advice on how to navigate the complexities of southern African politics. SACP advice was crucial to any regional party or organization that was in search of Soviet sponsorship. It played a role in the Soviet Union's mistaken identification of Joshua Komu's Zimbabwe African People's Union as the leading Zimbabwean guerrilla movement and its spurning of Robert Mugabe's Zimbabwe African National Union, as also with Soviet reconciliation with the Southwest African People's Organization after the latter had made an embarrassing strategic error connected with the independence of Angola in 1975. Moreover, the clear identification of the Soviet Union with the leading opponents of apartheid in South Africa, or more generally with many of the leading opponents of white colonial rule throughout Africa, was a political asset to the Soviet government far outside southern Africa itself. The struggle against apartheid emerged in the 1970s as a major international issue in which the moral issues involved seemed particularly clear, and therefore cast Soviet policy in a favorable light in countries far away from Africa. The Soviet Union was completely identified with the anti-apartheid movement, while the USA, its arch-rival, was left to squirm as it attempted to reconcile its support for Pretoria with a stated commitment to fighting racism and supporting democracy. In Africa, no issue rallied support as effectively as opposition to apartheid. In some countries of Western Europe especially, anti-apartheid movements became important and successful domestic lobbies. In Western European countries including Britain and the Netherlands, but not in the USA, anti-apartheid movements maintained a close connection with their national Communist Party and provided a good platform for increasing the party's influence in other spheres. 12 Quite apart from the geopolitical importance of supporting the anti-Pretoria forces in southern Africa, the Soviet Union was in possession of a highly effective and relatively inexpensive propaganda and diplomatic asset of widespread usefulness. For its part, the SACP derived from the relationship with Moscow considerable influence and prestige plus resources in the form of money, weapons, training, and political support. Much of this support was not publicly identified as being intended for the SACP but for its more famous ally, the ANC, which the party increasingly came to dominate, as it sought to turn the ANC into a political front organization under party control. 13 The party's solid international communist connection provided training facilities in the USSR and other Warsaw Pact countries and Cuba, including military training for guerrilla fighters, training in intelligence and security work, and, for the elite of party members, courses at the prestigious Lenin School in Moscow, which had spawned generations of leading cadres of the SACP. Not least, it provided an ideological star by which to navigate the South African Revolution. In some respects, the Tsarist Empire and South Africa showed uncanny similarities, and the Bolsheviks' apparent success in transforming a semi-feudal, multinational empire into a world power and a socialist state with a modern industrial sector therefore offered an attraction to South African revolutionaries far beyond that offered by any mere ally of convenience. Above all, the Soviet Union, by the application of Marxist-Leninist principles, appeared, until it fell apart in the late 1980s, to have solved the national question and to have transformed a despotic empire into a state in which ethnic differences had become devoid of political meaning by insistence on the class, and not national, basis of its government. This seemed to offer a model for South Africa's own formidable problems and its own national question. 14 In these circumstances the SACP was little touched by the doubts that increasingly beset communist parties outside the Soviet bloc, as in Western Europe especially they plotted the path of Euro-communism. After all, unlike their West European comrades, South African communists did not have to live close to the presence of communist states that had been established largely as a result of occupation by the Red Army. Nor were they struggling to compete in a social democracy in which the vote was available to all and in which workers were seduced with material benefits. Their enemy was an apartheid government which denied a vote to the majority and bore many of the hallmarks of fascism. The SACP continued to be dominated by a generation who had learned their Marxism under the influence of Joseph Stalin. The party's general secretary from 1939 to 1978 was Moses Kotane, born in 1905. 15 Yusuf Dadoo, Jack, and Ray Simons and others were further examples of communists born in the early 20th century who had imbibed the doctrines of Stalin and who continued to hold positions of leadership in the party into the 1980s, their faith undimmed. The circumstances of exile and armed struggle contributed greatly to the suppression of heretical ideas about party policy. The struggle against apartheid was so all-consuming that public dissent seemed a form of treachery. Leninist doctrine and Stalinist practice provided an analytical tool for dealing with such dissent, and especially the technique of democratic centralism which was gradually applied to the ANC as a whole. It was easy to condemn any dissident as an enemy and to have an offending person or group anathematized, confident that the influence of communist parties on anti-apartheid movements in Western Europe would prevent dissidents from finding an international platform. One of the few South African communists who was able to question the party orthodoxy and yet to remain near the heart of the party was Thabo Mbeki, one of the most prominent of the younger generation of SACP and ANC leaders in exile. Although he is said to have been removed from the Politburo for disciplinary reasons in 1982-16, he was able to persuade the ANC to adopt positions that were much closer to Swedish social democracy, an unstinting supporter of the ANC, than to those of the party. Mbeki appears to have owed his relative immunity to his own tactical skill and obvious political ability, to his excellent personal connections in the upper reaches of the ANC and the party, and to his prominence in the international mass media. In the circumstances of exile, the party leadership controlled a patronage machine formidable enough to make criticism a risky business. Refugees from South Africa who joined the party were dependent upon it for their livelihood, their safety, and their education. Within the ANC alliance, by the mid-1970s many controlling positions were held by SACP members who controlled access to education, funds, and foreign travel. 17 After 1976 ANC camps in Angola especially were controlled by party commissars and Soviet or East German trained security personnel, factors that did not encourage ideological or intellectual dissent. There are serious allegations that detentions in ANC camps in Angola in the 1980s were sometimes in effect purges of ideological dissenters who could easily be neutralized by bandying the charge that they were witting or unwitting agents of the apartheid regime in Pretoria. 18. The requirements of Soviet orthodoxy plus the automatic condemnation of anything that could be labeled as pro-apartheid or racist contributed to efface any serious internal criticism of pro-Soviet positions in the SACP and in the ANC itself. 19 Which came increasingly to adopt ideological positions pioneered by the party. Many potential critics were frightened away by the threat, explicit or implicit, that they would be publicly branded as tools of Pretoria if they made their views too public. Any thoughtful criticism from outside the ANC camp could be easily dismissed as the irrelevant musings of a troubled liberal conscience or the heresies associated with Maoism, Trotskyism, or any of the other standard ideological errors. The continuing secrecy about the party's membership meant that reflections by journalists and academics on the struggle in southern Africa and the party's role were often woefully ill-informed. Such was the international condemnation of apartheid that criticisms of the party or of its dominant role in the ANC made from within South Africa could rather easily be written off as inspired by a mendacious South African government. The combination of enforced exile and attachment to dogma blinded SACP members to the nature of some developments inside South Africa itself, although it must be said that party literature and analyses by party writers often contained penetrating insights. 20 Most damagingly, the ideological dominance of the party over the ANC and the international anti-apartheid movement generally meant that some ideas spawned inside South Africa, although generated in the front line of the struggle, did not gain the international currency that they might have merited. This was notably so in regard to discussion of ethnic questions, so that ideas taken up by followers of the black consciousness tradition inside South Africa, for example, had little impact on party thinking. The party's refusal to contemplate ethnic politics squarely almost certainly contributed to the rise inside South Africa of Chief Mangosuthu Buthelezis's Inkatha organization as a national political force. Thus, among a range of anti-apartheid forces ranged inside South Africa during the 1980s, there was considerable debate across the political spectrum among liberals, black consciousness sympathizers, non-communist socialists, and the broadly pro-ANC membership of the United Democratic Front. Arguably the most able non-communist intellectual in the ANC was Paulo Jordan, whose thinking was strongly influenced by Trotskyism. He was actually detained for a short period by ANC security officials in 1983 and was unable to give clear expression to his anti-Stalinist sentiments until, ironically, the unbanning of the ANC and the return to South Africa gave him the freedom to publish his thoughts on this matter. 21 The party itself, for all the talents of its leading theoreticians, held on to an ideological orthodoxy that came to appear threadbare. A measure of this is the manifesto of the SACP adopted by the party's 7th Congress held in secret in Havana, Cuba, in June 1989. The manifesto, entitled The Path to Power, is an unambiguous celebration of old-fashioned Marxism-Leninism and includes incongruous mentions of the forces of socialism sweeping the world and the crisis of capitalism. 22 It was adopted just 5 months before the fall of the Berlin Wall and 6 months before the overthrow of Nicolae Ceausescu. Stephen Ellis is director of the Africa Study Centrum in Leiden, the Netherlands. It was only after the fall of the Berlin Wall that the SACP was able finally to abandon the pretense, or belief, or hope, that nothing much was wrong with the Soviet model of communism. In January 1990 the party issued a document written by its General Secretary, Joe Slovo, entitled Has Socialism Failed? 23 This essay concluded that there had indeed been grave flaws in socialism in Eastern Europe, notably in that it had been undemocratic, but that this did not invalidate the basic Marxist-Leninist blueprint. The paper, while discussing the failings of Eastern Europe at some length, said almost nothing about what was to be done in South Africa. In the following month, February 1990, the SACP was caught by surprise by its unbanning inside South Africa. From then on the party was on the defensive as it sought to reorganize itself legally inside South Africa for the first time in 40 years, at the same time as it attempted to adopt appropriate tactics to deal with the government in new circumstances and struggled to find a theoretical model to fill the void left by the stunning collapse of the Soviet Union. By December 1991, when the party held its 8th Congress, this time inside South Africa, and continued the gradual process of resurfacing into legality, there was a public debate in progress on the way forward. The outgoing party General Secretary Joe Slovo urged the Congress to abandon the doctrine of Marxism-Leninism and to emphasize its character as a democratic socialist party, underlining his earlier commitments to maintain a mixed economy and a multi-party political system if the party should ever gain power in South Africa. These proposals in the direction of social democracy were rejected by the floor of the Congress, which insisted on retaining the Marxist-Leninist label and on an unqualified commitment to socialism. 24 In the months leading up to the Congress, some leading party figures including Harry Gwila and Chris Hani had publicly defended the old-fashioned approach, going as far as to lament the passing of the state of East Germany, which had been such a good and faithful friend of the SACP. Gwila had even publicly supported the unsuccessful August 1991 coup in the Soviet Union. 25 Whatever the distortions of socialism in the Soviet Union, the SACP concluded after analyzing the failure of perestroika and the August 1991 coup attempt, millions of working people have had a taste of its potential. 26. The SACP's insistence on remaining a supporter of old-fashioned Marxism-Leninism is hardly calculated to win it overseas support, nor the affection of the South African business community. It is important to note, too, that since its very earliest years the party has found it hard to recruit support in a key South African ethnic community, among Afrikaners, who have contributed few members to the party with some notable exceptions, such as the late Bram Fischer. 27 The Afrikaner community seems so wedded to an ethnic view of politics, and is so central to any calculations about South African politics, that this seems likely to remain a major handicap. But other constituencies find the party's ideological baggage less cumbersome. In this respect the party continues to have a number of assets that are less evident when seen from abroad than they are when viewed from inside South Africa. Perhaps most importantly, it continues to have the prestige of being reputed the most militant of all organizations in the fight against apartheid and the least racialist of parties. It has been a multi-ethnic organization since the mid-1920s, and some of the most popular anti-apartheid militants in the country are also known as leading communists, the best example being Chris Hani. Prior to his election as party general secretary, Hani was the chief of staff of Umkhonto we Sizwe and one of the most popular members of the ANC's governing body. Second, although the party now displays more openness in its affairs as a result of its legalization, it remains a tightly knit vanguard organization, much smaller than the ANC and benefiting from the presence of a relatively high proportion of trained cadres. A clear and unambiguous call for socialism is well received among the many South Africans who are very poor and who are utterly unmoved by comparative arguments pointing to the history of Eastern Europe, of which they may never have heard or which they may not consider relevant to their own situation. More surprisingly, perhaps, the SACP's continuing attachment to Marxism-Leninism is not seen as a handicap by some of the left-wing white intelligentsia. Some of the party's most articulate intellectuals are white, the leading example in the younger generation being Jeremy Cronin. 28 To some extent this continuing attraction may be explained by the party's reputation as the most militant opponent of apartheid and the only truly color-blind party, but in fairness it must also be said that the notion of a socialism shorn of its most undemocratic and unpleasant characteristics retains a degree of appeal in a country where the disparities of wealth are more obvious than in most others, and where even some captains of industry agree that future South African governments must engage in large-scale state intervention both to try to redress some of the enormous social problems faced by the country and to help build a larger consumer market. 29. If state intervention on behalf of the poor can be described as socialism, at least in a vague sense, then it is common cause that South Africa is in need of some socialism. The question is, of what sort, by what precise means, and allied to what political program? Here, despite the enormous handicap placed upon it by the collapse of communism in the USSR, the SACP still is able to articulate some sort of vision of the future perhaps more coherently than any other group on the South African left. The party's basic orthodoxy continues also to exercise a powerful appeal to at least some trade unionists, helped by the fact that business in South Africa operates in a culture of confrontation and that many workers are so low paid that a simple and old-fashioned communist line exercises a continuing degree of appeal. 30. President F.W. de Klerk's decision in February 1990 to unban the ANC and the SACP was motivated in large part by the perception that the Congress alliance in which the SACP played a crucial role, by virtue of its clear strategic vision, its international connections and its occupation of the commanding heights of the ANC, no longer had the backing of a superpower. His decision to move towards the dismantling of apartheid's constitutional foundation was therefore a recognition of the enormous importance on the South African domestic scene of the international element, a point recognized by the party, too, in the considerable importance it attributed to the years to the international isolation of the Pretoria government. Herein lies the most difficult problem faced by the SACP. So completely did the SACP regard Moscow as the home of world communism and Soviet socialism as the model for the future of South Africa that it will find it much harder to live its new life as an international orphan than merely to issue statements acknowledging the failure of the USSR but claiming that this has no relevance to the fundamental principles of what it persists in calling Marxist revolutionary science. The advent of Mikhail Gorbachev and his espousal of the policies of perestroika and glasnost imposed an almost insoluble dilemma. It was not that the SACP had any problem in reconciling itself to the change of line coming out of Moscow, on the contrary, it had taken so many changes of line in its stride that proved no problem at all. What proved incomparably more problematic was the fact that the USSR after 1985 was rapidly moving closer to both Washington and Pretoria in its position on the Southern African conflict. It was of increasingly little use to the SACP as an ally. This was a bitter blow indeed and one that party intellectuals have not made a very convincing case in coming to terms with. In these circumstances, perhaps it would be accurate to speak not of the SACP retreating from Moscow, but of Moscow losing interest in southern Africa, and certainly in the prospect of a revolution there. This leaves the SACP arguing that true socialism has not yet been seen in the world, and that South Africa is the laboratory where it might be tried. This will not convince many in the world and none of the power brokers in South Africa. It does, however, continue to exercise a sort of messianic appeal among some sections of South African society. What, then, is the likely future for the SACP? Clearly it can expect little international support in the foreseeable future. Already it faces a financial crisis resulting from the collapse of support from Eastern Europe. There are clear signs too that the ANC, by far the most popular political organization in the country, is taking its distance from the SACP. Paulo Jordan, the ANC's information chief, has explicitly attacked the party in no uncertain terms. Prominent ANC leaders including Thabo Mbeki, Jacob Zuma, and Aziz Pahad, all once leading communists, have distanced themselves from the party. But it is unlikely that it will disappear. Led by Chris Hani, an unreconstructed Marxist-Leninist, and under pressure from the rank and file, the party seems to have decisively rejected the social democratic option. Perhaps it is most likely to revert to something like the role it played before its banning in 1950 as a home for both white and black intellectuals of the left, with a solid base in the trade unions, able to influence mass parties but not equipped to win in electoral politics, a political gadfly and a party of permanent opposition.